Chapter 1. Juan José González had never been a superstitious man. He didn't believe in horoscopes, avoided fortune cookies, and considered four-leaf clovers simply a botanical curiosity. But when a thunderstorm lit up the sky on his wedding day, he thought perhaps fate was sending him a sign. "It's just a downpour," he told himself, adjusting his tie with a knot that looked more complicated than a mathematical puzzle. No need to be alarmed. The day had begun with radiant sunshine and clear skies promising a perfect ceremony. But as the wedding drew near, dark clouds began to form on the horizon, and the wind began to blow strongly. The elegantly dressed guests arrived at the church, some holding umbrellas, anticipating a change in the weather. Juan José waited anxiously at the altar, exchanging nervous glances with his best friend, Sam. "Should I have brought a raft instead of a car?" Sam joked, trying to ease the tension. Before the nervous groom could respond, the first drop of rain fell, quickly followed by torrential downpours that sent everyone inside the church seeking shelter. The sound of rain hitting the roof mingled with the murmuring of the guests and the soft ringing of wedding bells. "At least they say rain brings good luck," Sam commented, a smile on her face. When the church doors opened to announce the bride's arrival, all eyes turned to her. Soaked but dazzling, the beautiful blonde entered with a smile that defied the storm. Her wedding dress, although wet, maintained its elegance, and her hair, although tousled, shone with a natural beauty. Diana Arriaga had always viewed life with a dash of drama, a spoonful of sarcasm, and a touch of irony. So when she entered the church, soaked to the bone, her first comment wasn't about the wet dress, but about how perhaps she should have invested more in hair gel. "I think I've set a new record for most dramatic entrance at a wedding," she said, giving her boyfriend a smile that could light up any storm. "I've never seen a more radiant bride," he responded, enamored, taking her hand as she walked down the aisle. The ceremony began with the priest raising his voice above the roar of the storm. "We're gathered here," he began, only to be interrupted by a crack of thunder that made everyone jump slightly. The bride and groom shared a knowing look, and the murmur of laughter among the guests lightened the atmosphere. "Juan José González, do you accept Diana Arriaga as your lawful wife, to love and care for her in health and in sickness, for richer or poorer, until death do us part?" he asked. "Priest." He looked at her carefully, his eyes full of love and tenderness. "I accept," he said firmly. "And you, Diana, do you accept Juan José as your lawful husband, to love and cherish in health and in sickness, for richer or for poorer, until death do you part?" the priest continued. The young bride smiled, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "I accept," he said with emotion. After an exchange of vows filled with love and promises of eternity, they were finally pronounced husband and wife. Applause echoed throughout the church as the newlyweds shared a kiss filled with passion and humor, sealing their union in a memorable way. The reception, held under a tent that barely held up against the fury of the weather, was equally unforgettable. Guests dried off as best they could while enjoying a delicious meal, albeit with an unexpected touch of raindrops falling from the ceiling. The speeches were filled with embarrassing anecdotes and heartfelt statements, highlighting the unique character of the newlyweds. "I remember the first time I met Diana," Sam said, raising his glass. "I thought, this woman is a whirlwind. And, Juan José, I wish you all the luck in the world managing this adventure." Cheers. Juan José's wealthy family watched the ceremony in tense silence. The groom's mother thanked God that her other son, Gabriel, wasn't present to witness his twins' questionable decision. "I don't like that girl," Carlos González commented, watching the bride dance with her father. "They are low-class and ordinary," said his wife, Sandra González. Carlos looked at his watch impatiently. The traps he had set for the couple hadn't worked. His son was madly in love with that woman. "We'll come up with something to end this marriage," he promised his wife. As the night wore on, the storm began to subside, leaving a fresh, cool breeze in its wake. The couple emerged from the tent to enjoy a moment of calm under the stars. The garden was adorned with twinkling lights, creating a magical atmosphere. "You know," Juan José said, looking at his wife, "this has been the most chaotic and wonderful day of my life." Diana laughed, resting her head on his shoulder. "I can't wait to see what else the future holds." As they gazed at the clear sky, Juan José felt a profound sense of calm. He knew that no matter what challenges they faced, they would always have each other. And with that, any storm would be just another anecdote in their life together. The next morning, Diana and Juan José set off on their honeymoon, a trip that promised to be an unforgettable adventure. Their chosen destination was a paradise island, a place where they could disconnect from the world and fully enjoy their new life as husband and wife. The flight went smoothly, except for a minor mishap when Juan José spilled orange juice on his pants just before landing. "Well, at least it wasn't champagne," Diana commented, laughing as she tried to help him wipe away the stain with a tiny napkin that seemed to do more harm than good. Upon arrival, the newlyweds were greeted with flower leis and refreshing tropical drinks. The resort was a true paradise, with private oceanfront villas, infinity pools, and lush gardens. Diana couldn't hide her excitement as they toured the luxurious property. "This feels like a dream," she exclaimed, hugging her husband. "And we're just getting started," Juan José replied, kissing her on the forehead. Over the next few days, the couple surrendered to the magic of the island. They enjoyed walks on the beach, romantic candlelit dinners, and excursions to discover the natural wonders of the area. Every moment shared was a celebration of their love and a promise of many happy years to come. One day, they decided to try parasailing, an activity that promised breathtaking views and a rush of adrenaline. However, while they were in the air, an unexpected gust of wind spun them in circles, giving them an experience they had never imagined in their wildest dreams. The flight passed without major incidents, except for a minor mishap when Juan José spilled orange juice on his pants just before landing. "This wasn't in the brochure," Juan José exclaimed, trying to maintain his composure as his face displayed a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Diana, amidst contagious laughter, retorted, "Well, at least we have a memorable story to tell." Once on land, they decided to sign up for a local dance class. It turned out to be much more challenging than they expected, and at one point, Juan José ended up stepping on Diana's toe. "Oh," she said, struggling not to burst out laughing. "That's not a dance move, that's an attack." "I'm really sorry," Juan José apologized, his expression rueful and his cheeks slightly flushed. One evening, as they enjoyed the sunset from their private terrace, Diana took Juan José's hand and squeezed it tenderly. "My love, I want you to know that I love you more than words can express. I promise to be by your side every step of the way, through the good times and the difficult," she declared, her heart brimming with happiness. Juan José looked at her affectionately, his eyes reflecting the deep love he felt for her. "And I promise you the same, Diana. I'll always be here for you, no matter what. You're my everything, and I cherish every moment we share." They sealed their promises with a kiss under the starry sky, knowing their love was unbreakable and that together they could face any challenge. Their honeymoon became a succession of perfect, comical moments that further strengthened their connection. Chapter 2. Diana Arriaga had always found refuge in the attic of her home. It was her sanctuary, a place where she could disconnect from the world and immerse herself in her art. Natural light streamed in through the large window, illuminating the canvases and paintings scattered throughout the room. On this particular day, she was working on a seascape, losing herself in the soft brushstrokes of blue and green. As she was painting, the sound of the attic door opening made her turn around. She was surprised to see her father-in-law, Carlos González, standing in the doorway. That man rarely visited unannounced, and his presence in the attic, a space that had always been exclusively his, put her on alert. "Mr. González, what a surprise to see you here," he said, wiping his paint-stained hands with a rag. Carlos walked in with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Diana, dear, I need to talk to you about an important matter," he said, pulling a manila envelope from under his arm. The beautiful blonde frowned, feeling a slight unease. "What's this about?" he asked, putting his brush aside and approaching his father-in-law. Carlos sat down in one of the chairs by the window, inviting her to do the same. "It's about some documents I need you to sign," he began, taking the papers out of the envelope and spreading them out on the table between them. She looked at the documents, immediately recognizing the legal terms and clauses that seemed endless. "What are these documents?" he asked with a hint of distrust. The man took a deep breath before answering. He wanted to make sure that poor woman should sign the papers that would force her to leave her son's side forever. "In our family, we've always had certain reservations about your legitimate love for Juan," she said, choosing her words carefully. "My lawyers have advised me that we take some additional precautions to protect the family's interests." Diana felt her heart race. "But I already signed a prenuptial agreement before we got married," she protested, feeling a mixture of confusion and apprehension. "Isn't that enough?" The businessman shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed on her. "The prenuptial agreement covers some things, but not everything. These documents cover the separation of assets in case of any eventuality. It's an additional step to ensure everything is in order." The young wife's mind began racing. Why were they doing this now? What had changed? She felt the pressure mounting as Carlos watched her with an expression that brooked no denial. "Mr. González, this is... I don't know what to say. You're asking me to sign something I don't fully understand. I need time to review these documents." Determined not to make it easy for him, he leaned forward, his expression hardening slightly. Diana Arriaga had always found refuge in the attic of her home. It was her sanctuary, a place where she could disconnect from the world and immerse herself in her art. Natural light streamed in through the large window, illuminating the canvases and paintings scattered throughout the room. On this particular day, she was working on a seascape, losing herself in the soft brushstrokes of blue and green. As she was painting, the sound of the attic door opening made her turn around. She was surprised to see her father-in-law, Carlos González, standing in the doorway. That man rarely visited unannounced, and his presence in the attic, a space that had always been exclusively his, put her on alert. "Mr. González, what a surprise to see you here," he said, wiping his paint-stained hands with a rag. Carlos walked in with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Diana, dear, I need to talk to you about an important matter," he said, pulling a manila envelope from under his arm. The beautiful blonde frowned, feeling a slight unease. "What's this about?" he asked, putting his brush aside and approaching his father-in-law. Carlos sat down in one of the chairs by the window, inviting her to do the same. "It's about some documents I need you to sign," he began, taking the papers out of the envelope and spreading them out on the table between them. She looked at the documents, immediately recognizing the legal terms and clauses that seemed endless. "What are these documents?" he asked with a hint of distrust. The man took a deep breath before answering. He wanted to make sure that poor woman should sign the papers that would force her to leave her son's side forever. In our family, we've always had certain reservations about your legitimate love for Juan, she said, choosing her words carefully. My lawyers have advised me that we take some additional precautions to protect the family's interests. Diana felt her heart race. But I already signed a prenuptial agreement before we got married, she protested, feeling a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Isn't that enough? The businessman shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed on her. The prenuptial agreement covers some things, but not everything. These documents cover the separation of assets in case of any eventuality. It's an additional step to ensure everything is in order. The young wife's mind began racing. Why were they doing this now? What had changed? She felt the pressure mounting as Carlos watched her with an expression that brooked no denial. Mr. González, this is... I don't know what to say. You're asking me to sign something I don't fully understand. I need time to review these documents. Determined not to make it easy for him, he leaned forward, his expression hardening slightly. If you have nothing to hide, there shouldn't be any problem signing them. It's just a formality to ensure everyone's safety. If you truly love Juan, this shouldn't be an inconvenience. The manipulation in his words was unmistakable, and she knew it. She felt like she was being cornered, forced into a decision she didn't want to make. But she also knew that resisting could jeopardize her relationship with Juan and her place in the family. I love your son with all my heart, she said sincerely. Nervous and feeling the weight of the situation, she finally picked up a pen and began signing the documents. Each stroke of the pen on the paper seemed like a blow to her confidence and integrity. Carlos watched her every move, his expression impassive. When his daughter-in-law finished, he gathered the papers and put them back in the envelope. Thank you, Diana. This will be beneficial for all of us, he said, standing up. She sat there, suddenly feeling ill, even nauseous. Please don't say anything to my son. He'll talk to you himself in due time. Did Juan agree to all of this? Yes, but please don't mention it to him. She hesitated and with sweating hands approached the man. Mr. González, this doesn't feel right. My husband and I tell each other everything, even the smallest things. Carlos stopped in the doorway, looking over his shoulder at her. Just don't tell him anything today, please, he asked. So when? Time will tell, Diana. Time will tell. With that, he left the attic, leaving her alone with her thoughts and a feeling of uncertainty she couldn't shake. Diana slowly stood up and walked over to the window. She looked out at the garden, her thoughts racing in all directions. Had she done the right thing by signing those documents? Or was she simply giving in to pressure from her father-in-law? As he watched the dark clouds gathering on the horizon, he couldn't help but feel like he was in the middle of a storm he didn't know how to handle. Diana sank into the chair next to her easel, staring at the seascape she'd been painting. The waves on the canvas seemed to reflect the chaos in her mind. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but Charles's words kept echoing in her head. She thought about calling Juan, explaining everything that had happened. But something stopped her. Perhaps it was the fear that he, too, would doubt her intentions. Or maybe she simply didn't want to burden him with more problems in the midst of her busy work schedule. Chapter 3. After a brief conference in the city's financial center, Juan arrived at his office, an elegant glass tower in the heart of El Nix. Routine was his best friend, and there was something comforting about the sound of keyboards and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. However, that afternoon everything changed with a simple phrase from his secretary, Sandra. Mr. González, your father, the lawyers, and the accountant are waiting for you in your office," said the 50-year-old woman, with a tone of concern that did not go unnoticed by the businessman. Juan frowned. His father, Carlos González, wasn't a man who bothered to make unannounced visits, much less accompanied by lawyers and the company's accountant. Something serious was happening. "Thank you, Sandra," he replied, taking a breath before heading to his office. His relationship with his father over the past year hadn't been the best, especially after he'd challenged him to marry Diana Arriaga. Juan had never been the favorite son. It was Gabriel, his twin brother, older by a few minutes, with an iron temper and as cold and apathetic as his father, who had earned the title of favorite son. Upon opening the door, she was met by the serious faces of her father, the family lawyer, and the accountant, all sitting around the conference table. "Juan," his father began in his usual authoritarian tone, "we have a serious problem." Carlos González had never been a fan of Diana Arriaga. From day one, he had made it clear that he didn't consider her worthy of his son. For him, Diana was a distraction, trouble waiting to happen. But Juan had always believed in his wife, in her charm and her kindness. "What's this all about?" Juan asked, trying to remain calm. The lawyer, a middle-aged man with glasses that always looked like they were about to fall off, opened a file and slid it across the table toward Juan. "We don't have good news, boss," the accountant said. "We've discovered a significant misappropriation of company funds," the lawyer's deep voice added, "and all the clues point to Diana." Juan felt like the world had stopped. He looked at the numbers and documents, trying to process what they were telling him. This can't be true. Diana wouldn't do something like that. "We have evidence," the accountant, a man with a serious and meticulous appearance, chimed in. "Bank transfers, emails. It's all here." The businessman sank into his chair, feeling a mixture of disbelief and anger. How could this be possible? The same woman who had brought joy and laughter to his life was now accused of stealing from him. He shook his head, refusing to believe it. "There must be a mistake," he murmured, flipping through the pages of the dossier. "Diana was a good person. She wouldn't do something like that." Carlos González, who had remained silent until then, stood up and approached his son. "Son, I've always said that woman wasn't trustworthy. You were blinded by her charm, and now we're paying the consequences. I need more proof. Simple papers won't make me doubt the woman I love," he stated, setting the papers aside. "This evidence isn't enough for me. I've sent a private investigator to follow her," her father argued. "We have surveillance video and papers signed by her." "Show them to me," Juan challenged. "I'll send my own team to evaluate that evidence." "I can't believe you doubt your own father over a woman." "Watch your tone of voice, father. I won't allow insults against Diana. Always being a weakling. I would have been your brother, and that little woman would be out on the street." His father's words were like a low blow. "Juan," the lawyer said, "I've been in this business for years, and I can assure you, son, that the evidence is real. We're not fooling you." "I'm going to investigate on my own, Adam," he clarified. "You're talking about my wife, not just any woman." The lawyer wanted to intervene again, but Carlos touched his shoulder to stop him. "Let him investigate. Let him realize for himself that he was wrong to choose someone of lower status," he said, looking at his son. Juan wanted to defend Diana, wanted to believe this was all a misunderstanding. But the evidence was overwhelming, and he needed to investigate. "So what will you do, boss?" the accountant asked. "I'm going to investigate. I want to talk to her," he finally said, standing up. "I want to hear her version." The lawyer nodded. "It's the most sensible thing to do. But keep in mind, Juan, that the evidence is conclusive. This isn't a simple clerical error. Why didn't you call your friend Adrian Holmes? I understand he's a great detective and has connections with the state police, her father advised. I will, don't worry. Juan stood up and left the conference room, a heavy feeling in his chest. His father's words echoed in his head. Had he been blind all this time? Had he trusted the wrong person? He paused for a moment in front of his office window, looking out at the city spread out before him. The lights flickered in the distance, oblivious to the chaos unfolding in his life. He looked once more at the documents in his hand and then returned to the window. I must hear her version, he told himself quietly, clutching the dossier to his chest. I must know the truth. He couldn't simply doubt her, his relationship with Diana ran too deep. She wasn't just his wife, she was his life, the light of his eyes, his everything. It pained him to doubt. If those papers didn't exist, he might be throwing everything to hell, but he didn't believe his father would make such an accusation without being certain of something. There must have been some confusion, he told himself. He left the office, his mind still reeling from the accusations against Diana. He needed to act quickly, his distrust of his father lingered, but he knew he had to investigate on his own. He pulled out his cell phone and searched for Adrian Holmes, a private detective with an impeccable reputation and connections in the state police, who had been a close friend during his college years. After a couple of rings, Adrian's deep, confident voice answered. Adrian Holmes speaking. Adrian, I'm Juan González. I need your help with an urgent investigation. Juan, it's a pleasure to hear from you. What's up? There are accusations of embezzlement in my company, and all the evidence points to my wife, Diana. I can't believe this without a thorough investigation. I need you to help me get to the bottom of this. Of course, you can trust me. We'll meet and review all the information you have. I'll schedule the meeting as soon as possible. The businessman breathed a sigh of relief, taking some small comfort in the promise of Adrian's help. Thank you, Adrian. I really appreciate your willingness. See you soon. Don't worry, Juan. I'm here to help you. See you soon. Juan hung up and looked once more at the documents in his hand. The weight of the situation still weighed on his chest, but at least now he had an ally he could trust. What he didn't know was that Adrian was already plotting with his father to betray him. Adrian, on the other end of the line, smiled grimly as he hung up. He knew exactly what his mission was. He'd been in contact with Carlos González, and the plan was clear: ensure Juan believed Diana was guilty, no matter what was really happening. Adrian's loyalty lay not with Juan, but with the man who had hired his services, his father. 2 nights later, Juan and Adrian met in a discreet cafe, away from the hustle and bustle of the financial center. The businessman had a folder with him containing all the information he had received from his father and the lawyers. Here's everything I have, he said, handing her the folder. I need to know if this is real or if someone is trying to frame my wife. The researcher nodded seriously as he flipped through the documents. Don't worry, Juan. I'll investigate every detail. I'll keep you informed of every step. Thanks, Adrian. I don't know who else to trust. I'll do everything I can to help you, she replied, maintaining a professional expression, although her mind was already calculating the next steps to fulfill Carlos González's wishes. When the meeting ended, Juan felt a little more hopeful. He had a feeling that, with Adrian on his side, he could uncover the truth and clear Diana's name. But meanwhile, Adrian was already planning his next move to ensure the truth never came out and that his friend fell into the trap carefully set by his own father. Chapter 4. Diana was in the kitchen, assisted by the maid, preparing a special dinner. The table was carefully set, with candles lit and a bottle of wine decanting. There was an atmosphere of anticipation and affection, reflected in every detail. The dinner was meant to be a celebration of the love they shared, a reminder of the bonds that united them. "Everything looks perfect," she said, smiling at the maid. "Thank you for your help." "It's always a pleasure, ma'am," the maid replied, smiling back. "Is there anything else you need?" "No, that'll be all. You can retire for the night. I want everything to be special when one arrives." The maid nodded and began gathering her things to leave. Just then, the front door opened and Juan walked in. His face was tense, marked by a mixture of anger and hurt. Seeing him, she felt a pang of worry in her chest. Something wasn't right. "Good night, darling," she said softly, trying to read his expression. "How was your day?" Juan barely glanced at her before asking the maid to leave. "You can go now," he said in a firm, almost cutting voice. The maid, sensing the tension in the air, quickly obeyed and left the house, leaving them alone. The young woman watched her husband with concern, not knowing what to say. The joy she had felt preparing dinner was quickly fading, replaced by a growing sense of unease. "What's wrong, love?" she asked, trying to sound calm. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he walked over to the table and dropped a thick envelope on it, scattering papers across the polished surface. The blonde looked at the documents, puzzled. Photos, bank records, and papers bearing his signature were scattered before her. "What's this?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "This," Juan said, pointing at the documents. "This is proof of your betrayal, my dear wife. Everything I needed to prove you've been stealing from the company and passing money to your mistress." Diana felt the ground beneath her feet open. She looked at the photos, recognizing herself in them as she left the bank. The signatures on the documents were undoubtedly hers. But none of it made sense. "Juan, I don't understand." "Yes, that's me in the photos, and those are my signatures, but I haven't withdrawn any money from the bank. This must be a mistake." "A mistake?" he shouted, slamming his fist on the table. "A mistake, Diana? Do you think I'm an idiot? How many times have you done this? How long have you been betraying me?" "I've never betrayed you," she exclaimed desperately. "Love, please listen. I didn't take that money. Someone must be trying to frame me. I swear I didn't do any of this." "Liar," he bellowed, his eyes flashing with fury and pain. "All these years. I thought we were happy. I thought you loved me. Wasn't my love enough for you? What more did you need? If you wanted more money, if you wanted anything more, you could have asked me, and like the fool I am, I would have given it to you." The girl felt tears welling up in her eyes. She was desperate, but she knew she had to stay calm, that she had to make her husband understand. "Juan, I love you. I would never do anything to hurt you. Someone is behind this, someone who wants to destroy us. Please, you have to believe me." He shook his head, his expression one of disbelief and sadness. He walked away from her, his body trembling with emotion. "I can't stand looking at you anymore. I want you to leave. I don't want to see you here," he bellowed angrily. "If you stay in this house, I'll call the police." "Juan, no," she pleaded, her tears streaming freely down her face. "I have nowhere else to go. This is my home. We're a family. You can't just kick me out like that. I don't care." His voice was cold, implacable. I don't care where you go, but I don't want you here. Go away. She fell to her knees, sobbing openly. She couldn't believe what was happening. Her world was crumbling before her, and she didn't know how to stop it. Juan, please don't do this. Give me a chance to prove my innocence. Don't just kick me out of your life like that. That's enough, Diana, he shouted, the pain evident in every word. I don't want to hear any more excuses. You've destroyed everything we had. Leave now, before I do something I'll regret. She tried to approach him, but he stepped back, raising a hand as if afraid to touch her. Don't come any closer. I can't stand it. Just go away. The young wife stood slowly, her body trembling. She looked around. The house she had helped build with so much love now felt cold and hostile. She knew she had no other choice. Heartbroken, she grabbed her car keys and headed for the door, her tears falling silently. Where will I go? He murmured, waiting for an answer, a sign of sympathy. I don't care. Her husband's voice was barely a whisper now, filled with sadness. I don't care. Diana opened the door and stepped out into the cold night. The wind whipped her face, mixing with her tears. She turned one last time, looking at Juan, hoping he would change his mind. But he stood there, motionless, his face hardened by pain and betrayal. The door closed behind her, and she found herself alone in the darkness, not knowing where to go or what to do. Every step she took weighed like a stone, every beat of her heart seemed a reminder of the love she had lost. Juan, for his part, stood in the room, staring at the documents scattered on the table. He felt a mixture of rage and despair, a pain that burned his soul. He had loved her with all his being, and now he felt betrayed and devastated. He couldn't understand how someone he had loved so much could do this to him. He sank into a chair, covering his face with his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. The echo of his own words resonated in his head, and the image of her leaving haunted him. Meanwhile, Diana drove aimlessly in her car, her thoughts a tangle of confusion and sadness. She told herself over and over that there had to be some explanation, some way to prove her innocence. But for now, she could only keep walking, leaving behind the home and the man she had loved so much. That night, two broken souls wandered down different paths, united by a love that had been tested in the cruelest of ways. Melancholy and tension hung over them, like a shadow they could not dispel. And in the heart of that storm, there remained only the hope that, somehow, they could find the truth and heal the wounds that separated them. Diana arrived at her friend's house in torrential rain. The water soaked her clothes, her hair, her skin, but she couldn't feel anything but the pain consuming her inside. She stood in front of the door, trembling, her heart broken, her eyes red from crying. She knocked on the door with trembling hands, and within seconds, her friend Sandra opened it, alarmed to see her in such a state. "Diana," he exclaimed, pulling her into the house. "What happened to you? You're soaked. Come on, get in here quickly." The poor woman could no longer hold back her tears and collapsed into her friend's arms, sobbing in a heartbreaking way. "Juan, he kicked me out of the house," she managed to say between sobs. "He thinks I betrayed him, that I stole money from the company and gave it to a lover. But it's not true, Sandra, I swear. I don't know how this happened. I didn't do anything." Her friend held her tightly, feeling her own heart break at the sight of her so devastated. She carried her to the couch and brought her a blanket to keep her warm, while she tried to comfort her. "Calm down, Diana, calm down," he said, stroking her hair. "Everything's going to be okay. We'll figure this out together. You're not alone." Diana looked at her friend with eyes full of pain and hopelessness. He doesn't believe me, Sandra. He was so angry, so hurt. He told me he never wanted to see me again. How am I going to prove my innocence if he won't even listen to me? The brunette sighed, trying to find the right words to calm her friend. First, you need to rest. You've been through a lot tonight. Tomorrow, with clearer minds, we'll figure out how to fix this. But for now, I want you to know that I'm here for you. Always. I think I'm pregnant. She mutters. Did you get tested? He asks, placing the portable heater near the blonde's feet. No, not yet, he replies in a whisper. Don't think about anything today, okay? She asks softly. We'll think about something tomorrow. Diana sank onto the sofa, feeling exhausted and desolate. The rain continued to pound the windows, a reflection of her own silent cries. Sandra sat down beside her, holding her tenderly. Thank you, Sandra, Diana whispered, closing her eyes as she snuggled into her friend's arms. I don't know what I'd do without you. She held her tighter, wishing she could absorb all of her friend's pain. Everything will be okay, Diana. We'll figure this out. I promise you're not alone in this. As the hours passed, exhaustion finally overcame Diana, who fell asleep on the couch. Sandra watched her silently, her heart filled with sadness for her friend's suffering, but also with the determination to do everything possible to help her weather this storm. Chapter 5. 2 months had passed since that fateful night when Diana was kicked out of her home. She had tried every way possible to contact Juan, but he flatly refused to see her. Calls went unanswered, messages went unanswered, and her visits to the house were fruitless. The door always remained closed to her, just as entry to the company was forbidden. The young woman sought refuge in the home of her friend Paula, who had been a pillar of unconditional support. Her family had also been by her side, offering comfort and strength. Despite this, she felt that Juan's absence and his refusal to listen to her were wounds that continued to bleed. That day, the sun shone brightly and the air was filled with the scent of fresh flowers. Diana stood in the garden, trying to find peace in her brushstrokes. Painting had always been her refuge, a place where she could lose herself and let her emotions flow onto the canvas. She was working on a seascape painting, remembering the happy times she had shared with her husband on trips to the beach. Each stroke of blue and green was a mixture of nostalgia and sadness. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on the driveway pulled her from her reverie. She looked toward the garden entrance and saw the delivery man approaching with a letter in his hand. He greeted her politely and handed her the envelope. Good morning, Miss Arriaga. Here is your mail. She smiled back, though her eyes reflected deep sadness. Thank you, he replied, taking the letter. The delivery man left, and Diana stared at the envelope in her hands. Her heart pounded as she broke the seal and pulled out the documents. Reading the contents, she felt her world crumble around her. It was a divorce petition and a summons to sign the legal documents. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she sat on the garden bench, the letter trembling in her hands. Is one really going to throw away all our love and loyalty? She murmured to herself, her voice cracking with pain. Memories of their life together, the laughter they shared, the tender moments, and the promises of eternal love flooded her mind. Everything seemed so distant now, as if it belonged to another life. The idea that her husband could erase everything they had built with a simple signature was unbearable. Paula, who had been watching from the window, quickly went out into the garden when she saw Diana in that state. Her pregnancy was delicate, as she had had light bleeding several times, so the doctors had asked her to remain completely still. "Diana, what's wrong?" he asked, kneeling beside her. Diana showed her the letter, unable to speak. Paula took the documents and read them quickly, her face hardening with a mixture of anger and sadness. "I can't believe I'm doing this," he said, hugging her. "It's incredible how cruel he can be." Diana clung to her friend, her tears soaking her shoulder. She felt like everything she had known and loved was crumbling. Paula held her tightly, whispering words of comfort. "You're not alone in this. You have your family, you have me. We'll get through this together." Diana nodded, though the pain in her chest was still overwhelming. Her friend's words were a small comfort, but she knew the road ahead would be long and difficult. That evening, as Paula and her family tried to cheer her up with dinner and gentle conversation, Diana found herself lost in thought. She kept asking herself how she'd gotten to this point. How could Juan possibly think she was capable of betraying him like that? She decided that, even though the pain was immense, she had to find a way to move forward. She needed to prove her innocence, not only to win back her husband, but also to regain her own inner peace. In the days leading up to the summons, she tried to move on with her life, although every day was a struggle. Her paintings reflected her sadness and despair, but also her determination not to give up. She knew she had to find a way to prove her innocence and show Juan she hadn't done anything wrong. Juan's office was plunged into an oppressive silence, broken only by the incessant clicking of the keyboard and the soft whirring of the computer. Since the fateful night he kicked his wife out of their home, he had immersed himself in his work, becoming a despotic and silent man. The glow of joy that once lit his face had vanished, leaving him a shadow of his former self. Linda, his secretary, came in with a cup of hot coffee. She looked at her boss, whose face was marked by fatigue and tension. Over the past 2 months, she had watched him sink deeper and deeper into his work, trying to drown his pain and anger in the endless list of business projects. He approached discreetly, placing the coffee cup on the desk. "Here's your coffee, Mr. González," he said softly. Juan looked up briefly and nodded, murmuring his thanks. Instead of leaving, she stood there, watching him. She knew her boss was suffering, and although his behavior had become difficult to bear, she couldn't help but feel empathy for him. She also held a special affection for Diana, whom she had come to know well during their marriage. "Mr. González," Linda began hesitantly, "are you really going to let your wife go? Are you really going to break up everything you had?" The businessman raised his head, his eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and pain. "My wife is no more," he replied coldly. "In 2 days, we'll be divorced, period." Linda felt a pang of sadness at his words. She knew there was more to the story than her boss wanted to admit. "Why don't you listen to her, sir?" he said, pleadingly. "Maybe the lady had a reason for what she did. Talking to her might help." Juan slammed the palm of his hand on the desk, his face hardened. "I don't want to hear any more of this, Linda. I've made my decision. Go away, I want to be alone." The secretary lowered her head, feeling the weight of her boss's despair. "Mr. González," she said in a whisper, "you're not the same anymore. You're letting your anger consume you, and that could affect you." Without waiting for a reply, she turned around and left the office, leaving Juan alone with his thoughts. He sat silently, his secretary's words echoing in his mind. He wondered if he was really making the right decision. Pain and anger remained his constant companions, but a small voice inside him was beginning to question whether he was acting on impulse rather than reason. He looked at the coffee cup Linda had left him and sighed deeply, feeling the weight of loneliness and sadness that enveloped him. The day of the divorce had arrived, and the gray, cloudy sky seemed to reflect Diana's mood. The young woman walked alongside her friend Paula, who accompanied her to the appointment. Each step toward the law office seemed like an echo of her broken heart, resonating with sadness and melancholy. From the moment Juan had kicked her out of her home, she had harbored a small hope that, in time, he would reconsider and listen to her. But that hope was completely dashed when, upon arriving at the office, she was informed that her husband would not be present. Instead, his lawyer would handle the entire process. The lawyer, a cold and calculating man named Sherry, welcomed them into the conference room. His eyes were indifferent as he spread the documents out on the table. "Mrs. Arriaga, here are the divorce papers," he said without preamble. "My client has decided to offer you a monthly pension and an apartment for your personal use." Diana felt a lump in her throat. The coldness of the office and the lawyer's indifference made it harder for her to process the situation. She sat for several minutes, staring at the papers in front of her, unable to move a muscle. The evidence against her was overwhelming, but the fact that Juan wouldn't even listen to her made it clear he wasn't interested in fighting for a reconciliation. The lawyer, visibly impatient, watched her with annoyance. "Are you going to sign or not?" he asked in a sharp voice. Diana remained silent, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Paula, at her side, watched her with concern, noticing how her friend placed her hand on her stomach in a protective gesture. "Isn't one coming?" Diana asked, her voice barely a whisper. Sherry looked at her indifferently. "My client is in Switzerland and won't be returning for the rest of the year." The answer was a direct blow to Diana's heart. She felt as if her whole world had collapsed at that moment. She squeezed Paula's hand, seeking support. The offer of a monthly allowance and an apartment were insignificant compared to what she truly wanted, the opportunity to explain herself and be heard. "The agreement includes a significant monthly pension so you can maintain your standard of living," Sherry continued, adjusting her glasses. "Plus, the apartment is located in a very exclusive area, close to all the amenities you might need." Diana barely listened to the lawyer's words. Every sentence that came out of his mouth seemed like a mockery of the feelings and memories she had shared with the love of her life. The disinterest in the lawyer's voice was a reflection of the chasm that now existed between her and her husband. With a deep ache in her soul, she picked up the documents. Each stroke of the pen on the paper was a farewell to her past life, to the dreams and promises she once shared with the man she believed to be her soulmate. Turning down the pension and the apartment was a decision driven by her dignity and her desire not to depend on a man who didn't believe in her. "I don't want anything you're offering me," she said firmly, though her eyes were shining with tears. The lawyer raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Ms. Arriaga, I recommend you reconsider your decision. This agreement is very favorable to you, given the circumstances. Rejecting it could have serious financial consequences." Diana looked him straight in the eyes, with a firmness she hadn't felt in a long time. "I don't need your advice, sir. I've already made my decision." Sherry sighed and picked up the documents. "Very well, as you wish. I'll let my client know you've rejected the offer. We'll proceed with the divorce as planned." With the formalities completed, Diana stood up, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders. Paula followed close behind, her concern evident in every step. As they left the office, the cold of the street enveloped them, but it was nothing compared to the emptiness she felt inside. "Why didn't you accept anything?" Paula asked, her voice filled with concern and confusion. Diana looked at her, her eyes filled with tears but also with determination. "The only good thing I want to keep from my marriage is my little ones, my twins. I don't want that damn money that has destroyed my happiness." "Baby, that money could," her friend said. I don't want anything from Juan except his love and trust, she interrupted. That money can't buy happiness or repair the damage he's done to us. Paula nodded, understanding the depth of her friend's pain. She hugged her tightly, offering the only comfort she could at that moment. Have you thought about how you're going to manage without the pension and the apartment? I've thought about it, she replied. It won't be easy, but I have my parents and you. I'll find a job, I'll do whatever it takes to take care of my children. I don't want anything that comes with the strings attached to my ex-husband. They walked together, away from the law offices, leaving behind a chapter of her life she could never forget. As the leaves fell from the trees and the cold wind blew, Diana knew the real battle was just beginning. But she also knew she wasn't alone. With the unwavering support of Paula and her family, and the strength of her love for her children, she was determined to face any obstacle that came her way. Life had changed irrevocably, and the future was uncertain. But amid the sadness and pain, there was a spark of hope. A hope that, one day, she could find the peace and happiness she longed for. Chapter 6. A year and 2 months had passed since that fateful day when Diana signed the divorce papers. Life, though difficult, had moved on, and Diana found herself in a completely different place than she had ever imagined. Working from her small apartment, the young woman served her clients with a smile on her face and an enthusiasm she had thought was lost. She had gotten a job as a customer service agent at a financial company. Although she was just a simple agent, this job had allowed her to rent a small apartment for herself and her twins. The job also provided her with good health insurance and the means to feed and care for her children without having to leave the house. The morning began with the soft murmur of laughter from her 8-month-old twins, Bruce and Laura, playing in a large playpen in their small room, while their mother prepared to start her workday. She sat at her makeshift desk, a table she'd converted into her workstation, with her computer and phone ready. Good morning, Mrs. Trump. How can I help you today? Diana said cheerfully, answering her first call of the day. The conversation went smoothly, and the gratitude in the customer's voice at the end of the call made her feel fulfilled. Every customer interaction was an opportunity to showcase her empathy and problem-solving skills, something she'd honed over time. Thank you for your help, Miss Arriaga. It was a pleasure speaking with you, the customer said before hanging up. Diana smiled, feeling fulfilled by her work. Although her life had taken an unexpected turn, she had found a new source of happiness and purpose in her job and raising her children. Between calls, she took advantage of quiet moments to check on Bruce and Laura, making sure they were well and fed. The television, with its cartoons and children's music playing on a small speaker, had helped her a lot with her twins. Those children were her greatest joy and motivation. Their laughter and mischief filled the apartment with a love and energy that drove her to keep going. The morning passed quickly, so she took a short break to prepare lunch. She made something quick for herself and sat on the floor next to her little ones to give them their vegetable and spice porridge. An hour later, she returned to her desk to continue her work. The calls kept coming, and she handled them with the same efficiency and kindness. Good afternoon. My name is Diana, how can I help you today? On the other end of the line, a shaky and somewhat agitated voice answered. Hi, my name is Melda Potter. I'm having a problem with my account and I don't know how to pay my monthly fee. I don't understand anything about this modern technology, and it's causing me a lot of stress. Don't worry, Mrs. Potter. I'm here to help you. Do you have access to a computer or smartphone? Yes, I have a computer that my grandson bought me, but I barely know how to use it, she replied, a little embarrassed. Okay, let's figure this out together. First, I need you to turn on your computer and open your internet browser. Do you know how to do that? Yes, I can do that, he said, and Diana heard the sound of the computer turning on. Perfect. Now, I want you to type the name of our company website in the address bar and press enter. He waited patiently as Mrs. Potter followed his instructions. He could hear the faint sounds of clicks and keys being pressed. Okay, I'm on the website now, he finally said. Excellent. Now, look for the section that says Account Access or Sign In. It should be in the top right corner of the page. I see. And now, click there and then enter your username and password. If you don't remember your password, we can also help you reset it. There was a brief moment of silence, followed by a sigh of relief. I think I did it. I'm in my account. Great. Diana said enthusiastically. Now, look for the option that says Make Payment or something similar. Click there and follow the instructions to enter your credit card or bank account information. Diana listened attentively as the woman followed her instructions. After a few minutes, the voice on the other end of the line sounded calmer. I did it. I was able to make the payment. I can't believe I made it. The young mother smiled, feeling happy. Congratulations, Mrs. Potter. I knew you could do it. If you ever have any other problems or need help with anything, don't hesitate to call us again. Thank you very much, young man. You've been very patient and kind. I don't know what I would have done without your help. It's a pleasure to help you, Mrs. Potter. Have a great day. Thank you, dear. You too. She hung up the phone with a smile on her face. Helping people like Mrs. Potter was one of the things she enjoyed most about her job. She knew that, even though she was just a customer service agent, she could make a real difference in people's lives. She looked at her twins, playing peacefully on the floor, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She was building a life for them, a life in which she could be present and provide the love and care they needed. Juan arrived at his childhood home after spending a year and 2 months in Europe. His elegantly dressed mother greeted him with a warm smile and a firm hug. His equally elegant father greeted him with a handshake and a proud look. My dear son, welcome home, his mother exclaimed, as she led him toward the lavish welcome dinner they had prepared in his honor. The mansion was illuminated with bright lights and decorated with fresh flowers. Guests of the social elite gathered in the grand hall, waiting to greet the heir. Voices rose in a murmur of excitement as he made his entrance, dressed in an impeccable suit. My darling son, his father said, slapping him on the back. How was Europe? It was an enriching experience, Juan replied, smiling slightly. I met many interesting people and learned a lot about different cultures and businesses. As they made their way toward the living room, he greeted several acquaintances. The atmosphere was filled with lively conversation and laughter. There's someone I'd like you to meet, her mother said, smiling brightly. But first, let's enjoy dinner. Don't start, mother. Stop being negative. It's been a long time since your divorce and you haven't been out with anyone, she complained. Dinner was a feast fit for royalty. Exquisite dishes and fine wines were served on a table adorned with candles and floral arrangements. Juan sat in the place of honor, receiving the attention and questions of the guests. After dinner, his father took him to the office, a place that had always been synonymous with seriousness and business. I want to give you this, his father said, opening a wooden box containing a luxury watch. It's a gift for your return. You've earned it. Juan took the watch and examined it. It was an exclusive, elegant, and sophisticated model. Thank you, father. It's beautiful. Speaking of business, his father continued, we have some new investments I want to discuss with you. Your time in Europe has been valuable, but now we need your leadership here. And Gabriel? He asked about his twin brother, who had returned to the United States a few months earlier. He said he'd come later, his father replied with reservations, and he knew something was wrong, but he didn't want to investigate. They discussed business strategies and future projects. The businessman felt rejuvenated by the conversation, his mind returning to the familiarity of business. A little while later, her mother appeared in the office doorway, smiling radiantly. Juan, dear, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Mom, I'm not in the mood to meet anyone tonight, he replied, a little reluctantly. Please, son. It's important to me, she insisted, taking his arm and leading him out of the office. She led him back to the living room, where soft music filled the air. She led him to a corner of the room, where a young woman, standing with a group of people, was waiting for him. Juan, this is Claudia Hentz, a prominent architect. Claudia, this is my son, Juan. Claudia smiled and extended her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Juan. Likewise, he replied, shaking her hand with a polite smile. Before he could react, his mother gently pushed him toward the center of the room, where the music was getting louder. Come on, let's dance, said his mother, encouraging him with a smile. Juan, resigned, took Claudia's hand and led her to the dance floor. The soft music and dim lighting created a romantic atmosphere. As they danced, Juan realized that, although he had been forced into this situation, the architect was a pleasant conversationalist and had an infectious laugh. I didn't expect to find myself dancing tonight, Juan said, with a wry smile. And I didn't expect to be dancing with the famous Juan, she replied softly. Your mother talks a lot about you. That sounds scary, he joked, relaxing a little. Claudia's day had started off on a dime with her mother's insistence on chasing a millionaire, but upon noticing the beauty and intoxicating scent of the millionaire in front of her, she thought the night wouldn't be so bad after all. At the end of the day, Diana allowed herself a moment to breathe. She fed her little ones again, then put them in their bath and put them in their pajamas. She was grateful for the routine she had established and for the love and peace that now reigned in her home. I was putting Bruce and Laura to bed in the crib when my phone rang. Hi, Diana. I'm Penny Borges, the customer service manager, said the voice on the other end of the line. Hi, Penny. How are you? She replied, trying to sound calm as she settled the babies. Everything's fine. I'm calling because we'll have a face-to-face meeting tomorrow afternoon. The head of the department wants to see you in person. The blonde felt a knot in her stomach. She had no one to leave her little ones with. Penny, I don't have anyone to leave my children with. I can't attend the meeting. I understand, but it's important that you're there. The company can pay for babysitting services, and will reimburse you. We need you urgently. The young mother sighed, while little Bruce bit his fist. Okay. I'll be there early. Thank you, Diana. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good night, Penny. He hung up the phone, and at that moment, little Laura woke up crying. He cradled her in his arms to calm her, whispering soft words. Finally, the baby calmed down, and he placed her back in her crib. She decided it would be best to sleep with her children that night. Very carefully, she moved them to her bed and lay down next to them. The twins, with their teeth coming out, were more sensitive and needed their mother's comfort. As she watched them sleep, she felt a mixture of exhaustion and tenderness. She knew the next day would be difficult, but she was determined to do whatever it took to ensure her children's well-being and keep her job. She closed her eyes, allowing exhaustion to overcome her, and fell asleep cuddled with her little ones. The warmth of their bodies and their gentle breathing gave her a sense of peace and strength, preparing her to face whatever challenges the new day held. Chapter 7. Diana walked nervously through the city streets, heading to the company where she had worked for over a year. She had left her little ones, Bruce and Laura, at daycare for the first time, and she was overcome with anxiety. She hadn't been able to call a taxi, since the city traffic was overwhelming, and she would arrive very late if she took one. She walked several blocks, grateful that it was autumn in El Nix, as the temperature was very pleasant and she wouldn't be sweaty when she arrived. She didn't wear makeup, but she wore a beautiful dress and a simple ponytail. Years ago, she would have preferred not to go out without perfect makeup, but after the birth of her little ones, life had taken on a very different meaning. She no longer worried about trivial or superficial things. Her goal now was to have a clean house, her babies well fed, and her health insurance payments up to date. The temporary separation from her children made her nervous, even though she knew it was a necessary decision. Because it was so important to keep her job, the knot in her stomach wouldn't go away. She arrived at the imposing building and walked through the glass doors, where she was greeted by a young receptionist with a friendly smile. "Good morning, how may I help you?" the receptionist asked. "Good morning, I'm Diana Arriaga. I have a meeting with the customer service manager," she replied, trying to hide her nervousness. "Oh, yes, they're waiting for you. Please follow me," the young woman said, motioning for him to follow her down a brightly lit, modernly decorated hallway. As she walked behind the receptionist, she couldn't help but think about her twins, hoping they were okay at daycare. Bruce had cried a lot when she left him there, while Laura was distracted by the lady who had offered her a doll. She kept telling herself that it was only for a few hours and that it was an important opportunity for her future and that of her children. Finally, they came to a door with a sign that read, "Customer Service Manager." The receptionist knocked softly and opened the door, inviting Diana in. Inside, Penny, the customer service manager, stood up from her desk with a big smile and open arms. "Diana, it's so nice to finally see you in person," the red-haired woman exclaimed, hugging her warmly. "You're even more beautiful than I imagined." Diana felt a little overwhelmed by the manager's enthusiasm, but also comforted by the warmth of her reception. "Thank you, Penny. It's a pleasure to be here," he replied, smiling back. "Please sit down," he said, pointing to a chair in front of his desk. Diana settled in, trying to calm her nerves, while her direct boss resumed her seat and took out some documents. "First, I want to tell you that you've done an incredible job this past year. Your performance has been exceptional, and your accomplishments speak for themselves," he began, sounding enthusiastic. "We've received excellent feedback from clients, and your dedication has been impressive." Diana felt a slight blush rise in her cheeks, grateful for the recognition, but also a little incredulous at so much praise. "Thank you so much. That means a lot to me to hear," he said sincerely. "And because of your excellent work, the company is interested in promoting you to a more senior position. We want you to be part of the core team and work directly in the office," he announced, unable to hide his excitement. Diana was in shock, speechless for a moment. The news was overwhelming. She had never imagined that her remote work could lead her to such a great opportunity. "Really?" he finally asked, barely believing what he was hearing. "Yes, indeed. You've proven to be a key asset to us, and we believe you can contribute even more in a position of greater responsibility," Penny confirmed, extending a contract toward her. "Here's the contract. Read it carefully, but we hope you'll accept our offer." Diana took the contract with trembling hands. Her mind was in a whirlwind of thoughts. This opportunity could mean even greater stability for her and her children, but it also entailed significant changes in her routine and daily life. So, she paused to catch her breath. Could I work from home in this position? No, unfortunately, taking on that position requires your presence at the company, he explained. It would be a 9-to-5 job. Her heart sank at the thought of what this would mean for her children. Penny, I don't know what to say. It's an incredible opportunity, but... She looked down, struggling to find the words. My children are very young, and one of them gets sick a lot. For me, right now, working from home is the best option. I can't accept this position. Penny looked at her with understanding, but also with determination. I understand your concerns, Diana, but I want you to know that the company offers many benefits that could help you. You'd have access to high-quality childcare near the office, excellent health insurance for you and your children, and flexible scheduling so you can be there for them when they need you most. Under other circumstances, that would be wonderful, but in her current situation, she didn't know if it was the best option. She sighed, feeling trapped between her responsibilities as a mother and the tantalizing opportunity to advance her career. I know it's difficult to consider, the manager continued, but think of the long-term benefits. This promotion would not only improve your financial situation, but it would also allow you to grow professionally and ensure a better future for your children. Diana remained silent, staring at the contract in her hands. The offer was tempting, and Penny's words made sense, but the fear of not being there enough for Bruce and Laura plagued her. I really appreciate everything you're saying. But I don't know if I'm ready to take this step. My children are my priority right now. Bruce's health hasn't been good since birth, and Laura is very emotionally attached. I don't want them to suffer because of my decision to work outside the home. Penny nodded, showing empathy. I understand, Claudia. No one can judge you for wanting the best for your children. I just want you to know that the offer is on the table. You can take a week to think about it. The company greatly values what you bring to the table, and we want to support you in whatever you decide, the woman said. Thank you very much, she said, grateful for the support. The manager stood up and with a smile invited her to take a tour of the facilities. Come on, I'll give you a tour of the whole place, maybe that'll motivate you, he suggested. Claudia nodded and accompanied her. Juan González arrived at the company, followed by his bodyguards. He walked through the glass doors and, as usual, everyone present stared at him. The women, mesmerized by his beauty and bearing, couldn't take their eyes off him, while some employees seemed nervous. It was well known that the heir and entrepreneur was rather apathetic and serious. His secretary, Linda, greeted him with a professional smile, trying to hide any trace of nervousness. Welcome, Mr. González, he said, handing him a report. Here are the details of today's meetings. Also, in an hour we have a meeting with the managers of the new financial company you've acquired. Juan nodded, taking the report without saying a word. His eyes shifted toward the window. Thank you, Linda, he finally said, without taking his eyes off the horizon. While she informed him of some details, he remained silent. Also, Mr. González, there's a note about tomorrow's meeting with the board. I've left it on your desk for you to review, he added before taking his leave. Thank you, he said again without looking at her. She took a deep breath. She knew her current boss wasn't even a shadow of his former self, and now she had to deal with the lackluster stranger sitting in the leather chair. Welcome back aboard, boss, he said with a smile. He nodded, saying, see you in an hour, he said without taking his eyes off the window. Linda nodded goodbye and left the office, leaving him alone with his thoughts. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a text from Claudia, inviting him to dinner that evening. Uninterested, he ignored the message and loosened his tie, feeling a wave of frustration. Since the divorce, he hadn't slept with a woman, or even tried to date anyone. It seemed that with her betrayal, Diana had not only taken away some of his money and his confidence, but also his ability to want to meet someone and fall in love. He slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the documents on his desk. The image of his ex-wife occupied his mind constantly, every minute, every moment. He felt a deep melancholy for what could have been but wasn't. "I just need more time to forget her," he muttered to himself, even though he knew the words were empty. The pain of betrayal was still fresh, like a wound that refused to heal. Every time he thought of her, his heart tightened with a mixture of anger and sadness. He remembered the happy times, the shared laughter, the broken promises. With a deep sigh, he rested his head in his hands, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. How could he keep going when every thought brought him back to her? "With your betrayal, I also lost my desire to love," she said in a whisper, feeling the bitter truth of her words. The city continued on its course, indifferent to his pain, while he remained trapped in a past he could not leave behind. Penny, the customer service manager, guided Claudia through the company's halls, showing her the different areas and departments. The modern decor and professional atmosphere were impressive. This company was recently purchased by a young entrepreneur, she informed him enthusiastically. "I'm very happy because he's increased employee benefits and started modernizing the building's infrastructure. Everything feels fresher and more renovated." Claudia nodded, trying to share Penny's enthusiasm, but her mind was still on her twins. "That's great to hear," he replied, forcing a smile. Penny continued talking about the positive changes in the company as they walked through the halls. "We'll have a meeting in a few minutes to welcome the new owner. If you'd like, you can stay and meet him," he suggested kindly. The idea of staying for the new owner's welcome didn't appeal to her. What she wanted most was to get out of there and cuddle with her babies. "Thank you, really, but the babysitting service is only for a few hours," she excused herself. "I understand." Nervous, she played with her hands and somewhat embarrassed said, "I know I may seem ungrateful or unenthusiastic, I swear I'm not, but this is the first time I've dropped them off at daycare and I'm really looking forward to picking them up." The woman smiled understandingly. "Honey, you need to relax. No one is going to judge you for wanting to be with your little ones. The children come first." "Thank you so much for understanding me," she said, relieved. "Of course. But before you go, oh, look, here comes Mr. Vincente, and he's accompanied by the new owner." Claudia instinctively turned to look, and at that moment, her world stopped. There, walking with a relaxed smile and escorted by a group of men, was Juan, her ex-husband. Her heart raced, and the air seemed to escape from her lungs. She hadn't seen him in almost 2 years, and now, suddenly, he stood before her, radiant and confident. The sounds of the surroundings faded, and all she could hear was the frantic beating of her heart. She couldn't move, she was frozen in place. Everything that had happened between them came flooding back to her in a torrent of memories and emotions. Juan moved closer and closer, oblivious to her presence. Penny continued talking, but her words were only a distant murmur. The young mother's anxiety grew in her chest, mixed with a wave of sadness and melancholy. Finally, Juan looked up and their eyes met. For a moment, everything else disappeared. Time seemed to stand still as they gazed at each other. What would he think when he saw her? Did he feel the same way she did? Was there any trace of love or just contempt in his gaze? She couldn't guess. She wanted to run away, but her legs wouldn't respond. She wanted to say something, but her throat was dry. He, recognizing her, stopped in his tracks. His escort stopped as well, curiously watching the interaction. His face showed a mixture of surprise and something else she couldn't identify. "Diana," he said, his voice barely a whisper, filled with suppressed emotions. Chapter 8. The air in the room seemed to thicken with every passing second. Juan stopped, as did his escort, creating a barrier of expectation around him. His eyes met his ex-wife's, and in that instant, a torrent of emotions hit him like a raging wave. Love, hate, desire, and resentment mingled inside him, leaving him breathless. Almost 2 years had passed since he last saw her, and yet there she was, more beautiful than he remembered. Her skin was radiant, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her lips, those lips he had kissed so many times, seemed to call to him. His eyes scanned her figure. He observed how her body had changed, becoming more curvaceous, with wider hips that denoted her recent motherhood, of which he was unaware. A mad desire to kiss her and hold her in his arms surged through his blood, leaving him crazed for her. He wanted to hate her for the betrayal that had caused him so much pain, but he couldn't deny the undeniable attraction he still felt. Penny, oblivious to the businessman's emotional turmoil, walked forward with a professional smile. "Mr. Vicente, Mr. González, allow me to introduce Diana Arriaga, one of our most outstanding customer service agents," Penny said, taking Diana's hand and leading her toward them. Juan's partner, Mr. Vicente, spoke first, breaking the palpable tension in the air. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Diana. I've heard great things about you," he said with a smile. Diana could barely muster a smile. Her hands trembled slightly as Penny introduced her. She felt Juan's eyes fixed on her, as if trying to penetrate her soul, to unravel all the secrets she'd kept for so long. Her ex-husband couldn't tear his gaze away. Every word his partner spoke was distant background noise. All that mattered at that moment was her. He remembered the nights they spent together, the laughter, the whispers shared in the darkness. But he also remembered the betrayal, the feeling of being stabbed by the person he trusted most. "Mr. González," Vicente called out, "do you know Miss Arriaga?" She held his gaze, trembling, and he didn't know what to say. He didn't want to look weak in front of her, didn't want to give her the satisfaction of seeing how much she had broken him. "Diana Arriaga," he repeated, his voice heavy with suppressed emotion. "No, I don't know her." She looked away, feeling completely humiliated. In those eyes, Juan saw a reflection of his own pain and longing. An awkward silence settled between them, filled with unspoken words and unexpressed feelings. "Nice to meet you, Mr. González," she muttered, completely dizzy, her palms sweating, and she just wanted to get out of there. He did not respond to the greeting. Penny, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. "Diana has been a fundamental part of our team. Her dedication and professionalism are admirable," he said, trying to lighten the mood. Juan nodded, though his mind was still stuck in the past. Every time he tried to speak, the words choked in his throat. He wanted to scream, to demand an explanation, but he also wanted to hold her, to lose himself in the warmth of her body once more. He hated her deeply, but he also couldn't deny that he was still the same idiot college student who had fallen in love with her on that beach. Ms. Arriaga was the young woman who helped Miss Potter, the mother of the congressman who posted the story on social media, Vicente said. Another awkward silence fell between them, as Diana wished she was swallowed by the earth and Juan devoured her with his eyes. "I'm impressed with your work, Diana," he finally managed to say, his voice more controlled than he felt. "Thank you," she replied, barely audible. Other partners approached, and Mr. Vincente and Penny decided to continue with the introductions and formal talks, giving both of them time to regain their composure. As they talked, Juan couldn't help but notice every detail of Diana. He noticed how her fingers nervously played with the hem of her blouse, how her breathing quickened slightly when their gazes met. Despite the time and distance, her presence continued to affect him deeply. Eventually, the conversation turned to other topics, and Penny suggested continuing the tour of the facilities. "Diana, if you need to leave, that's fine. I understand you have important responsibilities," Penny said kindly. "Why do you have to leave?" Juan's question sounded tinged with anger. "It's just that she has her little ones." Penny tried to excuse her, but the blonde interrupted her. "I have errands to run," the young mother added quickly. "I must go." "Sure, beautiful, we'll talk tomorrow, okay?" Diana nodded gratefully, longing to escape the intensity of that encounter. As she walked away, Juan watched her go, each step taking her further away from him and deepening the chasm that had grown between them. When she was finally out of sight, the businessman felt like a part of him had gone with her. He turned to his partners, trying to focus on the present and put the past behind him, but the memory of his ex-wife continued to burn in his mind. Hours later, in the solitude of his office, he allowed himself to relive every moment of the encounter. The emotions he had tried to suppress for so long surfaced. He stood up from his chair, pacing back and forth, unable to find peace. "Why did it have to be like this?" he muttered to himself, his voice filled with pain and frustration. He knew he couldn't continue living in the past, but her shadow continued to haunt him. The need to understand, to find an explanation for her betrayal, ate at him inside. How had it all come to this? With a sigh, he sank back into the armchair, resting his head in his hands. Love and hate continued to battle inside him, an endless battle he couldn't win. "Diana," he whispered once more, knowing that, despite everything, a part of him would always love her. He closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind. He needed time to process everything, to decide what to do next. But one thing was certain, she still held a power over him that he couldn't deny. After a successful meeting with the managers of his new company, Juan was sitting in his office, reading some reports when uncertainty hit him. The thought that she had stolen from him once made him wonder if she would do it again. Doubt and mistrust gnawed at him. Finally, he decided to take action. He picked up the phone and called the human resources manager. "I need Diana Arriaga's file and resume in my office right now," he ordered, his voice firm and authoritative. Minutes later, the human resources manager walked in with the folder containing all the personal information her boss needed. "Here you are, Mr. González," he said, handing him the folder. He opened the folder and began reviewing the documents. His eyes moved quickly over the pages, searching for anything that might give him a clue about what her life has been like after the divorce. As he read, he questioned the manager. "How has your performance been?" he asked, without taking his eyes off the documents. "Excellent, sir. She's a very dedicated and efficient worker," the manager replied. "She's one of our best employees." He nodded, but something inside him was still uneasy. Just when he thought he knew everything, the manager added something that stopped him in his tracks. "Why are you working from home?" he wanted to know. "The young woman has expressed that it is more comfortable for her." "Why would we have to accommodate her?" he asked, very annoyed. He didn't want to make her feel comfortable at all. The woman was nervous. She had heard rumors about her new boss, and now she realized that he really is apathetic and demanding. "Well, we have that consideration for her because, aside from being very disciplined and offering excellent service, Diana has achieved all of this despite being the mother of two 8-month-olds. Juan's heart stopped for a moment. He looked up, in disbelief. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice a whisper of disbelief. "Diana is a mother of 2 little twins," she hesitated before answering. "One of them, apparently, has been quite ill, so it's better for her to work from home." The CEO bolted upright, feeling the world shake around him. "Diana, does she have children?" he said to himself, completely out of control. Ah. She didn't know what to say. Her boss's reaction was so strange. "Yes, twins. A girl and a boy." He snatched the folder from the manager's hands and began frantically searching for Diana's address. "Boss, what's wrong?" she asked, worried. Juan ignored her. He picked up his phone and called his driver. "Get the car ready." "I have to leave," he ordered, his voice shaking with emotion and anger. The woman sat motionless in her chair, watching her boss storm out of the office. Chapter 9. Juan's mother, Jade, sat in a velvet armchair, pouring tea into delicate china cups while her husband, Carlos, flipped through the newspaper in an opposite armchair. "Gabriel has a surprise for us this weekend," Jade commented, adding a slice of lemon to her tea. "I hope family dinner will be a chance for our family to reconnect. It's been a long time since we've all been together." Carlos nodded, carefully folding the newspaper and setting it aside. "I hope you don't keep up the old spiel about that little woman," she said with annoyance. "I don't allow women of color in my family. With Gabriel it won't be as easy as with Juan, it will be hard to separate them," his wife assured. Silence stretched between them for a moment, heavy with the concern and love of parents for their children. Suddenly, a discreet knock on the door brought them out of their thoughts. "Go ahead," Carlos said in a firm voice. The door opened and one of the private investigators Carlos had hired walked in. The man, middle-aged and with a serious expression, was carrying a dossier. "Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. González," he greeted respectfully. "Good afternoon," Jade replied with a friendly smile. "Did you find anything?" Mr. González got straight to the point. The researcher nodded and approached the table, placing the dossier on it. "Yes, Mr. González. I have all the information you requested about Diana Arriaga." Jade raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as her husband took the folder and began to look through the documents. "Carlos, why did you decide to investigate Diana?" she asked her husband, puzzled. Carlos left the dossier on the table and looked into his wife's eyes. "I saw her a few weeks ago at a mall. She was holding 2 babies." The woman gaped, her teacup trembling slightly in her hand. "Why the hell didn't you tell me? Those babies could be Juan's, our grandchildren." "That's why I sent her to investigate," he replied calmly, although his eyes reflected the same surprise and concern as his wife's. The researcher intervened, aware of the importance of the information he had. "Indeed, Mrs. González. Diana has 2 little twins. I've confirmed that they were both born 8 months ago." The impact of the researcher's words left the couple stunned. Juan's mother put her cup on the table, her hands visibly shaking. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice a whisper of disbelief. "Absolutely sure, ma'am." "Here's the evidence," the investigator said, pointing to the dossier with photographs and supporting documents. Carlos took a deep breath, trying to process the information. His eyes met his wife's, both sharing the same mixture of surprise and concern. "If those children belong to Juan, he has the right to know," Mr. González said, in a determined tone. Jade nodded slowly, still stunned by the revelation. "This changes everything. We need to talk to our son as soon as possible." The researcher, realizing his work was done, discreetly left the room, leaving the couple in tense silence. Juan's father stood up and began pacing the room, his mind racing. "We can't just drop this news on him," he murmured, more to himself than to his wife. "We have to make sure he's prepared for what he's going to hear." "Well, this is a bit of a shock for everyone," she said, standing up as well and approaching her husband. "If those children are your children, we have to do whatever it takes to keep them with us. We can't allow them to grow up with that woman after what she did to our son." The arrogant businessman nodded, stopping in front of the window and looking out at the well-kept garden. His mind replayed images of his ex-daughter-in-law with the babies and the potential impact this revelation would have on his son's life. "Yes, you're right. But we must be careful. This could deeply affect Juan. It's very obvious that, despite all the women we've tried to sway his attention, he still loves that girl." He pauses, distressed. "He has been faithful to her memory." Jade placed a hand on her husband's arm, seeking comfort in his steadfastness. "My love, our son is strong. And we'll be here to support him every step of the way. But those children need to be with their father, not with a woman who betrayed him." Jade had no idea of the dirty game her husband had played years ago to separate the couple. "I'll call Juan to come over tonight. We need to talk to him right away," she decided, returning to her desk to pick up the phone. Diana felt a pang of pain every time she thought about losing her job, certain that her suspicious ex-husband hadn't forgotten the alleged theft she'd committed. A slander that, sadly, had ended everything, leaving her unable to defend herself. That afternoon, after picking up the twins, taking them home and giving them a bath, her friend Paula had arrived to help her with dinner, giving her the opportunity to quickly run to the supermarket. "Ouch," she complained as she dropped a bag as she pulled into her building's parking lot. "You shouldn't be carrying something so heavy." She froze, not daring to breathe. She knew that voice. She heard it every night in her dreams. She squeezed her bags and moved only her eyes toward him. Juan González. The father of her children, the protagonist of each and every one of her fantasies, her ex-husband, and the last man on earth she wanted to see, was leaning back in his luxury car, hands in his pockets, looking damn handsome and furious. "Surprised?" he asked her. That word didn't even come close to what the blonde was feeling. "You could say so." "Good," he snapped. "That gives you an idea of how I feel." He knows, my God, he knows. She wanted to cry, disappear, look for her little ones and hide from that man. "What are you doing here?" Juan walked away from his car, his long legs covering the distance in a few strides. He moved almost listlessly, but Diana wasn't fooled. She could feel the tension radiating off him in waves, and she braced herself for a confrontation that had been brewing for nearly 2 years. Her ex-husband kept his hands in the pockets of his black jeans. His brown hair was messy, and he was more muscular and broad than he had been years before, so she deduced he'd really hit the gym. But it was his eyes that mesmerized her, just as they had been years before. They were pale blue like a frozen sky, topped with thick, dark eyelashes that any woman would kill to have. And in that moment those cold eyes were fixed on her. He was still the sexiest man she'd ever met. He still had that magnetism that drew women to him like a magnet. "I've read your resume and your health insurance information," he murmured calmly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. But she knew better. She knew the tone of his voice, the texture of his skin, and the taste of his lips. And she also knew, when she looked at him, that he was angry. Well, that made 2 of them. She didn't want him there. She didn't need him. She took a deep breath and prepared for the coming storm. He stopped very close to her, took the remaining bags from her hand, placed them on the floor, and then gave her a steely look. So tell me, he said angrily. Is there anything I should know? You had no right to pry into my affairs, she replied firmly. She hadn't planned to tell him about the twins, she had her reasons for keeping it a secret, and that hadn't changed. Well, I agree with you on that, he said with a laugh. You're the one who should have told me. His words were as cold as his gaze. He was undoubtedly waiting for her to break down. But Diana refused to feel guilty about her decision. Of course, it would have been easier for her to go to her ex from the start. But she could have also spent the last 2 years spiraling into resentment, accusations, and arguments. Not to mention a custody battle, in which she wouldn't have stood a chance. Juan was a multi-millionaire, for God's sake, and she didn't even have the money to go out to a restaurant. So she decided to hide the truth from him, and she didn't regret it, because she had done it for the sake of her children. With that thought in mind, she tried to calm herself. I understand how you feel, but... You don't understand anything, he cut her off like a knife. I just found out I'm a father. I have twins and I've never seen them. Don't you doubt they're yours? She challenged. He smiled resentfully and tried to intimidate her. I may doubt many things about you. God knows I consider you the worst vixen in this world. His gaze moved suggestively to her breasts, which made him even more enraged for getting aroused at a moment like this. I may doubt 1,000 things, but I was your first and only one for the duration of our marriage, or am I wrong? No, you're not wrong, she admitted, because she hated lying. He stepped away from her, his hands on his face. He looked tired beyond his anger. I don't even know their names, she whispered sadly. Diana blushed. Okay. Yes. She could understand how he felt. But that didn't mean she'd done anything wrong. Juan continued to stare at her with those narrowed blue eyes as if he were trying to read her thoughts. My children's names, Diana. I have the right to know my children's names. She felt a hole in her chest. She hated the situation, afraid of feeling like she was putting her babies at risk of being rejected by a father who didn't really love them. But she couldn't ignore their demands either. Okay. Your son's name is Bruce, and your daughter's name is Laura, he replied. The businessman swallowed before asking in a low voice. Bruce, Laura, what else? She knew exactly what he meant. His last name is Arriaga. Juan pressed his lips together and looked at her as if he were counting to 10. That's going to change. She became even more anxious, and with fear she knew what was coming next. Do you think you can just casually walk in and change their last name? No. You can't just barge into my life and try to decide what's best for my children. Why the hell not? He replied coldly. You made that decision for me 2 years ago. Juan. Did you bother to register me as her father on the birth certificates? Yes, of course. They had the right to know who their father was, even if it was in the future. At least that's something, he murmured. I'll have my lawyers take care of the last name change. Excuse me. She tried not to cry. She hugged herself, feeling short of breath. You can't take them away from me, he murmured. Yes, I can, he said. No. I need you to go. That's not going to happen, he said, sticking close to her again. She felt dizzy, and wanted to hit him, when he wrapped his strong arms around her waist. You look very pale, it's better to continue this conversation another time. No, we won't. This conversation is over, she cried. Please leave our lives. Not a chance, he warned her, staring at her. You have a lot of explaining to do. I don't owe you anything, but those words sounded absurd even to her. She had kept a huge secret from him, and she had done it deliberately. Juan was angry, and he was within his rights. But she also had the right to do what she thought was best for her children. You're wrong, he said in a calm tone that didn't hide the fury simmering inside him. I'll come see my children tomorrow. I can't see them in this angry state, they don't deserve to know me like this. She remained silent. Don't try to run away, Diana. You know my power, and I'll find you if you do. Don't take my babies away from me, she burst into tears. Please don't take them away from me. She tried to grab his shirt lapels, but he stopped her. Who the hell do you take me for? He questioned her indignantly. I was your partner for a long time. You know the kind of man I am. I would never do such a vile thing. I don't recognize you, you were so unfair to me. None of that has anything to do with my children, she shouted, and realized she'd lost her temper, so she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. An awkward silence enveloped them. I'll come tomorrow to see them. I want to be a part of their lives, he said more calmly. I would never take them away from you. I just want to be there. I want to be their father and never lose them again. Diana looked into his eyes and, for a moment, saw the one she'd fallen in love with, that wonderful, loving man who had given her the greatest love in the world. For a moment she wanted to let down her defenses, but he had hurt her so much. I'm going to be a part of your lives, whether you like it or not, he said and walked away. She quickly grabbed her bags and ran to her apartment, because all she wanted at that moment was to hug her little ones. Chapter 10. Paula was sitting on the floor of the apartment, feeding little Lara, while Bruce played in the playpen with his little sister. The afternoon tranquility was shattered when the door burst open and Diana entered, visibly nervous, carrying shopping bags. What happened? Paula asked, leaving little Lara in the playpen and quickly approaching her friend. Diana, her eyes still red from crying, left her grocery bags on the counter and slumped into a chair. Paula approached, worried. Are you okay? What happened? She insisted, placing a comforting hand on her friend's shoulder. Diana took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, while still looking at her little ones playing in the playpen. Juan was here, she finally said, her voice shaking. We ran into each other in the parking lot when I was arriving. He knows about the twins, Paula. Her friend's eyes widened. What? What did he say to you? How did he find out? Diana looked away, remembering the encounter with her ex-husband. Juan is the new owner of the company where I work. Apparently, when he saw me, he checked my information and noticed the twins. Paula clenched her fists, her face filled with indignation. He has no right to search for your personal information. That's a crime. Diana dropped her head into her hands, her tears beginning to flow again. I'm scared they'll take my babies away from me. Paula knelt in front of Diana, gently lifting her face so that she could look into her eyes. This isn't the time to cry. You have to be strong, she advised. You have to make it clear to that idiot that you won't let them take your little ones away from you. You're their mother, and you have every right in the world to take care of them. I denied him his children. And how were you going to tell him about his existence if he never wanted to talk to you again? You're right, no matter how hard I tried to contact him, he wouldn't allow it. Then you're not guilty of anything. Diana nodded weakly, trying to find the strength within herself. He's coming tomorrow, he says he wants to meet you in person. Well, I'll be here tomorrow, and so will your brother. We won't leave you alone, Paula assured her. No, you have to work, it won't be necessary. Her friend watched her, raising an eyebrow. Diana, his voice carried a clear warning. I know what Juan González can do to you, and I'm afraid to leave you alone with him. Diana shook her head. No, it's not the same anymore. You can't afford to let him see you as weak. He'll have to crawl through the mud if he wants to get anything from you. Why do you say that? He's going to want to get you back somehow. I don't think so, Diana replied, playing with her trembling hands, while little Laura let out an adorable coo and smiled at her little brother. My ex-husband hates me. We're going to find a way to protect you and the twins. You're not alone in this. Diana looked at her, grateful for her friend's unconditional support. Thanks, Paula. I don't know what I'd do without you. You don't have to thank me. We're a family, and families look out for each other. Now, let's find strength from wherever we can and confront that insufferable bastard. He doesn't know who he's messing with. Diana smiled faintly, feeling a spark of hope. She wiped her tears and stood, ready to fight for her children. You're right. I'm not going to let him take them away from me. Paula hugged her tightly, transmitting all the energy and determination she could. That's it. Now, let's get dinner ready. Between the two of them, they organized the grocery shopping and made dinner. Diana struggled a bit with little Bruce, as the baby refused to eat, so she had to latch him to her breast and force-feed him, but it was a big mistake because he vomited minutes later. He wanted to cry right there, but she summoned up all the strength and put him in the bath. The baby calmed down after the relaxing bath. She rubbed his tummy while applying the lotion, and Bruce stayed still. How was Juan's reaction? Paula asked, curious, watching her give the chamomile tea to the twin. Diana sighed, remembering the encounter. He looked sad and bewildered. I didn't know how to react. He was angry, but he also looked hurt. Paula frowned indignantly. He'll probably ask you for a DNA test. He'll question everything now, like the idiot he is. Diana shook her head, surprising her friend. No, Juan spoke confidently about fathering the babies. He said he wants to be a part of their lives. Her friend gasped, processing the information. At least he wasn't so brutal in that regard, but we can't ignore all the damage he's done to you. Diana nodded, recognizing the truth in her friend's words. Despite everything, she couldn't forget what had happened between them and the pain she still carried. No, we can't. But I also know I need to find a way to handle this. My children deserve a stable life. It seems unfair to not let him be in their lives. You have a heart of gold, Diana. I would have told him to fuck off in a jiffy. He scrutinized her with his gaze. And tell me, has that ogre gotten gray hair yet? She blushed, remembering that her ex-husband looked better than ever. No, he doesn't have gray hair yet. Paula cuddled little Laura in her arms, watching her friend's cheeks burn, turning red. Her friend's feelings for her ex were intact, and that made things even more complicated. Juan's father, Carlos, arrived at his son's bachelor apartment and was greeted by the butler, an elegant and discreet man, who guided him to the living room. The young man is taking a bath, Mr. González, the butler informed him with a nod. Thank you, Carlos replied, indicating that he could leave. I'll wait here. He settled into the leather armchair, taking in the elegant but impersonal decor of the apartment. A few minutes passed before Juan appeared, his eyes red-rimmed as if he'd been crying for hours, his hair wet, and his shirtless pajamas on. The tattoo on his shoulder, with his ex-wife's initials, was clearly visible. Father, what are you doing here? He asked, surprised by the visitor. Carlos looked at him with concern, noticing the obvious condition of his son. "What's wrong?" she asked, trying to hide her alarm. "Everything," the young businessman replied, sighing deeply and running a hand through his wet hair. Furious, he couldn't help but notice his son's tattoo once more. He frowned and questioned it. "Why do you still have that tattoo of Diana's initials? It's in bad taste and only hurts you." "I haven't had time to take it off," he replied tiredly. He remained silent, knowing that he hadn't erased it because a part of his son clung to the memory of that woman. "What have you come for, father?" "What's so urgent?" he asked, overwhelmed by everything that had happened that afternoon. Carlos looked at him seriously, aware that the news he brought would only make the situation worse. "I have to tell you something very delicate, Juan." "What is it?" she asked, feeling a knot in her stomach. "Diana has twins," he said bluntly. Juan looked at him with anger and surprise. "How do you know?" he exclaimed, his eyes blazing with anger. "Since when have you known?" His father tried to remain calm, knowing his son was in a vulnerable emotional state. "I saw her a few weeks ago at a mall. She was carrying 2 babies. I wasn't sure, so I sent her to investigate. Everything points to those twins being yours." "You've known for weeks and you didn't tell me anything," he murmured, feeling betrayed once again. "I'm telling you now," he insisted. "I already found out," he said. "I found out today, and I followed her to her apartment." Carlos approached his son, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Did you see her? Did you talk to her?" "Yeah." "Well, we have to face this situation. If those children are yours, they deserve to know their father. And you deserve to have full parental authority over them." Juan looked up, his eyes shining with despair. "Those children are mine," he said firmly. "I have no doubt. But what am I supposed to do now? We need a DNA test to confirm that." "I don't need it," he said. Carlos then, with a more severe tone, reminded him of something that one had buried in his memory so as not to hurt himself further. "Don't forget that Diana was taking money from you to give to her lover. How can you be sure those children are yours?" His ex-wife's past betrayal returned to his mind in all its rawness, and although until that moment he hadn't doubted his paternity, distrust began to creep into his thoughts. "You're right, I need to do a DNA test. I can't trust her, not after everything that happened." "If they're yours, you should do everything possible to keep them," he advised maliciously. His son looked at him again in bewilderment. "What the hell are you talking about, father?" he questioned, agitated. "She's his mother, she would never do such a vile thing. She did worse things to you. Nothing that happened in my marriage has anything to do with those little ones," he made clear. "I will never take those children away from their mother. I'm not so despicable as to do something so crazy." Carlos hated it when his children contradicted him. "So, you're going to let those kids be raised by a con artist?" "Con or not, she's his mother," he emphasized. "I'll order a DNA test. If I'm the father, I'll take care of everything. I'll be in their lives, just like Diana." His father, furious, got up from the sofa, growling. "Don't come complaining when that woman hurts you again," he said and left the apartment. The businessman let his father's tantrum go, since he was very clear about one thing: he would never hurt his children by taking them away from their mother, no matter how cruel she had been. Chapter 11. Juan arrived at his ex-wife's modest apartment very nervous. It was ironic that an important businessman who had closed deals and done business with major financial icons was in that state just because of the anticipation of meeting 2 8-month-old children. In his hands, he carried several bags filled with gifts for the little ones. As he approached the door, he took a deep breath before knocking gently. The door opened, revealing Diana. She looked at him with surprise and some discomfort, feeling overwhelmed by her ex-husband's presence. "Hello, Diana," he greeted her in a soft voice, trying to remain calm. "Hello, Juan," she replied, in a reserved tone. "Are you alone?" he asked, trying to sound casual. "Yes, just with the children," he replied, nodding slightly. The businessman nodded, his nerves rising as his doubts gnawed at him. He scanned the small apartment, quite modest but very clean. The scent of baby lotion and strawberries permeated his nose, a sweet and comforting mix that made him feel a pang of nostalgia and longing. As she examined the place, her heart sank as she watched her babies playing on a colorful rug in a sort of playpen. Her heart rate increased, and she slowly approached. First, she noticed the little girl, wearing a giant pink bow on her blonde head, with rosy cheeks identical to Diana's, but with his blue eyes. The girl, the prettiest her eyes had ever seen, looked up and stole her father's heart forever. Laura examined the intruder with her big, bright eyes and decided she liked him, smiling broadly at him. Juan's steps became heavy. He knelt near the rug, setting the pile of toy bags aside. His gaze fell on the boy, who was wearing a tiny oxygen machine and playing with a hobby horse at that moment. He had dark hair like his father's and the chin and nose features he had inherited from him. Juan let out a pained groan. This boy was his spitting image. "Laura." "Bruss," he whispered. Bruss moved her eyes until she met the eyes of the giant man invading her space, frowning as she looked for Mom. Diana walked toward the playpen when she noticed the little boy's tension, and was shocked to see the tears streaming down her ex-husband's cheeks, whom she had never seen in such a state of complete melancholy. The mother approached slowly, not knowing how to react to the scene unfolding before her eyes. "Juan," she murmured, trying to get his attention. The businessman looked up, his eyes filling with tears and his heart pounding. "Diana, they're perfect," he said, his voice barely a whisper. She nodded, not knowing what to say. The emotion on Juan's face was palpable, a mixture of love, pain, and longing. "They are," she replied softly, looking at her children. According to the baby's medical records, Laura was quite healthy, but Bruss had immune system problems. Even so, the babies appeared well cared for and clean. "You've done a good job with them," Juan murmured, his voice breaking, without taking his eyes off his children. "Thank you," she replied softly, feeling a mixture of conflicting emotions. She couldn't ignore the love in Juan's eyes, but she also couldn't forget the pain of the past. Curious, Laura crawled toward him and stretched out her tiny arms, seeking contact. He gently picked her up, feeling the light, warm weight of his daughter in his arms. His heart pounded as she smiled at him and touched his face with her tiny hands. The businessman extended a trembling hand toward the little girl, who took it in her tiny fingers and giggled. The connection was instant and profound, filling the emptiness she had felt for so long. "Hello, little one," he said, his voice full of tenderness. "I'm your father." Bruss, seeing his sister in the stranger's arms, began to cry, frightened. Diana quickly picked him up and cradled him against her chest, trying to calm him. "Shh, it's okay, baby. It's just cool," he whispered, kissing her little head. The businessman noticed that his son was very attached to his mother, as the boy clutched Diana's blouse with his fist as if he didn't want to leave her. She, noticing the mortification on the face of the father of her children, said to him, "Bruss is more dependent because he has been more sickly." "Have you been treated by professionals?" he asked worriedly. Yes, she swallows. You have an appointment with a specialist this Friday, and they'll run more tests. Can I come? He asked, and she wanted to tell him no, that this was all being too hasty and invasive, but having that man crying while holding his daughter had broken down all her barriers. Yes, you can. Maybe she doesn't like me, he muttered, seeing how the little boy was reluctant to let go of his mother. Do you want to carry it? He asked softly. Laura, still fascinated with her father, touched his beard, completely in love with him now. Juan shook his head. I don't want to upset the child, he replied in a trembling voice. Diana smiled, trying to convey confidence. Bruce is very sweet, he's just a little scared. All right. The businessman settled himself on the floor, placing little Laura on his right. Diana bent down and handed little Bruce to her, placing him on his father's lap, on his left side. The little boy cried out, but out of natural instinct, Juan kissed his head several times and stroked his back. The boy, seeing his father's scent, looked into his eyes and calmed down. Hey, champ. I'm a dad, he said, with a tenderness I'd never felt before. The little boy looked at his mother and then at his father, and finally let his head fall on his newly discovered father's chest, indicating that he was now comfortable. Juan bit his lip to keep from crying at that perfect moment. He felt a wave of overwhelming emotions. He couldn't believe he was holding his son, a child he hadn't even known existed until recently. He looked at Laura, who was still exploring his beard with her tiny fingers, and then back at Bruce, who now seemed completely calm. With the little ones in his arms, he looked into his ex-wife's eyes. There was so much he wanted to say, so much he wanted to ask, but in that moment, all that mattered was being there, with his children. I want to be part of your lives. I can't waste any more time, he finally said, with a determination he hadn't felt in a long time. Diana nodded, knowing it was the best decision for her children. Although the road ahead would be difficult, she was willing to do whatever it took to ensure Bruce and Laura had their father in their lives. Every child needs a father, he said sincerely. We can find a way to make this work. Thank you, he said. When will you do the DNA tests? She asked. She knew her ex-husband's parents, they were innately classist and suspicious. I don't need DNA evidence, he replied confidently. He just needed to see them to confirm they were his. These were his children, without a doubt. But your family does, Juan, and I don't want your parents pestering or questioning the paternity of my children, she said decisively. I don't want them hurting my children or belittling them. I won't put you through that humiliation, he insisted, and she smiled wishfully. You've made me suffer worse humiliations. She wanted to get upset and tell him to go to hell, but she reminded herself that her children were there and she had raised them in an environment free of violence and altercations. Diana, he said tensely. You destroyed our marriage, you broke my trust. She stood up, reluctant to argue with him. Very carefully, he placed the babies in the playpen and, before she could react, took her arm and led her into the bedroom. He closed the door behind them, and the tension between them increased. Tell me, Diana, what humiliations did I inflict on you? He demanded, his eyes burning with fury and pain. She, wanting to hit him out of pent-up frustration, replied in a trembling but firm voice. Stop playing this stupid game, Juan. You didn't even let me speak. You didn't even show up at the divorce papers. Upset, he shouted at her. Because your lawyers said you didn't want to see me. She, nervous and confused, asked. What are you taking about? Juan put his hands to his head, exasperated. He sat up in bed, trying to gather his thoughts. My lawyer informed me that your lawyer said the only way you would sign the divorce was if I wasn't present. Diana began to laugh and cry at the same time, a mixture of disbelief and pain on her face. Juan, the day I signed the divorce papers, the only person with me was Paula, my friend. I didn't have a lawyer. The businessman looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and dismay. What? He muttered, almost to himself. There was no lawyer. Until the last second, I waited for you to show up so we could talk, so you could at least hear my side of the story, so I could tell you if you were really going to throw our love and everything we'd been through into the trash, she said. No, it can't be. He stood up, his face a mask of pain and confusion. All this time, have you thought I didn't want to go sign the divorce papers? Yes, she admitted. I thought you'd really decided to ignore me, that you didn't even want to see me to sort out what had happened between us. Juan approached her, his hands trembling. He looked directly into her eyes, trying to understand the tide that overwhelmed his heart at that moment. My lawyer told me you signed, took the money, and left, he said. The blonde walked away and immediately reached into the drawer for a folder. She pulled out some documents and slammed them against his chest. I didn't want anything, she said as she watched him bend down to pick up the documents. The offer of a monthly allowance and an apartment were insignificant compared to what I really wanted from you, the chance to explain myself and be heard, but you didn't even give me that after all the love I gave you. Diana. Lee, he yelled. Lee, there's your father's lawyer's signature. It says I turned down all the money. It also says I didn't have any lawyers to back me up. Juan, with trembling hands, opened the folder and began to read. Every word he read was a blow to his heart. Everything he had believed, everything he had been told, crumbled before his eyes. Tears began to fall from his eyes as he realized the grave mistake he had made. Why didn't you look for me later? I tried, Juan. I tried calling you, sending you messages, but you never answered. You blocked me everywhere. I didn't want to fight over the money, I just wanted you to listen to me, to give me a chance to explain myself, she replied. I'm innocent. I never stole from you, and I don't care whether you still believe it or not. I investigated you thoroughly, my contacts confirmed everything. Let me guess, he says. Your father's contacts, or maybe people manipulated by your father. What are you talking about? The same week that all this happened, your father insisted on signing a prenuptial agreement. We signed that before we got married. I don't understand what you're talking about. I was painting that afternoon, and he showed up and said he had to prove my fidelity by signing other agreements. You can ask the maid, even she found it all odd. My father fired the entire staff after he kicked you out of the house, she whispers softly. It was obvious her ex-father-in-law had set a trap for her. It hurt a lot at the time, since she'd always suspected he was behind the ruin of her love, but now it was worse because he confirmed it even more. But she was tired of it all, she didn't want to suffer again. I'm going to investigate this, he announces with the papers in hand. Do what gives you peace, Juan, she wipes the tears from her cheeks. I told you, I don't care whether you believe me or not. I just want to have a good relationship regarding my babies. Diana. It's time for you to go, she says and leaves the room. Chapter 12. Juan arrived at his office that day with an elegance that lived up to his reputation. His tailored dark gray suit, which perfectly complemented his white shirt and navy tie, highlighted his imposing and sophisticated demeanor. Despite his impeccable appearance, the dark circles under his eyes betrayed the sleepless nights he'd been suffering, his mind tormented by doubts and confusion over everything related to Diana and the twins. As he entered the company lobby, Claudia Hentz, the socialite he'd once dated, was waiting for him. She was known for her elegance and for being a regular feature in the pages of society magazines. Claudia was clearly interested in him, and she never missed an opportunity to make it clear. Today was no exception. Dressed in a beige wool coat that outlined her figure, her expression was seductive and calculated, clearly seeking to capture the businessman's attention. "Juan, it's nice to see you," she greeted with a smile that radiated a mixture of warmth and desire. He returned her greeting, though with an air of discomfort barely perceptible to anyone who didn't know him well. He hadn't expected her there, and he viewed this visit as somewhat intrusive. "Claudia, good morning. What brings you here so early?" he asked, trying to keep the conversation as casual as possible. "I thought I'd stop by and say hi, and if you have a moment, we could have a cup of coffee," she replied, her tone gentle and expressive, suggesting her interest in spending more time with him. He nodded, feeling somewhat trapped by the situation. Although the last thing he wanted at the moment was a social conversation, he didn't want to appear rude. "Sure, we can go up to my office," he said, inviting her to follow him to the elevators. As they climbed, he noticed the way Claudia watched him out of the corner of her eye, clearly evaluating his every gesture and response. When they arrived at his apartment, he asked his secretary to bring them both coffee. "Thank you, Linda," he thanked his secretary with a tired smile. Linda, who had worked for Juan for years, couldn't help but notice his fatigue. She knew something was deeply troubling him, though she'd never dare ask him directly. Claudia didn't bother to greet the secretary, something Juan didn't miss. He wasn't very compatible with rude and arrogant people. Once in his office, the young woman took off her coat with a calculated movement, revealing an elegant, form-fitting dress that left little to the imagination. She sat in one of the armchairs across from the businessman's desk, crossing her legs suggestively. He sat behind his desk, trying not to let his gaze linger too long on the image she offered. The conversation began with trivial topics, ranging from the latest high society events to the business projects they were both involved in. However, she soon turned the conversation to a more personal topic. "Juan," she said in a lower, more personal tone, leaning forward a little, "you've been very busy lately. I wonder when we could go out again, like last time." He looked away, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Even though he'd been out with her once, that dinner hadn't meant anything. He hadn't even kissed her or suggested anything. His life was in chaos right now, and his priority, Diana and the twins. "Claudia, I appreciate you taking the time to come today, but I have to be honest with you," he began, choosing his words carefully. "Right now, I'm not in the right place to date or be in a relationship with anyone. My head is somewhere else, and that wouldn't be fair to you." She looked at him in surprise, unable to hide her bewilderment. "What happened?" she asked, trying to sound sympathetic, though inside she was already starting to formulate a plan to keep him from leaving. "The last time we saw each other, you seemed more cheerful." Juan sighed, feeling the weight of everything he had recently discovered. "I found out I have 2 little twins with my ex-wife, Diana," he confessed, with a mixture of sadness and resignation in his voice. "A girl and a boy." The surprise on her face was evident, but she quickly recovered. Despite the shock, she didn't intend to let this revelation interfere with her plans to win over the businessman. "Wow, that's unexpected," she replied, trying to remain calm. "But, are you sure those children are yours?" Before she could continue, Juan raised his hand, interrupting her. "I'm asking you not to go there," he said firmly. "I won't allow anyone, under any circumstances, to disrespect the mother of my children." Claudia, although uncomfortable, tried to smile and apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just, in situations like this, sometimes it's hard to be sure about everything. Despite her conciliatory words, he continued to insinuate that Diana might not be the best choice to be close to him and his children. But Juan, noticing the direction the conversation was taking, decided to confront her. "Where did you get those details about my private life?" he asked calmly, but with a penetrating gaze that put her on alert. "I haven't shared any of this with anyone, much less my marriage to Diana." Well. Surprised by the sudden harshness in his tone, she tensed. She hadn't expected him to be so direct, much less to question her like that. "Well, you know how things are in our circle," she tried to excuse herself nervously. "Sometimes people talk, and things get out to others." "It's funny," he interrupted her, "because I've never discussed these personal matters with anyone. And it bothers me deeply that someone would take the liberty of intruding into my life without my consent. Sorry if I said something wrong." "It was my mother, wasn't it?" she asked, familiar with her mother's modus operandi. The tension in the room increased. Claudia, for the first time, felt her plan was faltering. But even so, she wasn't willing to give up so easily. "We've been very close these past few months, and sometimes, to let off steam, he tells me things," she confessed more calmly. "I haven't given her or you permission to interfere in my affairs," he stated harshly. "Forgive me if my way of speaking to you isn't quite right, but it exasperates me when people turn my private affairs into gossip, even if it's my mother." "Juan, what I mean is, I'm supporting you. I just want the best for you," she said, trying to regain control of the conversation. "And sometimes, it's good to consider all the possibilities before making important decisions." But the businessman wasn't about to let a stranger like her manipulate the situation. He stood up from his seat, showing that the conversation was over for him. "Claudia, I appreciate your visit, but I think we've talked enough for today," he said, curtly but politely. "I have a lot on my mind, and I need time to think." The young woman froze. She hadn't expected the conversation to end so abruptly. However, she had no choice but to accept the farewell. She stood up with dignity, picked up her coat, and walked toward the door, but not before making one last attempt at approaching him. "Juan, if you need anything at all, you know you can count on me," she said with a smile that was meant to be reassuring, but that didn't quite manage to hide her frustration. "I'll keep that in mind, thank you," he replied without looking at her, waiting for her to leave so he could close the door. Once she left, he slumped back in his chair, running a hand over his face. He was exhausted, both physically and emotionally. The conversation with Claudia had only increased his doubts and distrust, not only of her, but of everything that was happening around him. He looked out at the city through the large windows of his office, but instead of feeling like the powerful, in-control man he'd always been, he only felt a profound loneliness. Everything he'd thought was safe and under his control seemed to be crumbling, and for the first time in a long time, he didn't know how to fix it. Memories of Diana and the image of his twins appeared in his mind, occupying all his thoughts. He was caught between his desire to protect his children and the growing need to uncover the truth about what had really happened between him and his ex-wife. He knew he could no longer ignore the questions that tormented him, but he also didn't know if he was ready to face them. He was so afraid. A burning sensation caught in his throat as he thought about the possibility that she was innocent, and that he had mistreated her in the worst possible way. But what if Adrian Holmes had presented him with all the evidence? He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city in the daylight. He breathed deeply, trying to find calm amidst the chaos. He knew the only way to move forward was to face his past, no matter how painful it was. With a heavy heart, He recalled every detail of his encounter with Diana the day before. The way she had looked at him, the mixture of pain and longing in her eyes, the way his little ones had clung to him, as if they instinctively knew he was their father. That memory filled him with such profound sadness that at times he felt he couldn't bear it. And if all that had been lost because of a vulgar lie? The phone on his desk rang, pulling him from his thoughts. With a sigh, he returned to his chair and answered it. "Hello." His voice sounded harsher than he'd intended. "Mr. González, it's Linda. I just wanted to remind you about the meeting with the finance team at 3. Do you have any other appointments you'd like me to postpone?" He took a moment before answering. The idea of spending the afternoon in endless meetings about numbers and projections was unbearably tedious. "No, Linda, keep the meetings as they are," he finally replied. "Thank you." "You're welcome, sir." Linda hesitated for a moment before adding. "And, sir, if I may say so, you seem to have a lot on your mind. If you need anything, I'm here to help in any way I can." "Thanks, Linda," Juan replied, feeling a little more comforted by her offer of support. "I'll keep that in mind." "Understood, sir." "Linda." "Yes." "Anything else?" "I need a good investigator," he said. "Mr. Holmes." Linda began. "No," he interrupted her. "I need an investigator who has nothing to do with me or the company, much less with my father's circle." "Oh," she said, puzzled. "It's fine, sir. Thank you so much." He hung up the phone and dropped his head into his hands. He felt a pressure in his chest he hadn't felt in years, a weight that only seemed to increase with each new day. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had broken inside him and he didn't know how to fix it. Finally, he rose from his chair and walked over to a small table in the corner of his office, where he kept a bottle of whiskey for special occasions. He wasn't a man who drank often, but today he felt the need for something to help calm his nerves. He poured some into a glass and held it in his hands, staring at the amber liquid as if it might offer answers to the questions that plagued him. As he sipped slowly, he couldn't help but wonder how he'd gotten to this point. He'd started life with big dreams, found the love of his life, and had always been a good man, faithful, loving, and responsible. He'd been an exemplary son, a supportive brother, and now, here he was, with a successful business to his name, but with a void in his personal life that seemed impossible to fill. The sound of a notification on his phone broke the silence. Checking the screen, he saw a message from his mother, asking how he'd been. He hesitated for a moment before answering, knowing his family might be part of the problem that had kept him away from the love of his life. Finally, he put the phone aside, deciding he didn't have the energy to confront his mother right now. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment, wishing he could escape it all. But he knew he couldn't. He had responsibilities, both to his company and to his children. Chapter 13. She had decided to take advantage of the morning to do her weekly shopping. With the twins bundled up and in their double stroller, she headed to the local supermarket. She had made a detailed list of everything she needed, from groceries to personal care items, and was determined to complete the task without a hitch. Upon entering the supermarket, a gust of warm air greeted her, a welcome contrast to the chill outside. The automatic doors opened before them, and the sound of loudspeakers announcing the day's sales mingled with the soft murmur of customer conversations. Bruce, holding his teething toy, was focused on scratching his gums, while Laura, always the most curious, amused herself with a small, shiny keychain her mother had given her to keep her occupied. "Okay, little ones, let's make this quick," their mother said with a smile, knowing that, although her children were good in public, shopping could be an unpredictable adventure. She pushed the stroller with one hand while holding her shopping list with the other. Determined to stick to a plan, she started with the produce section. She carefully selected some apples, making sure they were firm and shiny, before moving on to the bananas, carrots, and spinach. Every time she put something in the cart, she glanced at the twins to make sure they were okay. "What do you think, Bruce? Red or green apples?" she asked, even though she knew he had no preference. The little boy looked at her for a moment before returning his attention to his teething toy. "Green, then," he said, deciding for both of them. Laura, on the other hand, was more interested in the people passing by. Her large, bright eyes followed every movement, and every now and then, she'd giggle when she saw something that caught her eye. She smiled at her daughter's reaction, feeling a wave of tenderness that always washed over her when she saw her children happy. It was Bruce's second day without a fever, and tomorrow they would finally see the specialist. She was even more relieved about that, even though it would mean seeing Juan again. She was beginning to feel satisfied that, for once, things seemed to be going smoothly. Until, of course, it wasn't. As she quickly checked her list to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything, she got distracted for a moment and bumped into someone as she turned a corner. The impact was soft, but enough to knock whatever the person was holding to the ground. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks as she realized her oversight. She immediately bent down to help pick up what had fallen, but before she could touch it, a deep, calm voice stopped her. "Don't worry, it was nothing," the man said with a calm smile. Diana looked up, meeting a pair of dark eyes and a smile that radiated unexpected warmth. The man was tall, very tall, with a muscular body that left no doubt he kept himself in shape. His dark hair was perfectly combed, and while his appearance could have been intimidating, his demeanor was relaxed and friendly. "I'm really, really sorry," she repeated, noticing that her voice was trembling slightly, both from surprise and embarrassment. "I wasn't paying attention." "It's okay," he insisted, picking up what had fallen. "These hallways are a bit narrow, aren't they?" She let out a nervous laugh, grateful for his understanding, but also noticing something she hadn't felt in a long time, the warmth in his cheeks and a feeling of shyness that surprised her. For the first time since Juan, she felt strangely affected by the presence of a man. "Yes, they are," she said, still blushing. The man studied her for a moment longer, clearly fascinated by her natural beauty. There was something about her that made him pause, a kind of energy that radiated tenderness and kindness. But he also saw the restlessness in her eyes, the same restlessness he'd seen in his older sister when she was overwhelmed caring for her young children. "Are they your children?" he asked, pointing at the twins in the stroller. The blonde nodded, still feeling a little embarrassed by the whole situation, but also feeling a rapid heartbeat in her chest. "Yes, that's Bruce and Laura," he said, his voice filling with love as he mentioned them. The man smiled, moving a little closer to look at the little ones. Laura, always the most sociable, smiled back and waved the shiny keychain she was holding. "Hello, Laura," the man greeted, his tone friendly. "And hello to you too, Bruce." Bruce, as expected, was more focused on his teething toy, but Diana noticed that he looked up briefly. "They're beautiful," the man said, looking back at her. "You must be very busy with two at once." "I am," she admitted with a smile, "but it's the kind of occupation I enjoy." "Your husband must be proud," she commented, wanting to know, since she wasn't wearing a wedding ring. "I'm divorced," she commented, somewhat bewildered. The man nodded, visibly impressed by her answer. He couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was, with her golden hair and her still rosy cheeks. I'm the Chinese guy, by the way, he finally introduced himself, extending his hand. Diana, she replied, taking his hand in a firm but brief shake. Nice to meet you, Chino. And again, sorry I bumped into you. Don't worry about it anymore, he replied, downplaying it. It's been a pleasure. For a moment, they remained silent, both a little awkward, but also somewhat intrigued by each other. Chino finally broke the silence, though he had already decided in his mind that he wanted to know more about this woman who had so quickly impressed him. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Looks like you have a cart full of things to buy, she said, pointing at the list in her hand. Yeah, I'm just finishing up, she said, grateful that the conversation didn't drag on too long. Although Chino seemed nice, the situation had left her somewhat nervous, but not in a bad way, but in one she hadn't experienced for a long time. I hope you enjoy the rest of your shopping, and that you don't have any more collisions along the way, he said with a smile that made it clear the encounter had been as pleasant for him as it had been for her. Diana laughed softly, feeling a little more relaxed, but also noticing that her heart was still beating a little faster than normal. I'll try. Have a nice day, Chino. The same to you, Diana. And to you too, Bruce and Laura, he said, waving goodbye to the twins before walking away, but not before taking one last look at her, impressed by her sweetness and beauty. As she watched him walk away, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed by the encounter. She wasn't used to talking to strangers, much less such attractive men. However, the interaction had left her with a pleasant feeling, a small reminder that the world still revolved around her, even when her life was so focused on her children. Upon reaching the checkout, she began placing the items on the conveyor belt, taking care not to crush anything in the process. The cashier, a friendly young woman, smiled at her when she saw the twins. They're adorable, she commented as she scanned the products. Thank you, he replied with a smile. You're my pride and joy. It must be quite a challenge with two at once, the cashier said, as she scanned a package of diapers. It is, but I wouldn't change it for anything in the world, he said sincerely. When she finally finished paying and gathering her things, she made sure everything was in its place before pushing the stroller toward the exit. Her twins already looked a little tired, and she knew a nap was in their near future. On the way to the car, she couldn't help but think how lucky she was to have them in her life. Despite everything she'd been through, she knew they were her greatest gift. As she put the bags in the trunk and secured the twins in their car seats, she promised herself she'd do everything she could to give them the best life possible, no matter what difficulties came her way. He got into the car, sighing deeply as he started the engine. A day full of small victories. As she drove, she couldn't help but reminisce about her encounter with Chino. Even though she probably wouldn't see him again, it was nice to have an adult interaction, one that made her feel a little more like the woman she used to be before everything changed. Juan was sitting at a table in one of the city's most exclusive restaurants, known for its sophisticated atmosphere and exquisite wine list. The place was perfect for business meetings, romantic dinners, and private gatherings, like the one he hoped to have that evening. The atmosphere was elegant, with soft lighting that created an intimate and relaxing atmosphere. The discreet murmur of conversations around him provided a tranquil soundtrack, while the aroma of gourmet food wafted through the air. Dressed in a dark, tailored suit, Juan watched the champagne swirl in his glass, lost in thought. He had arrived a little earlier than the scheduled time to enjoy a few minutes of calm and gather his thoughts. The news he had to share with his twin brother, Gabriel, wasn't easy to convey, let alone accept. Finally, Gabriel arrived at the restaurant. As always, his entrance was confident and striking, with an easy smile that reflected his usual confidence. Although identical in appearance, The two brothers were different in personality. Gabriel, the colder and more cynical, while Juan, despite his status as a businessman, maintained a warmer and, at times, vulnerable heart. Juan, Gabriel greeted with a smile as he approached the table. "Sorry for the delay. Traffic was impossible." "Don't worry," Juan replied, smiling back and standing up to shake her hand. "I'm glad you could make it." Gabriel sat opposite his brother and, after a quick glance at the menu, ordered a glass of champagne, just like Juan. The two brothers spent the first few minutes catching up on small talk, the latest business news, comments about mutual friends, and the status of some of their current projects. "So, what brings you here?" Gabriel finally asked, breaking the light conversation with a more serious look. "I know you don't usually ask for this kind of meeting unless there's something important to discuss." Juan took a deep breath, feeling the weight of what he was about to say. He knew his brother could be cold and pragmatic, but he also knew that behind that facade, he cared deeply for his family. "There's something I want to tell you. You're an uncle," he said, taking his cell phone out of his inside jacket pocket. "I have twins. 2 little ones, a boy and a girl." Gabriel looked at him with genuine surprise, a rare feeling for him. He wasn't usually easily impressed, but this news clearly caught him off guard. "Twins?" he repeated, almost incredulous. "You're joking, aren't you?" Juan smiled, a melancholy smile as he opened the photo gallery on his phone and passed it to his brother. "No, it's not a joke. See for yourself." He picked up the phone, his eyes scanning the images of the 2 little ones. Bruce, with his serious and curious expression, and Laura, with her bright smile and big blue eyes. His reaction was instantaneous. "They're beautiful, Juan. Truly beautiful," she said, her tone softer than usual. "The girl, she's just like Diana. It's incredible, and the boy is just like us." "I know. Oh my God, I'm an uncle," he said, unable to believe it. "You'll have to change diapers, and I'll have to look for presents at Christmas." "I hate Christmas, but nothing will make me lose my position as favorite uncle. Get ready, I'm going to spoil you." "I was sure you would say that." Gabriel was silent for a moment, processing the information. Although he didn't usually talk much about his feelings, it was clear he was upset by his brother's situation. "I never thought your marriage to Diana would end," he finally admitted. "You seemed so in love. I watched you do everything humanly possible to adore and please your wife. For a long time, I felt at ease knowing you were with the love of your life." Juan sighed, running a hand through his hair. "A lot of things happened, Gabriel. Things that even I didn't fully understand at the time. But I've decided to investigate what really happened. I doubt Adrian Holmes, the investigator, and I also doubt our parents. Especially Carlos." Gabriel gave a bitter laugh. "I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I'd advise you to investigate thoroughly, especially Carlos González. Our father has always had too heavy a hand in our lives. I never liked the way he interfered in your affairs, especially when it came to Diana." Juan nodded, his expression serious. "I know. And I'm determined to get to the bottom of this, no matter what it takes. I can't continue living with these doubts, much less let my children grow up without knowing the truth." "Don't let our parents near your children," he warned. "Is it that bad?" he asked worriedly. "I know you've always been the pretty boy and I've always been the mess, but our parents would rather see us miserable than see us around people they don't approve of." That produced a feeling of absolute discomfort and a terrible fear that caught in his throat. Gabriel picked up his glass of champagne, raised it in a toast, and downed it in one gulp. Then he placed the glass back on the table, his expression changing, revealing a vulnerability he rarely let on. On another note, Judith dumped me, he confessed suddenly. She left without giving me an explanation, she just moved out of the apartment we shared. She left me a note saying she'd thought better of it, that she was a free person and couldn't be with a possessive man like me. Juan looked at him in surprise, not only at the news, but also at the fact that his brother, the inveterate womanizer, was so affected by it. He had seen Gabriel with many women, but he had never seen him so affected by any of them. "I'm so sorry, bro," he said sincerely. "I knew you were really interested in her. Are you okay?" Gabriel shrugged, trying to maintain his cool facade, even though it was obvious he was hurt. "I don't know, Juan. It's the first time I've really cared about someone like that. I thought maybe I had a chance to change, to leave all my nonsense behind, but now I don't know what to think." The two brothers shared a moment of silent camaraderie, both dealing with their own heartaches. Although their struggles were different, there was an unspoken understanding between them, a deep connection that only brothers could share. "We're both in the same boat," Juan murmured, taking a sip of his champagne. "We're both suffering for love." Gabriel nodded slowly, raising his glass again, this time with a bitter smile. "For love and the damn complications it brings with it." "Cheers to that," Juan agreed, gently clinking his glass with his brother's before taking another sip. As they finished their glasses of champagne, they shared more memories and anecdotes, trying to ease the weight each of them carried in their hearts. They knew that, although life could be complicated and painful, they would always have their brother to lean on during difficult times. And that, at least, was something they could be thankful for. Chapter 14. Diana and her friend Paula, after making sure the twins were snuggled up, headed to the living room to enjoy a rare but well-deserved evening of relaxation. "Thanks for helping me put the little ones to sleep," she smiled as she turned on the TV and searched for a movie on her favorite streaming service. "I needed a little time for myself, and you're the best company." "You're welcome, friend," she replied, settling into the sofa with a blanket. "Besides, those two little angels are adorable. It's a pleasure helping you with them. Now, what are we going to watch?" "I was thinking something light, a romantic comedy or something like that," he mentioned, scrolling through the options on the screen. "Sounds perfect to me," Paula agreed, already feeling comfortable under the blanket. "After such a long day, we need something to laugh about." Diana chose a movie, and they both settled into the couch, ready to enjoy the evening. The first few minutes of the movie passed in silence, with the two women enjoying the light-hearted story and witty dialogue. However, it wasn't long before Paula noticed that her friend seemed distracted, as if she had something on her mind. "Are you okay?" she asked, lowering the volume of the movie a little and turning to look at her friend. "I see you're a little in the clouds." The blonde smiled, although with a slight blush on her cheeks. "I'm fine, it's just that, well, something strange happened to me today at the supermarket." "Curious?" She raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Diana Arriaga never gets anything clever. "Come on, tell me everything. I need to know every detail." Feeling a little foolish for having overthought the matter, but also knowing that Paula wouldn't leave her alone until she told her everything. Okay, she said, turning on the couch to better face her friend. "I was shopping with the twins, as usual. Everything was going well until, while I was checking my list, I accidentally bumped into a man in one of the aisles." Paula opened her eyes curiously. "A man?" she said, already anticipating that this story was going to be interesting. "Please continue. Don't stop now." "Yes, a man," she continued, feeling the slight blush rise again as she recalled the encounter. He was tall, with dark hair, very handsome, and well, it was a minor collision, but everything he was holding fell to the ground. "Oh no," she exclaimed, putting a hand to her mouth. "How embarrassing. What did you do?" "I apologized 1,000 times, of course," Diana replied, laughing at her own awkwardness. "But he was very nice, said it was nothing, that I shouldn't worry. The strangest thing is, for the first time in a long time, I felt nervous in front of a man who wasn't Juan." Paula looked at her with a mixture of surprise and mischief. "Oh, finally," she exclaimed, giving her friend a little push in the arm. "That's great news, Diana. So, how did it end? Did you exchange numbers? Did he ask you out?" The blonde shook her head, smiling. "No, it wasn't anything like that. We just talked a little, he told me his name was Chino, and then we continued shopping. But I don't know, it was nice. It made me realize that maybe, just maybe, I could feel good with someone again." "Chinese, huh?" Paula said, letting the name roll on her tongue as if she were assessing it. "Sounds like a good name. And hey, who knows, maybe you'll see him again. Sometimes, things like that happen." "Yeah, maybe," she admitted, though she wasn't sure if she was really hoping to see him again or if she was just enjoying the idea that she could open herself up to new possibilities. "Well, the important thing is that you felt good," her best friend emphasizes, leaning toward her with a serious but kind gaze. "You know, I'm not saying you should go running out and find a date, but it's great that you feel that way, especially after everything you've been through." Paula was right. She'd been through so much, and although the focus of her life was her children, the idea of having something more, even if it was just a pleasant little encounter at the supermarket, gave her hope. "And what do you think of Chino?" she asked more insistently, unwilling to let the subject drop. "Did you like him?" Diana laughed softly. "Yeah, I think so," she admitted, feeling a small lurch in her stomach as she said it out loud. "He was very nice, and definitely attractive. But I don't know if I'm ready for anything more." "You don't have to be," she said with an encouraging smile. "Just enjoy the moment. And who knows, maybe Chino will appear in your life again when you least expect it. If not, at least you have a nice story to remember." "I don't think I'll see him again, but it was a nice surprise on an ordinary day." "That's what I love most about life," the brunette reflected, "the little surprises that make you smile. And you deserve to smile more, Diana. You've been through a lot, and seeing that something as simple as a run-in at the supermarket can brighten your day makes me happy. Are you real?" "Of course, silly," he pinches her. "I don't know what I would do without you," she admits, feeling a warmth in her heart from her friend's constant support. "You don't have to thank me," she replied, giving him a quick hug. "But if you ever see Chino again, I want to be the first to know, okay?" "I promise," she assures him. "Although I'm sure it won't be necessary." Just as the echo of the two women's laughter began to fade into the quiet night, the sound of the doorbell unexpectedly rang through the apartment. Diana, frowning with a mixture of curiosity and surprise, stood up from the sofa. "Are you waiting for someone?" Paula asked, equally intrigued. "No, I'm not expecting anyone," he replied, walking toward the door. A slight nervousness began to stir inside him, a feeling he couldn't explain. When she opened the door, the air seemed to stand still for a moment. There, standing on the threshold, was Juan González, her ex-husband and the father of her children. His presence disarmed her, as always, with that sensuality and charisma that characterized him, but there was something different about his expression. He seemed a little nervous, as if his arrival hadn't been entirely planned. "Juan," she whispered, surprised, her heart racing involuntarily. From the couch, Paula frowned, clearly suspicious and annoyed by the businessman's unexpected appearance. "I need." His voice sounded soft, but charged with an intensity that she couldn't ignore. "I knew him well," he was tormented. "What are you doing here?" he asked, trying to regain his composure. The night had been peaceful and relaxing, and now, tension was once again in the air. Juan swallowed nervously, something that was not common for him. "I just wanted to see the twins, even if it was just for a moment. I won't make a sound, I promise. I really need to see them." Diana watched him for a second, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. She knew Juan had the right to see his children, but she also knew how hard it had taken to achieve that peace in their home. He hesitated, his gaze shifting to Paula, who remained on the couch, shaking her head and frowning even deeper, clearly disagreeing with the idea of letting him in. "Diana, you don't have to do this," her friend murmured, loud enough for only her friend to hear. "You can tell him to come back another day." The young mother took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the situation. But seeing the almost desperate expression in her ex-husband's eyes, something in her softened. "Okay, but don't make any noise." "They're asleep," she finally said, opening the door just enough for him to enter. Paula rolled her eyes, visibly upset, but didn't say anything else. She knew she shouldn't get involved. The businessman nodded gratefully and entered the apartment with cautious steps. He accompanied her through the tiny hallway that led to the room where the babies were sleeping peacefully. Her heart pounded as her thoughts swirled in a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder what was going through her ex's mind, showing up like that, unannounced, and at such a late hour. When they reached the door of the room, she stopped and turned to him, her gaze full of warning. "Please don't wake them," he whispered, his tone more gentle than firm. "I won't," he promised, with a sincerity that almost disarmed her. He carefully opened the door, revealing the twins asleep in their cribs. Moonlight filtered through the window, softly illuminating the small figures of Bruce and Laura. Juan's heart sank at the sight of his children, so peaceful, so vulnerable. He approached slowly, each step charged with emotions he could barely control. Bruce slept with his fist clenched near his face, while Laura, her blonde hair framing her face, was wrapped in her favorite blanket. Diana stood by the door, watching him as he bent over the cribs, his eyes fixed on the babies. She could see the tenderness in his expression, the pure love emanating from every gesture. It was a side of Juan she hadn't seen in a long time, and it made her feel a lump in her throat. "They're so perfect," he whispered, more to himself than to her, as his fingers gently brushed against Bruce's blanket. She nodded, her emotions on edge. "Yes, they are," he replied in a low voice. For a few minutes, silence reigned in the room, broken only by the twins' soft breathing. He touched them with the utmost delicacy, brushing his knuckles against their cheeks, gently adoring their tiny heads. He bent down cautiously and kissed each one on the forehead, the remorse of not having been there for their first months of life hammering at his soul. That constant pang of pain at the thought of all he had missed, all he had let slip away. "Thank you for letting me see them," he finally said, turning to Diana. His eyes, now filled with gratitude, met hers. "You don't know how much this means to me." His ex-wife just nodded, unable to find the right words. There was so much they needed to say, but at that moment, neither of them was ready to begin such an emotionally charged conversation. The businessman leaned down once more, placing a soft kiss on each twin's forehead. Then he straightened, his eyes shining with tears that threatened to spill over, but wouldn't do so in front of her. I should go, he said, his voice barely a whisper. I don't want to bother you any further. He walked her back to the hallway, his mind still tangled with the conflicting feelings her presence had unleashed. Paula remained on the couch, watching with a neutral but clearly alert expression. Are you really okay? Are the kids okay? He asked. Yes, we're fine, she replied, though she wasn't sure who she was trying to convince more, him or herself. He nodded once more, giving her one last look before heading out the door. When he closed it behind him, she stood still for a moment, feeling like something had changed between them, though she wasn't sure what exactly it was. Paula got up from the couch, approaching her friend. Are you okay? He asked softly, touching her arm in a supportive gesture. His thoughts were still a whirlwind. Yes, I'm fine, he said finally, although he knew the night wouldn't end as peacefully as it had begun. Paula looked at her friend with a mixture of compassion and concern. She couldn't remain silent in the face of what she saw. No, you're not okay, he said firmly, hugging her. Diana sighed, feeling the full weight of her emotions building in her chest. Finally, she let out the words she'd been holding back. No, I'm not, she admitted, her voice trembling. Because I still love that man who just left with all my soul. My love is still intact, bruised, but intact, and I know I'm wrong. I can't love someone who treated me like this. It's not fair to me. She sank down onto the couch, her body feeling heavy with the emotional burden she carried. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to calm down. Being so close to him wasn't doing her any good. She thought she'd found calm and balance in her life, until Juan returned to her life, as beautiful, as sensitive as he had been tonight. I'm sure he was really deceived, she continued in a whisper. I can't help but think that everything that happened was a manipulation, that they separated us on purpose. Paula, who had been listening intently, leaned forward, taking her friend's hand in a gesture of support. It's obvious he was manipulated, but... Her friend insisted gently. If he loved you as much as you say, he should have listened to you, should have given you a chance to explain. What if he really investigated like he says? What if everything pointed to me as the culprit? Still, I can't help but feel like he should have done more for you both. Diana remained silent. She knew her friend was right, but that didn't make the pain any less intense. She loved Juan with all her being, but she also knew there were things that couldn't be ignored, wounds that wouldn't heal easily. He looked like a wreck today, as if reality had suddenly hit him, saying, I'm not interested in listening to my wife because I'll swallow everything the classist sons of bitches of parents I have tell me, Paula muttered, looking for a bad joke to cheer her friend up. The blonde nodded, remembering how loving he seemed with his little ones and how clumsy he was when touching them, due to his inexperience. Yeah, we'll call him Disaster Dad from now on, Diana blurted out. That night, after saying goodbye to Paula, Diana found herself lost in thought as she stared around the darkened room. Everything was silent except for the soft breathing of her babies. In that instant, a memory enveloped her, transporting her back to those days when everything seemed simpler, when she and Juan were just beginning their life together. She remembered one night in particular, a night she could never forget. It had been a difficult month. She'd been practicing a new painting technique when a clumsy accident in the studio left her with a fractured wrist. Sadness quickly washed over her. Painting was her life, her passion, and now, with her wrist immobilized, she couldn't do it. That night, her then-boyfriend, Juan, had gone to sleep. She got out of bed, unable to fall asleep. She felt trapped in her own body, as if her creativity was blocked by the cast wrapped around her wrist. Dressed in her pajamas, she walked silently to the living room where she kept her canvases. The soft glow of the moon illuminated the room, creating delicate shadows that danced on the walls. She sat on the floor in front of a blank canvas, her mind flooded with a whirlwind of emotions. Without realizing it, she began to cry silently. All she wanted was to pick up a paintbrush and let her feelings flow onto the canvas, but her injured wrist limited her, making her feel powerless. Suddenly, she heard soft footsteps behind her. She turned to see her boyfriend, who was looking at her from the doorway with a mixture of tenderness and concern. "Baby, what are you doing here?" he asked in a whisper, slowly approaching her. She looked down, trying to hide the tears still running down her cheeks. "I miss being able to paint so much," she admitted, her voice cracking. "It's like a part of me is broken and I don't know how to fix it." Juan knelt beside her, his eyes reflecting deep understanding. He gently took her wounded hand in his own and held it to his chest. "Yes, you can paint, love," he said softly. "No, it hurts too much," she replied, feeling a mixture of frustration and sadness. But he didn't give up. Instead, he picked up a paintbrush from the floor and held it to her immobilized hand, wrapping his fingers around it, guiding her with his own firm, sure hands. "When one of us is broken," he said in a loving whisper, "the other will put the pieces back together and make it whole again." His words, so simple and so full of promise, resonated in her heart. With patience and love, he helped her move the brush across the canvas. Together, they began to draw soft lines and curves. Each stroke was a reminder that she wasn't alone, that she would always have him by her side to support her through the most difficult times. Diana felt a smile form on her lips, not just from the simple act of painting, but from the feeling of being so close to him, of being so deeply understood and protected. "Don't stop loving me, love," she murmured, her voice trembling with a mixture of emotion and vulnerability. He looked into her eyes, his gaze full of devotion. "Never, my love," he replied with a firmness that comforted her to the depths of her being. The moment was perfect, etched in their memory as one of the most beautiful of their life together. Together, they created something more than just a painting that night. She closed her eyes in the present, allowing that sweet memory to envelop her, feeling that deep feeling, still present in her heart, despite everything they had been through. Chapter 15. The young mother arrived at the hospital early, carefully pushing the twin stroller as she entered the waiting room. Bruss's appointment with the specialist had her nervous, but she tried to remain calm. She knew it was important for the little one to receive the best possible care. Laura was calm, playing with a small stuffed animal, while Bruss, although suffering from a slight fever, remained sleepy. While she was trying to distract herself, she saw him arrive. Her ex-husband entered the room with an imposing presence, flanked by two bodyguards who caught the attention of everyone present. Juan, with his perfectly tailored suit and determined expression, didn't go unnoticed. The women in the waiting room couldn't help but stare at him, some even giving him glances filled with admiration and desire. Unable to help herself, she felt a pang of jealousy as they watched the gazes fall on him, reminding her how attractive and charismatic he was. He spotted her immediately, his expression changing from mild annoyance to obvious concern. He walked toward her with purposeful strides, his eyes fixed on the twins before turning his attention to her. "Why didn't you wait for the car I assigned you?" "And the guards?" he asked, his tone revealing his frustration. The woman, trying to maintain her composure, answered firmly. "You know I don't need any of that," she said. "I can handle myself. I don't need an entourage to take my children to the doctor." He frowned, clearly not satisfied with her answer. "It's not just for you. It's for the protection of our children. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to them, and I want to make sure they're safe at all times." The tension between them was palpable, a mix of genuine concern and the inevitable friction that arose when they were together. Juan leaned toward the stroller, his hard features softening at the sight of the little ones. "Hello, my little ones," he said in a voice full of tenderness, leaning down to kiss Lara first. The little girl, upon recognizing her father, let out a squeal of joy, waving her little arms as her daddy took her in his arms. He showered her with kisses, making the little girl giggle, delighted by her father's attention. Then, just as tenderly, she leaned toward Bruce, but when she picked him up, the little boy whined, his fever evident in his demeanor. Diana, worried, immediately intervened, taking Bruce from her father's arms. "He has a fever, I don't think you should lift him too much," she said. The CEO nodded, letting her take control, recognizing that she had more knowledge and experience in the twins' well-being. Just then, a nurse came out and called them into the office. Dr. Arriaga, a pediatric specialist known for his kindness and skill with children, greeted them with a warm smile. "Good morning, how are you today?" he greeted the family. "We're here for Bruce," she replied pleasantly. "He's had a fever since last night, and he's more irritable than usual." The doctor nodded and began examining the baby, starting by listening to his heart and lungs. But when she touched his tummy, the little one burst into inconsolable tears. She tried to calm him by gently rocking him, but his crying only seemed to intensify. "Shh, honey, it's over now," she tried to comfort him, but nothing seemed to work. Juan, seeing his son so upset, approached. "Let me try," he asked, his voice soft but determined. She looked at him suspiciously, doubting that he could calm the baby in that state. "I don't know if you'll be able to calm him down. He's very uncomfortable," she said, but something in her ex-husband's eyes convinced her to give him a chance. He took him in his arms with a confidence that surprised her. He sat down in a nearby chair, placing the little boy on his lap. With a firm but gentle hand, he began massaging his tummy, applying gentle pressure to the right spots. After a few seconds, Bruce let out a small gasp, and his crying began to subside. "There you go, champ," the businessman murmured with a tender smile, as he continued the massage, until the little boy finally calmed down, looking at his father with a small smile, the first he had shown all day. Diana, who was watching the whole scene in amazement, couldn't help but ask, "Where did you learn that?" Juan looked up at her, still cradling Bruce in his arms. "Since I found out I was a father, I've bought a ton of books and watched videos to learn how to take care of babies. I want to be prepared for anything." She was speechless, impressed by his dedication. Seeing him so committed and loving to his children touched her deeply. There was a tenderness in him she'd never seen before, a side of her ex-husband that, amidst all the difficulties, she hadn't expected to discover. Dr. Arriaga, observing the scene, smiled. "You seem to have a special touch with him, Mr. González. It's good to see a father so involved." The CEO nodded, his eyes still fixed on his son, who was now snuggled into his chest. "I'll do whatever it takes for them," he replied, with a seriousness that made it clear how much his children meant to him. Diana felt something inside her soften. Even though there was so much pain between them, she couldn't deny the bond the young father was building with the twins. And in that moment, as she watched him hold their son so tenderly, she knew that, despite everything, there was something beautiful and profound that still united them. After carefully examining Bruce and reviewing the studies and analyses they had previously performed, Dr. Arriaga sat across from them both, his expression calm but serious. "I've reviewed the results and have a better idea of what's affecting the infant," he began, speaking clearly so both parents could understand. "What the little one has is called an abdominal migraine. It's a rare condition in children, but it can cause a lot of discomfort and, as we've seen, is accompanied by fever and episodes of intense pain. She felt a knot in her stomach as she heard the doctor's words. Although she had hoped for answers, hearing that her son had a condition she hadn't anticipated filled her with concern. "And what does that mean exactly?" Juan asked, frowning. "How does that affect your overall health?" Dr. Arriaga nodded, understanding her concern. "Abdominal migraines can be debilitating, but they're nothing to be alarmed about. However, in Brus's case, the situation is further complicated by her weakened immune system. Any virus or infection, no matter how small, can wreak havoc on her body, which explains the recurring fevers." Involuntarily, she gently squeezed the hand of her children's father, seeking comfort in this difficult moment. He, in response, squeezed hers back, showing that they were in this together. "What can we do to help him?" she asked. "I want my son to be okay." The doctor gave a small, reassuring smile. "I'm going to recommend a treatment that will help strengthen your immune system and also control your abdominal migraine episodes. With the right treatment, I'm sure Brus will begin to improve. It's a process that will take time, but I'm very confident we'll see positive results." "We'll do whatever it takes, doctor. I want my son to have the best care possible," the CEO assured him confidently. "I know, and with your support, the little one has a great team at his side," Dr. Arriaga responded. "I'm going to develop a specific treatment plan for him, and I want you to keep me informed of any changes or symptoms that may arise. It's important that we monitor his progress closely." Diana was relieved to know there was a plan in place to help her son. "Thank you, doctor," she said with a touch of emotion. "I'm so grateful for everything you're doing for my baby. It's my duty and my pleasure to help your children be healthy and happy," the doctor replied with a friendly smile. "If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to contact me." Paula, Diana's best friend, was driving her small van that morning with boundless energy. It was her day to take the shelter dogs for their weekly walk in the park, and as always, she was in a great mood. The small seats of the van were filled with dogs of all shapes and sizes, all with their tails wagging happily while she told them jokes. "Do you know what the worst thing is for a dog?" he asked, briefly glancing at the dogs in the rearview mirror. "When they bark at their owner when he forgets to give them their daily treat." The dogs didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from bursting out laughing, as if she had just told the funniest joke in the world. "Come on, guys. We're going to have a great time at the park," he exclaimed cheerfully, honking his horn in a playful rhythm. Everything was going swimmingly until, suddenly, a motorcycle appeared out of nowhere, hurtling into her path. Before she could react, the van crashed into the motorcycle, sending the rider sprawling on the ground. Paula slammed on the brakes and let out a strangled scream. "Oh, my God! I've killed a human," she exclaimed, frightened, turning to the puppies. "Wait in your seats, kids. Don't come out, I've committed murder." She got out of the van as quickly as she could, her hands shaking and her heart racing. As she approached the motorcyclist, who was lying on the ground, almost trembling, she muttered to herself, "Oh, my God. I hope he's not dead. I'm too young and too pretty to go to jail." He bent over the man, who was lying on the ground, still wearing his helmet. "Hey, you," he said in a shaky voice, but with a touch of his typical recklessness. "Wake up. Please don't die." The biker groaned, complaining of pain. "Didn't anyone teach you that injured people shouldn't be moved?" he growled, his voice muffled by his helmet. In her state of panic and confusion, she completely ignored him. Instead of worrying about his health, she felt relieved. "At least you're alive," she exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips. I thought I killed you. Call an ambulance, please, the man asked, clearly in pain. I think I've injured my leg and neck. But Paula wasn't paying attention to his words, she was more concerned about who she'd run over. Her curiosity was killing her, so she did what anyone with little first aid knowledge would do, she took off his helmet. The man screamed. Don't take off my helmet. You could hurt my neck. But it was too late. With a quick tug, Paula ripped off the helmet and froze as she saw the face of the man beneath. Juan, she whispered, almost breathless. Oh my God, I ran over the father of my best friend's children. This is the end. The man looked at her with a mixture of pain and disbelief. I'm not Juan. He groaned with effort. I'm Gabriel, your brother. The veterinary student blinked several times, staring at the man in shock. Gabriel, she repeated, as if the name made no sense at all. But he's that insufferable womanizing jerk. The tycoon, still lying on the ground, rolled his eyes with a mixture of pain and resignation. Yes, it's me. And believe me, if I had known I'd run into you today, I would have taken a different route, she replied sarcastically, although she was clearly suffering. She stared at him, still in shock from the situation. This can't be happening, he muttered, putting a hand to his forehead. First I run him over, and now I find out he's the guy I hate most on this planet. The twin let out a groan, trying to move without much success. Please, could you just call an ambulance? He asked in a muffled voice. I'm not in the mood to discuss the past. But she, instead of doing what he asked, continued to look at him as if he were an alien. This is karma, there's no other explanation, he exclaimed, almost laughing at the situation. I ran over that idiot Gabriel González, the same one who ruined my adolescence. Gabriel looked at her with a mixture of exasperation and pain. Yeah, well, karma's a bitch, isn't it? She snorted. Now, would you stop celebrating my misfortune and call a damn ambulance? Of all the people I could have run over, she muttered to herself, it had to be you. I must have run over you at least 3 times. Trust me, you crazy woman, he replied, closing his eyes in frustration. This isn't fun for either of us. I should let you die. Paula. Yeah, she said, grabbing her phone. Just so you know, I'm saving you because my dogs are here to witness it. She pointed at the van where the dogs were sticking their noses out of the windows, watching what their caretaker was doing. Thank goodness, the tycoon huffed, finally fainting. Chapter 16. Diana and Juan walked down the hospital hallway, each carrying one of the twins as they headed toward the parking lot. The atmosphere between them was tense, a mix of suppressed emotions and concerns for Bruss's health. Although they both tried to remain calm for the little one's sake, the friction between them was undeniable. Just as they turned a corner, she stopped abruptly when she saw a familiar figure walking toward them. It was Chino, the man she had met at the supermarket. His eyes lit up in recognition, and his smile widened as he approached. Diana, he exclaimed joyfully, stopping in front of them. What a surprise to see you here. The young mother, although surprised, smiled back. Chinese, he replied, trying to keep his tone casual. I didn't expect to find you here. What are you doing in the hospital? He, with his usual charm, pointed to the uniform he was wearing. I work here. I'm a radiologist, he explained, with a slight nod. And you? Is everything okay with the little ones? The familiarity with which they greeted each other did not go unnoticed by Juan, who stood to the side, observing the interaction with a neutral expression, although his eyes betrayed a growing discomfort. Yes, we're here for a consultation with Bruce, she replied, as the little boy rested on her shoulder. How have you been? Good, very good. The conversation flowed between them naturally, completely ignoring Juan's presence. Do you really like marathons? Yes, I'm going to run in the next marathon at the end of this month, she mentioned. I'm going to run there with my sister too, the radiologist said, smiling happily. The two briefly exchanged phone numbers, and Juan had never felt so bad in his life witnessing that. Chino looked at Laura, who was in her father's arms, and made a face at her, causing the girl to smile. Finally, the businessman, unable to bear the exchange any longer, audibly cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation. The blonde, noticing her ex's discomfort, turned to him with a slightly surprised expression. "Ah, Chino," he said, his tone slightly more serious. "This is Juan González, the father of my little ones." Her words, especially the way she introduced him, made the businessman's heart sink a little. It wasn't just the formality with which she'd mentioned him, but the distance implied in her presentation. Chino, without losing his composure, extended his hand towards Juan. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. González," he said kindly, although there was a defiant gleam in his eyes. However, the CEO kept his hands busy, one holding Laura and the other firmly at her side. He made no effort to shake the radiologist's hand, causing Diana to glare at him, clearly annoyed by his lack of courtesy. The third wheel, noticing the tension, smiled slightly before turning his attention back to her. "It was a pleasure seeing you. You look radiant," he added, his words filled with clear intent, his eyes briefly scanning her figure. She blushed deeply at the compliment, feeling a touch of discomfort and nervousness. Satisfied with the reaction he'd provoked, he nodded goodbye and continued on his way, leaving the divorced couple standing in the middle of the hallway, surrounded by an awkward silence. She started walking back toward the parking lot, but her ex stopped her, gently grabbing her arm. There was an intensity in his gaze that she couldn't hide. "What's up with that guy?" he asked, seething with jealousy and irritation. His ex-wife jerked out of his grasp, her gaze now filled with fury. "You have no right to question me on anything. I remind you that we're divorced," she replied firmly. "What I do or who I talk to is none of your business." Her response only heightened the tension between them. Juan, still holding Laura, tried to remain calm, but the frustration was evident on his face. "I'm just worried about you and the kids," he tried to explain, though he knew his words weren't enough to ease the situation. She looked at him sharply, feeling that her patience was at its limit. "Just worry about your children. You're not my guardian. So worrying about the mother of my children is wrong now." "I'm perfectly fine," she cut him off. The silence that followed was deafening. They both knew the conversation was going nowhere, and the long-suppressed emotions were about to explode. She had just placed the twins in the crib when they arrived at the apartment. She was about to turn around when she felt Juan's presence behind her, his proximity so intense that the air seemed charged with electricity. Before she could say a word, he grabbed her arm, abruptly spun her around, pinning her against the wall, and, without giving her time to react, crushed his lips against hers. The kiss was wild, filled with rage and pent-up desire. His lips moved with a fierce urgency, biting and claiming every corner of her mouth. Diana tried to resist, but her body betrayed her, a wave of heat washed over her, and she soon found herself responding to the kiss with equal intensity. Her hands, initially pushing away, clutched at her ex's shoulders, while a liquid heat slid between her legs, fanning every fiber of her being. The sexual attraction between them had always been this way, explosive, strong, and wild. That's why she had given her virginity to the businessman just 2 months after they had met. Juan sensed her surrender, and his aggression softened. His kisses became slower, more sensual. His lips explored Diana's, savoring every stifled moan that escaped her throat. The blonde's hands trembled at the firmness of his chest, and although she knew she should stop, she couldn't help but arch toward him, her body seeking more contact. The abstinence of so long erupted between them, and every touch of their lips, every caress, ignited a spark inside her. Juan lowered a hand down her back, pulling her even closer against him, until there was no space left between their bodies. He felt the frantic beat of his heart, his ex-wife's labored breathing, and he knew there was no turning back. "Diana," he murmured against her mouth, his voice husky and full of lust. Trembling and completely lost in the whirlwind of sensations, she could barely whisper his name before he kissed her again with a passion that left her breathless. Finally, when air was needed, he pulled away just enough to look into her eyes. They were both panting, their bodies still pressed together. Diana, her lips swollen and her mind clouded with desire, could barely hold his gaze. "We can't go on," she murmured, though the force of her words didn't match the desire in her eyes. Juan watched her for a long moment, his breathing still labored. He was so lost in her, so in love, that he could barely draw air into his lungs, it was so intense. "Diana, I can't stop wanting you." "I never could," he whispered before dropping his lips onto her shoulder. She opened her eyes, staring at him with a dilemma of confusion and desire. She knew she had to stop this, that nothing good would come from giving in to those emotions, but her body wouldn't respond. At that moment, all she could feel was the warmth of his lips, the weight of his body against hers, and the unmistakable beating of his heart, pounding in her ears like a drum, as he kissed her neck and squeezed her breasts fiercely. "Juan," she whispered, not knowing what else to say, as her hand moved up his chest, feeling the firmness of his muscles. He didn't respond with words, only with another kiss on her lips, one that was both desperate and full of tenderness. She was caught between what she knew she should do and what her body was asking for. Finally, with a titanic effort, she pulled away from him, panting from the effort of regaining control. Her eyes, filled with conflicting emotions, met those of her ex-husband, who was looking at her with the same intensity as before. "We can't," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. "Not like this." Juan, desire still shining in his eyes, nodded slowly, knowing he'd gone too far. But the feel of her lips, the warmth of her body against his, was something he couldn't forget so easily. "I know," he murmured, realizing that this was just the beginning of a much more complicated internal battle. Diana took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, as she looked at the twins, who were sleeping, oblivious to the storm of emotions that had just broken out between their parents. "Go away, Juan. I don't want you here. I need some peace to think about what really matters, our children." He nodded, brushing his hair and breathing heavily. He walked to the door, grabbed the handle, and gently turned toward her. "You're still mine, just as I'm still yours," he proclaimed, and left the room. Diana took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. She knew her relationship with Juan was complicated, but she also knew that, for the sake of her children, she needed to find a way to deal with all of this without losing herself in the process. Juan arrived at his apartment, his mind still numb from the day's events. As he took off his jacket, he noticed a figure waiting in the living room. It was the investigator he had hired to unravel the truth about Diana's alleged betrayal. The young businessman took a deep breath, trying to prepare himself for what he was about to hear. "I'm so sorry I'm late," Juan said as he approached the man. "I understand, Mr. González." "No problem," the researcher replied, his gaze reflecting both professionalism and empathy. "Please sit down," the CEO said, pointing to a nearby armchair. "Would you like something to drink?" "Yes, a whiskey would be nice," the researcher agreed. The businessman nodded and headed to the bar. As he poured the liquor into 2 glasses, his mind couldn't help but return to the doubts and questions that had tormented him for so long. He returned to the room with the glasses in hand and offered one to the investigator before sitting across from him. "What did you discover?" he asked urgently. The man in the gray suit took some folders out of his briefcase, placing them carefully on the coffee table. His eyes, which displayed a degree of sadness and seriousness, met his client's before he spoke. "Mr. González, my men and I have thoroughly investigated everything related to the alleged robbery attributed to your ex-wife," he began, handing over the files. "What we found is alarming." The CEO opened the folders with trembling hands, revealing a series of security camera photos, signatures, papers, pay stubs, and other documents that appeared to be incriminating evidence. As he reviewed them, bewilderment and anxiety took hold. The researcher continued, his voice laced with regret. "Mr. González, I'm afraid this was all a well-crafted plan to separate you from your wife." He looked up from the documents, his eyes reflecting the disbelief and pain he was beginning to feel. "Separate from my wife?" he asked, feeling the pieces of his soul creak together. The man in front of him nodded slowly. "That's right, Mr. González. I can tell you without a doubt that Diana Arriaga was innocent of everything she was accused of." The businessman put his hands to his face, struggling to process what he had just heard. His mind filled with memories of those horrible weeks, the sleepless nights, the bitter arguments, and the decisions that had led him to break up with the woman he loved most in the world. "But I did my research. I spent weeks investigating. I even spoke to the people at the bank where Diana supposedly withdrew the money. The security cameras showed her," he insisted, his voice breaking. "I hired a private investigator, my friend Adrian Holmes, and he confirmed the same thing." The researcher shook his head, understanding the magnitude of the deception he had been the victim of. "That's the problem, Mr. González. The person who masterminded all this was extremely clever. They moved the pieces impressively, covered you up with lies, and created a scenario filled with falsehoods to destroy your marriage. They manipulated security cameras, falsified documents, and bribed the right people. All to make you believe Diana was guilty. But Adrian Holmes. Chapter 24. It was early Saturday morning when Juan, still half asleep, heard the soft jingle of the bell on his door. He got out of bed, a little groggy, and headed to the entrance while trying to clear his head. Upon opening the door, he found his bodyguard, a large, burly man, holding a pair of adorable twins, Laura and Bruce, who were looking at him with curious, slightly sleepy eyes. "Sir, here are the little ones, just as you requested," the bodyguard said, a slight smile on his face as he handed the babies to the CEO. Juan, who had always been the kind of man more comfortable closing multi-million-dollar deals than changing diapers, took his children in his arms with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. He knew today would be a challenging day, but he had also decided it would be the day he would prove, to both himself and Diana, that he could be a good father. "Thanks, Joe. I'll take care of them from here," he told the man, trying to sound more confident than he actually was. Joe nodded and walked away, leaving him alone in the hallway with the 2 little ones, who stared at him, as if evaluating his parenting skills. As he closed the door and looked at the twins, he felt a mixture of love and panic. "Well, guys, looks like it's just the 3 of us today," he muttered, more to himself than to the babies. Laura, wearing her pink bow, smiled at him with an expression that could have been supportive, or simply because she'd just discovered her own reflection in the entryway mirror. Bruce, on the other hand, seemed more interested in trying to fit an entire fist in his mouth. Feeling a little overwhelmed, he decided it was best to start with the basics. Breakfast, he suggested, leading them into the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, she placed the twins in their high chairs and began preparing breakfast. Well, prepared was a generous term, considering all she knew how to do was warm bottles and open jars of baby food. Still, she did it with love. "Here we go," she said, handing them the bottles and watching as they dug in eagerly. While the twins ate breakfast, the disastrous father tried to organize his thoughts. He had planned to spend the entire day with them, caring for them himself, but he soon realized he had no idea how to fill all those hours. Still, he was determined to try. After breakfast, she thought it would be a good idea to play with the twins in the living room. She took out a blanket and spread it on the floor, surrounding it with all kinds of toys. She placed them both in the center and offered them a soft ball, hoping that would be enough to keep them busy. "Come on, guys, who wants the ball?" he asked, gently rolling the ball toward them. Laura, with her competitive spirit, was the first to dive for the ball, while Bruce watched, as if calculating the perfect trajectory before making his move. One couldn't help but laugh at the concentration on his son's face. "Bruce, go get the ball," she encouraged, as the little boy finally decided to crawl after his sister. The game continued for a while, but she soon realized the twins were starting to get bored. Laura began tugging at the blanket, and Bruce, ever the observant one, decided it would be more interesting to try climbing the couch. "No, Bruce. The sofa isn't a mountain," she exclaimed, running to stop her son from climbing onto the cushions. But in the process of stopping Bruce, he completely forgot about Laura, who took advantage of her father's distraction to sneak into the kitchen. By the time the CEO realized it, it was too late. The little girl had found the pantry and was in the process of emptying a box of cereal all over the floor. "Laura, no!" She ran into the kitchen, scooping up her daughter before she could wreak any more havoc. "Father isn't prepared to deal with all of this." With a sigh, she picked up the cereal box and set about cleaning up the mess. Looking at her children, who seemed to be enjoying all this chaos, she couldn't help but laugh at the situation. "Is this what Mom does every day?" she asked aloud, even though she knew the little ones couldn't answer. "I have to admit, she's amazing." That gave him a pang of nostalgia. Because of his insecurity in his parents, he had lost a good woman. After cleaning up and making sure the twins were safe from further adventures, she decided a little nap wouldn't hurt. She led them to their room, where she'd set up a pair of temporary cribs. To her surprise, the twins quickly fell asleep, exhausted from their morning antics. Juan, on the other hand, collapsed onto his bed, completely exhausted. "Nap for everyone," he murmured, closing his eyes. But, as every parent knows, babies' naps are notoriously short. After what seemed like only a few minutes, he was awakened by the soft babbling of Bruce, who was already awake and playing with his teddy bear. He got up with difficulty and went to look for his children, who, surprisingly, seemed to have completely recharged their batteries. "Okay, let's go for a walk in the park," she decided, thinking the fresh air would do them good. He packed the double stroller, settled the twins, and left the house, feeling a little more confident now that they had made it through the first half of the day without too much incident. The walk through the park was more peaceful. The twins looked around curiously, while the young father pushed the stroller, enjoying the tranquility of the place. The glances from other people, especially the mothers, made him feel a little proud of himself. Maybe he was doing a good job after all. As he walked, a female voice called out to him from behind. Juan. Turning around, he found Tiffany, the young woman he'd attended the gala with a few days earlier, approaching with a bright smile and a small white dog trotting happily beside her. "Hi, Tiffany," he greeted her, stopping the stroller. The young woman looked at the twins with an expression of surprise and tenderness. She hadn't expected to find him there, much less with his two little companions. "Oh, just look. They're your children," she exclaimed, leaning forward to get a better look. "They're absolutely adorable, Juan." "Thank you," he replied, feeling a hint of pride in his voice. "Laura and Bruce, these are my two earthquakes." She laughed softly, and the twins, curious, looked at the small dog she was holding in her arms. "This is Teddy," she said, bringing the dog closer for the children to see. "He's a Maltese, and they seem to like him already." Lara's eyes lit up as she tried to touch Teddy, and Bruce, more reserved, watched with a shy smile. "Looks like Teddy has some new fans," the CEO commented, watching his children interact with the dog. Tiffany laughed as she stroked Teddy's head. There was something about the scene that made her feel warm inside. Seeing Juan in that father role, so attentive and loving, revealed a side of him she hadn't known before. "So, how was your day?" she asked, looking at him with genuine interest. He smiled, thinking of the chaos and laughter that had filled the previous hours. "It's been interesting," he replied, scratching his head. "It's a challenge, but a good challenge. I'm enjoying every moment." Tiffany nodded, appreciating his sincerity. "I'm glad to hear it. Your children are lucky to have a father like you." There was a moment of comfortable silence between them as they watched the twins, who were now completely fascinated with Teddy. She, sensing the moment was right, decided to take the next step. "Hey, Juan," she began, a little more timidly than she'd expected. "If you ever have a baby-free Friday, I was wondering if you'd like to go get pizza with me. It's nothing formal, just something fun." "I need more time," he said sincerely. "I think I should enjoy my children more, but..." "In the future," she said, finishing the sentence for him. "If you feel ready in the future, don't forget to call me." "Thanks, Tiffany." "See you soon," he replied, watching her walk away with Teddy trotting beside her. He turned his attention back to his sons, who were still murmuring to each other, probably talking about Teddy in their secret twin language. Like every good day, there came a time when luck ran out. Back home, while trying to make a quick dinner for the kids, a wrong move caused me to spill a jar of mashed potatoes all over the floor. "Not again," he exclaimed, staring at the mashed potato stain with a mixture of frustration and resignation. The twins, for their part, began to laugh, delighted with the new spectacle. And although he was tired and a little overwhelmed, he couldn't help but laugh too. "I guess I'm doing okay if you two are happy, right?" she told them, cleaning up the mess and preparing dinner once more. Finally, after a long day of playing, walking, eating, and the occasional mess, it was time to put the twins to bed. He bathed them, changed them, and put them in their temporary cribs, feeling more tired than after a long day at the office, but also more content. "Good night, my little ones," he whispered, kissing them on the forehead before turning off the lights. He sank down onto the couch, looking around the now silent house. He was exhausted, but happy. That day he'd learned a lot, not only about being a father, but also about himself. He still had a lot to learn, but he was determined to be there for his children, even if it meant facing days filled with chaos and laughter. "Mission accomplished, disaster father," he said to himself, smiling before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Diana stood in front of her bedroom mirror, applying a soft touch of blush to her cheeks. She'd been looking forward to this date with Chino all week, and she wanted everything to be perfect. Her navy blue dress flattered her skin tone, and her hair fell in soft waves over her shoulders. As she applied the last touch of lip gloss, her best friend watched her from the doorway, her arms crossed and a thoughtful expression. "You look amazing," the brunette commented, although her tone of voice was a little more serious than she expected. "Thanks," the blonde replied with a smile, turning to her friend. "I'm a little nervous, but I think it's going to be a good night. I'm definitely going to kiss him." Paula nodded, but couldn't help but frown as she watched her friend. "Diana, can I ask you a question?" he said, moving a little closer. The young mother noticed the seriousness in his tone and stopped combing her hair for a moment. "Sure, what's up?" She took a second before speaking, as if she was choosing her words carefully. "What do you really know about Chino?" she asked, closely observing her friend's reaction. The blonde blinked, surprised by the question. "Well, I know he's a good man. He's kind, thoughtful, and he's been there for me when I've needed him," she replied, though her tone wasn't as confident as before. "Yes, that's clear," Paula replied. "But I'm talking about deeper things. Do you know his story? Do you know anything about his past, his family, his true intentions?" The question stopped Diana in her tracks. She hadn't given it much thought, at least not the way her friend was putting it. She'd enjoyed Chino's attention, the way he made her feel special, but she hadn't stopped to analyze who he was beyond what he'd shown herself. "Well, we haven't talked much about his past," he finally admitted. "But I guess that's something we'll discover over time." Her friend looked at her with a mixture of concern and seriousness. "Dianita, I don't want to be a spoilsport here, but don't you think you're moving too fast with him? I mean, it's great that you're giving yourself a chance to go out and meet someone new, but I also think you should be more careful." "Paula, you were the first to tell me to go out with him," she replied, trying to understand what her friend was getting at. "Yes, I told you to give yourself a chance," he clarified. "But that doesn't mean you should jump in head first. With this guy, I feel like you're rushing things, and that worries me." The young mother was silent for a moment, reflecting on her friend's words. She knew her friend only wanted the best for her, but she was also tired of feeling like she had to analyze every step she took in her life. "I don't know, maybe you're right," she finally said with a sigh. "It's not that I want to rush things, but I feel good about him, and I want to see where this all goes." Paula approached and gently took his hand in a gesture of support. "I understand, babe, and I don't want you to think I'm against your happiness. I just want you to keep your eyes wide open. It's important that you get to know him well before giving him your heart. Ask him about his life, his family, his future plans, whatever it takes to make sure he's on the same page as you." "Okay," she agreed, grateful for her friend's concern, but also feeling a small pang of doubt. She had wanted to believe Chino was someone she could trust, but now she couldn't help but wonder if maybe she had only been seeing what she wanted to see. "Okay, Lau. I'll talk to him, I'll ask the tough questions," he promised, though with a slight unease in his voice. Paula smiled, giving him a little hug. "That's all I ask. I want you to be happy, but I also want you to be sure you're making the right decision." "Thank you, Lau. You're always looking out for me, and I appreciate it." "Always, babe," he replied, lightly punching her arm playfully. "And now, finish getting ready. I don't want you to be late for your appointment, but remember, you don't have to rush into anything." "Understood." "Don't kiss him," he pointed out. "No?" she asks. "We've been out a lot, and he's my boyfriend." "Don't kiss him, question him and don't kiss him." I feel like you've only seen his kind side. Tread the rough ground, observe how he behaves under frustration. Do you think it's a good idea? Yes, trust me. Diana nodded and looked at herself in the mirror again. As she applied the last touch of perfume, perhaps tonight would be the perfect opportunity to get to know Chino better, and to make sure she was making the right decision, not only for herself, but for her children as well. Juan was already fast asleep when the doorbell rang abruptly. He sat up in bed, dazed and blinking in the darkness, trying to process whether he had actually heard the doorbell or if it was part of a dream. After a few seconds, the doorbell rang again, confirming that someone was knocking at the door. With a sigh, she slowly got out of bed, but before leaving the room, she instinctively went to check on the twins. She stealthily approached their cribs, illuminated by the soft light of the nightlight, and watched as Lara and Bruce slept peacefully, oblivious to the outside world. The sight of her little ones sleeping always brought her a sense of peace, a reassurance she needed now more than ever. He put on the pajama shirt he'd left hanging over the back of the chair and left the room, closing the door carefully so as not to make a sound. He walked barefoot to the hallway, and before opening the door, he checked the security cameras. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the two figures waiting outside, his parents. The tension in his body instantly increased. He didn't want to face them, not that night. He considered ignoring the knock and letting them leave, but his resolve wavered when he heard his mother's voice through the intercom, pleading to speak to him. Resigned, he pressed his lips together and, with a sigh, pressed the button to open the door. The door opened slowly, and his mother was the first to enter, her eyes searching her son's with a mixture of hope and sadness. She hugged him tightly, almost as if she feared he might disappear at any moment. His father, on the other hand, stood at a distance, his expression hard and tense. "What are you doing here?" Juan asked, making no attempt to hide his discomfort. He invited them into the living room, but his tone of voice made it clear he wasn't in the mood for a family visit. His mother, still clinging to his arm, looked at him with pleading eyes as they walked toward the living room. When they entered, her eyes quickly scanned the space, stopping at the toys scattered on the floor and the baby chairs in the kitchen. Her eyes lit up with a mixture of surprise and excitement. "Are the little ones here with you?" she asked, putting a hand to her face, visibly moved. His son nodded, not wanting to give further details. "Yes, they are with me," he replied firmly. His mother was silent for a moment, processing the information. Then, her voice shaking, she asked, almost pleading, "Juan, can I see them?" The CEO shook his head, his expression hardening. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I can't allow that. I don't trust you right now." The words fell like a bucket of cold water on the room. Her mother seemed devastated by the response, while her father, who had until then kept his distance, could no longer contain his anger. "How dare you say that?" her father exploded, his face flushed with anger. "After everything we've done for you. Do you think you can treat us like this, after we've given you everything you have?" The CEO looked at him, unfazed by his father's fury. "You gave me so much," she replied firmly, "but you also took everything away from me. You ruined my life by destroying my marriage, by manipulating me, by filling my head with lies about Diana. How do you expect me to trust you after what you did?" The silence that followed was heavy, filled with resentment and pain. His mother collapsed on the couch, silent tears rolling down her cheeks, while his father stood speechless, stunned by his son's words. "I'm not saying this out of hate," he continued sincerely. "But I need to protect my children, my family, from anything that could harm them. And right now, that means keeping some distance." His mother sobbed, but said nothing more. His father, however, continued to struggle to maintain his pride. You'll regret treating us like this. You here babysitting while she's out with someone else, he spat angrily. I was always right in the end. Shut your mouth, she cut him off. I'm not being a babysitter, I'm being a father to my children. Regardless of what their mother does, they're still my children, my responsibility. Understand that everything I did for your own good, her father insisted. Juan didn't respond. Instead, he walked to the door, silently opening it, indicating the conversation was over. It's best if you go, she said, with a mixture of sadness and determination in her voice. I need to take care of my children. His parents, overcome by the reality of the situation, stood up and headed for the door. His mother paused for a moment before leaving, looking at her son with pained eyes. You'll always be our son, Juan, he murmured before walking out the door. When the door closed behind them, she returned to the twins' room, where she stared at her sleeping children. She knew she'd made the right decision, but that didn't make the weight of it any easier to bear. With a sigh, he sat down in a chair next to the cribs, determined to protect his children from anything that could hurt them, even if it meant keeping his own parents at a distance. Chapter 25. Diana was enjoying a quiet dinner at a cozy Italian restaurant with Chino. The soft lighting and background music created a perfect atmosphere for relaxing after a hectic week. The food was delicious, and they both savored every bite. The conversation flowed easily, discussing everyday things, sharing anecdotes, and laughing. Chino smiled as he watched her happily eat a piece of lasagna. Paula stayed with the kids tonight, right? She asked with interest, bringing a glass of wine to her lips. She shook her head, putting her cutlery aside for a moment. No, actually, Juan stayed with them this weekend. He was really excited to spend time with the little ones, he replied, a calm smile on his face. The radiologist, who had been in the middle of cutting a piece of meat, paused for a second, observing her expression. I don't think it's wise for Juan to stay with the children, she maintained, returning to her task of cutting the meat. They don't know him well yet. The twins' mother frowned at that comment, also pausing in her food. She looked up and met his gaze. Juan is your father, Chino, he reminded her, his tone of voice suggesting he hoped that would be enough to end the conversation. But he didn't give up that easily. Even so, it doesn't seem right to me, she insisted. I mean, what if he doesn't know how to handle them? Children need stability, routine, and he's been out of their lives for a long time. Besides, who knows how he might react in some unexpected situation. Diana dropped her fork onto her plate, a little harder than she'd intended. She stared at him, feeling an uneasy feeling begin to form inside her. Chino, they're his children, she replied firmly. Do you think it's okay for the children to spend time with you, someone they've only recently met, but not with their own father? He seemed surprised by her tone and the question, but quickly tried to defend his position. But you yourself said you don't trust the father of your children, she retorted, her tone now more serious. Aren't you worried that he might do something to harm them? The young mother felt a pang of discomfort as she realized she had shared too much with him about her doubts and fears. Suddenly, she realized how little she really knew him, and how, despite their recent closeness, he was still a stranger in many ways. I distrust him as a partner, maybe, she admitted, trying to remain calm. But never as a father. Juan is an excellent father to the little ones, and he would never do anything to put them in danger. Chino stared at her silently for a moment, his expression difficult to decipher. Finally, he nodded slowly, though it was clear he wasn't convinced. I'm just worried about you too, he assured her, softening his tone a little. I want to make sure you're all well taken care of. She appreciated the concern, but she couldn't help but feel there was something else at play, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. She felt trust and respect were fundamental in any relationship, and she couldn't ignore the way Chino seemed to want to control aspects of her life that were uniquely his. "And I appreciate that," she said, trying to ease the tension. "But when it comes to my children, I need you to trust my judgment. Juan may have made mistakes, but as a father, he's always been incredibly responsible and loving." Chino nodded again, but the atmosphere between them had cooled slightly. Diana tried to focus back on her meal, but the previous conversation kept echoing in her mind. She couldn't stop thinking about how her partner had reacted to that level of control and what it meant for their relationship. As the rest of the dinner continued, she found herself less animated, more introspective. She couldn't help but wonder if she was seeing red flags she'd missed, or if she was simply being overly sensitive. At one point during the night, Chino's cell phone rang, and he politely excused himself to take the call. "Sorry, it's important. I'll be back in a minute," he said, getting up from the table and leaving the dining room. Diana was left alone, sipping her glass of champagne while she waited for him to return. The minutes passed, and worry began to grow inside her. She wondered if something had happened or if the call was so urgent that it had kept him away for so long. Finally, she decided it was best to go find him. She got up from the table and left the restaurant, following the corridor that led to the gardens. The night was cool, and the gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the trees, creating a serene atmosphere. But the tranquility of the place didn't contrast with the knot of anxiety that was beginning to form in her chest. As she walked down the hallway, she spotted Chino standing a few feet away from her, his back turned, talking on his phone. She was about to call him when she suddenly heard something that made her feet freeze to the floor. "You paid me to make her fall in love with you, to keep her away from Juan, and I did it," Chino said, in a cold tone, so different from the man she thought she knew. "You know the truth, but you're still separated." Her world crumbled in an instant. She felt her soul sink to the ground, and the pain that swept through her was so intense she could barely breathe. The trust she'd placed in Chino, the affection she'd begun to feel for him, all evaporated with those words. She tried to hold back her tears, but it was impossible. Her legs trembled, and she had to lean against the wall to keep from falling to the floor. "Don't threaten me. I've done our part, Carlos, so leave me alone," he continued, unaware that she was listening. "I love Diana, and I'll do everything I can to keep Juan away from the children, too, because I know she's still in love with him." Tears fell uncontrollably, wetting her face as she tried to process what she had just heard. Her heart was pounding, and every word that came out of Chino's mouth was like a dagger in her chest. She couldn't believe that everything she'd experienced in the past few weeks had been a lie, a cruel game manipulated by Carlos González, the same man who had destroyed her marriage to Juan. And the worst part was that Chino, the man she'd begun to trust, had been part of that betrayal from the beginning. Pain flooded her, mixed with a rage she didn't know how to contain. She wanted to confront him, scream at him, demand answers, but her legs wouldn't respond. She felt weak, as if the world around her had stopped making sense. Finally, her partner ended the call and turned around, finding her standing a few feet away from him, her face soaked in tears. The shock on his face was instantaneous, but guilt and fear quickly replaced it. "Diana," he began, taking a step toward her. "Don't come any closer," he interrupted, his voice cracking with pain. "Don't say another word, Chino. I heard everything." He tried to approach again, his hands raised in apology. "Please, let me explain." "Explain what to me?" She cut him off, her voice rising. "How did you use me? How did you get paid to manipulate me? How did you lie to me to get me away from Juan?" How did you make me believe you cared about me, when it was all a damn lie? He didn't know what to say. The words caught in his throat as he saw the pain and desperation in her eyes. The blonde took a step back, away from him, shaking from head to toe. Please, Diana, listen to me. He goes after her. I've heard enough. She pushes him away when he tries to hug her. At least let me explain, he asks. You let him explain, so give me the chance to. She turns to him, indignant. Opportunity, he asks. Juan doubted me, but at least he was deceived, lied to in the worst possible way, but you. You lied to me on purpose, for money. I can explain, he replies, feeling terror coursing through his veins because he knows he's losing her. If Diana couldn't easily forgive the father of her children, whom she married and dated for years, what will become of him, who has completely screwed up in such a short time? I hate you, Chino, she said in a whisper, with a firmness that made him shudder. I can't believe you did this to me. You're as despicable as Carlos González. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and ran back to the restaurant. She needed to get out of there and try to understand how she had ended up in such a horrible nightmare. Chino stood there, motionless, knowing he'd lost the only person who had ever mattered in his life. He'd played along, and now he'd lost everything. Juan woke with a start when the doorbell rang, echoing in the stillness of the early morning. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw the clock read 4 a.m. A feeling of frustration washed over him as he remembered his parents' visit. He sat up in bed, furious, hoping it wasn't them again. He jumped up, glancing quickly at the twins, who were still sleeping peacefully in their cribs. This time he didn't bother putting on his jacket, his patience had run out, and bare-chested, he headed straight for the door, ready to face whoever was knocking at that hour. When he reached the lobby, he paused for a moment to activate the security system and observe who was outside. When he turned on the monitor, his heart sank. In the pouring rain, he saw Diana, drenched and shaking, her eyes red and swollen. She had obviously been crying. Without a second thought, he quickly touched the button to unlock the door and ran to open it. The scene before him left him speechless. She was there, completely soaked, her clothes sticking to her skin and her hair soaked, shivering from the cold and distress. Diana. He said her name with concern and surprise. She looked at him, her expression a mixture of pain and despair. She could barely speak, but managed to whisper in a broken voice. Can I come in? The CEO nodded immediately, wordlessly, and stepped aside to let her in. The storm raged behind her as she crossed the threshold, and he quickly closed it, protecting her from the wind and rain. He stood there, staring at her, his heart in his mouth. He'd never seen her so vulnerable, so broken. Despite the confusion and questions swirling in his mind, all that mattered to him at that moment was being there for her. I'll get you something to dry off with, as she finally said, breaking the silence as she tried to remain calm. The blonde nodded, but didn't move from her spot. She seemed to be struggling to maintain her composure, as tears continued to fall down her face, mixing with the raindrops still falling from her hair. Juan felt a pang of pain seeing her like that, and knew that whatever had brought her to his door in the middle of the night must be something very serious. He returned with the large towel and covered her. The young woman was shivering, her lips slightly blue from the cold, and her hair dripping onto her drenched face. Without a word, he moved closer, began to gently dry her hair and then ran the towel over her damp cheeks, wiping away the tears that mingled with the rain. As he looked at her, his heart filled with adoration. Despite everything that had happened between them, seeing her like this, vulnerable and needy, awakened in him a protective instinct he'd never felt so strongly. For her part, she struggled internally. She knew she'd been a fool to trust Chino, and now, in front of Juan, she couldn't help but feel even more like an idiot. He was there, watching over her, and his presence, so beautiful and sensual, made her feel deep regret. "The children?" she asked, her voice trembling as she tried to cover herself further with the towel. "Sleeping like kings," he replied, with a reassuring smile as he continued drying her. "Did they bother you a lot?" she asked, trying to distract herself from the discomfort she felt inside. Juan let out a soft laugh. His laughter was contagious, and that made her feel a little calmer. "Yeah, they were annoying, but they're my kids, so I love their cant," the businessman said, with a warmth in his voice that made her heart beat faster. Despite everything, she couldn't help but smile at his response. There was something about the way he talked about the twins that made her feel safe, secure. The CEO, seeing that smile, felt an unexpected joy. He liked seeing her smile, not cry. And even though he didn't fully understand what had happened, he was determined to be there for her. "You're a good man, Juan," she finally blurted out, with sincerity in her voice. He frowned, feeling a pang of worry. Something about those words, the tone in which she spoke them, made him suspect there was more to that rainy night. "What did Chino do to you?" he asked, his tone firm but not harsh. He wanted to know the truth, but he didn't want to pressure her. He saw her shake her head, unable to meet his gaze. She didn't want to talk about it, not now, when everything was so fresh and painful. But before she could say anything else, Juan, with gentle but decisive authority, took control. "I'm going to run you a hot bath and some coffee," he said, starting to guide her toward the bathroom. "I don't want you to catch a cold, and then we'll talk." She didn't protest. She simply nodded, letting him take care of her, at least for tonight. She knew she needed to calm down, think clearly, and decide what to do next. And although she wasn't ready to talk, she felt that, at that moment, being near him was just what she needed. Chapter 26. Juan waited in his bedroom, restless, while the hot water ran in the bathroom next door. Every sound coming from the bathroom made his heart beat faster. He had prepared the bed with fresh sheets, made some tea, and was now trying to distract himself with anything that would keep his mind occupied. However, everything changed when the bathroom door opened and Diana appeared wrapped in a towel, shy and blushing. "Do you have anything I can help you with?" she asked softly, embarrassment visible on her flushed cheeks. The businessman, seeing her, felt his breath hitch. His eyes scanned her figure, noting how her skin, still damp, glistened in the dim light of the room. He swallowed, trying to calm his nerves and the heat that was beginning to build inside him. Diana, freshly bathed and half-naked, was a sight that stirred in him a wave of emotions and memories. The hot water had left her skin flushed, reminding her of all the times they'd bathed together and made love in the tub. Her mind was filled with those images, and she had to make a conscious effort not to let her gaze linger too long on the curves barely covered by the towel. "Still," he began, clearing his throat. "There are still your clothes in the closets. The ones you left behind 3 years ago." The blonde froze for a moment, feeling her chest heave at that. Hadn't she thrown away her clothes? Her voice came out as a whisper. You didn't throw them away." Juan shook his head, his eyes softening. "No, it seems that your memory remained intact in this home," he mentioned with nostalgia and sincerity. She remained silent, just staring at him. He had never let her memory fade away. Despite feeling betrayed, he always kept her in mind. The clothes, plus the celibacy her ex-husband had maintained, made her think too much. How could she have been so foolish? So much wasted time, so many opportunities lost because of Carlos Gonzalez's evil ways. Her thoughts were jumbled, but before she could say anything, Juan cleared his throat, finding his voice again. "I've made up the bed with fresh sheets and some tea. I think it's best for you to rest," she said, pointing at the freshly made bed. Diana smiled at him gratefully. "Thank you," he murmured. Without showing any embarrassment, she moved around the room, still wrapped in the towel, and headed toward the baby's cribs. She bent down gently to kiss her children's heads, while looking at the furniture, toys, and all the utensils her little one's father had bought for them. "I see you're stocked up on everything," he noted with a smile. He nodded, scratching his head, trying not to let his eyes stray to her curves, which tempted him more and more. "I don't want you to lack anything when you're here," he said, trying to hide the agitation he felt. 3 years of celibacy were beginning to take their toll on him, and having her so close, so accessible, was a challenge he was struggling to face. Excited and on edge, he quickly excused himself. "I'll get the tea," he said, almost stuttering, as he hurried out of the room. Diana noticed his reaction and couldn't help but smile slightly as she watched him leave so quickly. She watched the door close behind him, and for a moment, she was alone in the room, her heart pounding, feeling safe and at the same time confused by the feelings that were surfacing within her. He returned to the bedroom, a cup of tea in his hand, his mind still tangled with thoughts of what he had seen and heard that night. Upon entering, he saw Diana, already changed, wearing one of the old pajamas he had left at her house. The soft, tightly fitted fabric made the air between them thick with a tension they could both feel. Diana, noticing his gaze, lowered her eyes for a moment and then said, trying to break the silence. "Looks like I still have some left." Her voice sounded timid, almost as if she were testing the waters. Juan nodded, his eyes still fixed on her, and said with a sincerity that came from deep within him, "Everything always looks good on you, you look beautiful." She thanked him with a small, barely perceptible smile and took the cup of tea he offered her. They sat together on the edge of the bed, the atmosphere heavy with unasked questions and answers neither of them was sure they wanted to hear. The CEO was the first to break the silence. "Diana," he began, his voice soft, not wanting to pressure her. "I want you to tell me everything that happened. I need to understand what brought you here at this hour." She kept her eyes on the teacup, turning the porcelain over in her hands. Her fingers trembled slightly. "Chinese. What did that jerk do to you?" she asked fearfully, not wanting to hear that she'd been hurt or worse. "Did he abuse you?" "No, it's not that," she began, feeling her throat close as she spoke his name. "Chino wasn't who I thought he was. All this time, he's been playing me, manipulating me, and the worst part is, he wasn't doing it for himself, he was doing it for your father." He immediately tensed upon hearing this, his entire body stiffening and his eyes darkening with the anger that was beginning to grow inside him. "My father." His voice had deepened. "What does he have to do with this?" Diana took a deep breath before continuing. "I heard Chino on the phone tonight. He was telling someone, Carlos González, that he'd kept his end of the deal. That he'd been paid to make me fall in love with you, to keep me away from you. They used me, Juan. Everything that happened, the way I ended up getting close to him, it was all part of a plan to keep us apart." Juan felt a chill run down his spine, but that chill was quickly replaced by a burning rage that made him clench his fists tightly. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "That..." she began, but stopped herself, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath to keep control. "I knew something wasn't right with that radiologist, but I never thought my own father. How far is he willing to go?" The sparkle in her eyes made it clear she was utterly disappointed. Her eyes were filled with tears she couldn't hold back. It was obvious she was deeply saddened by what she had discovered. "I can't believe I was so foolish," she said. "I let myself be fooled, I let myself be manipulated, all so he could win. Again, your father does things like that." He leaned toward her, taking her face in his hands, forcing her to look at him. "Listen to me," he said, trying to calm down. "You're not stupid. They tricked you, they manipulated you, but that's not your fault. It's their fault, and believe me when I tell you, I'm not going to let them hurt you again. I can't believe my father has come to this, but if he tries to hurt you again, I swear, I'm going to stop him, no matter what it takes." She sensed the sincerity in his words, but she also sensed the fury lurking behind them. She knew Juan was willing to do whatever it took to protect her, and that made her feel safe, but at the same time, she worried about what might happen if things got out of hand. "I don't want you to have problems with your family," she said, trying to calm him down. "I know this is all crazy, but I don't want you to end up doing something you'll regret." He shook his head, his eyes still fixed on hers. "They're not my parents anymore. All I have left is my brother, Gabriel. I left the companies and am left solely in charge of the ones I inherited from my grandfather. I don't want anything to do with Carlos González. I understand, but he's still your father. I don't want you to regret it." "I won't regret anything if it's to protect you and our children," he interrupts. "I've been a jerk in the past, but that's over. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you again, and if that means facing my father, then I will." She knew he was serious, that he was willing to do anything for her, and that gave her a little hope in the midst of all the chaos. "Thank you, because despite everything you have wanted my well-being and that of the children," she thanked him, letting a single tear fall down her cheek. Juan wiped away the tear with his thumb and looked at her with an expression of love and devotion that he had always shown. "I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere." He saw the tiredness and vulnerability in her eyes. He knew she needed to rest, that the weight of everything that had happened that night was overwhelming, and that it was best for both of them to put things on hold until morning. "It's best if you sleep, Diana," he said softly, gently stroking her cheek. "We'll talk more tomorrow, okay?" She nodded, feeling comforted by the tenderness in his words. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, a gesture that conveyed a mixture of protection and affection. "Sweet dreams," he murmured, pulling away slightly. Diana looked at him, feeling a strange mixture of peace and turmoil in her chest. As he prepared to leave the room, she stopped him, a thought crossing her mind. "Where will you sleep?" he asked. Juan stopped at the door, looking back at her. "In the guest room," he replied. She felt a pang of shame, but decided to be honest about what she was feeling at the moment. You can stay here," she said, not looking at him directly. "I wouldn't mind." He was silent for a second, processing her words. Then, with a mixture of surprise and desire, he responded with a frankness he hadn't expected from himself. "Diana, I haven't had sex for over 2 years, he admitted bluntly. She looked up, her eyes meeting his. There was more than mere surprise in his eyes, there was a reflection of the very confession she was about to make. "Me too," he said, his voice trembling a little. "No one has touched me more than you, Juan." He felt his heart race, and he had to bite his lip to keep from giving in to the urge to approach her right then and there. The sight of her, so close, so accessible, awakened all the desires he had suppressed for so long. "I don't think it's a good idea to sleep in the same bed," she finally said, summoning strength from where she didn't know she had it. "If we do, I know we'll end up having sex, and I don't want to make love to you while we're both hurting so much." His words were sincere, filled with genuine concern for what they felt. He knew they were both hurt, that there was much healing to do before they could think about being together again, in the way that truly mattered. She looked at him, understanding the wisdom in his words, even though a part of her wished otherwise. But she also knew he was right, that what they needed now wasn't more complications, but time to heal. "All right," he said finally, with a sigh. "You're right." Juan gave her one last look before smiling tenderly. "Rest, Diana. Tomorrow we'll see everything more clearly." She nodded and watched him leave the room, closing the door softly behind him. As she settled into bed, the tea still warm in her hands, she couldn't help but think about how much she'd messed up in such a short time. Juan and Gabriel arrived at González Enterprises. They both walked at the front, closely followed by a group of bodyguards. Gabriel, always the more relaxed of the two, couldn't help but comment in a low voice as they approached his father's office. "I can't believe how low Carlos has sunk. He's going to be left alone," the tycoon murmured. The CEO, his face hardened by suppressed anger, nodded slowly, never taking his eyes off the road. "I didn't believe it either," he replied in a somber tone. "But I'll tell you something, Gabriel. If I were you, I'd investigate your ex-girlfriend's disappearance further. You know as well as I do that our father hated her because of the color of her skin." The comment left his brother thoughtful, the thought echoing in his mind as they continued on their way. Upon reaching their father's office, the brothers paused for a moment, exchanging a glance. To both of their surprise, Chino was there, in the middle of a heated argument with Carlos González. The radiologist, visibly upset, was yelling at the older man, his face reflecting the inner torment he carried. "You're destroying my life," Chino complained, with a desperation he couldn't hide. The scene was abruptly interrupted when Juan, without a second thought, lunged at Chino. He grabbed him by the collar and, with a force that came from pent-up rage, pushed him against the wall. Juan's eyes were filled with fury, a fury he had been suppressing for too long. "Don't you ever come near her again, you bastard," he shouted, his voice echoing in the office as his fist slammed into the radiologist's face. Gabriel tried to intervene, trying to stop his brother before the situation got completely out of hand. "Juan, stop," she shouted, grabbing him by the arm as Chino fell to the ground, stunned by the blow. Carlos, for his part, also stood up from his seat, anger evident on his face. "Stop right now, Juan," she ordered in a harsh voice, trying to regain control of the situation. Finally, the CEO released Chino, who was lying on the floor, breathing heavily. Juan, still agitated, turned to his father, his eyes filled with a contempt that was almost tangible. "You're a piece of shit," she spat at him, every word laced with venom. "Prejudiced, selfish, incapable of looking down at yourself and seeing the damage you've caused. You've destroyed us, manipulated us, and worst of all, you feel no remorse for what you've done." Carlos, far from showing remorse, looked at him coldly, his expression rigid and impenetrable. "Everything I do is for your own good," he replied, his tone intended to be fatherly but only managed to sound haughty. "You're ungrateful. I've sacrificed everything for you, and this is how you repay me." Juan let out a bitter laugh, a laugh that had no joy in it. "Today, for me, you died, father," he said in a firm voice, each word weighing like a judgment. "Today I am no longer your son. You have sunk so low that there is no redemption for you. But I warn you, things will not stay this way. I will request a restraining order against you, and if you try to come near me, my wife, or my children, we will face each other in court. Don't you dare touch us, because I will not allow you to hurt us any further. You're out of your mind, I'm your father. You've lost, Carlos González. Not only have you lost your 2 children, who loved you unconditionally, you've also lost your grandchildren, whom you won't see grow up. So many losses because of a stupid pride that has only made you miserable. Carlos, who had maintained his composure until that moment, saw his son's resolve solidify into an unbreakable barrier. The connection between father and son broke in that instant, leaving in its place an abyss of resentment and bitterness. Juan didn't wait for a reply. With one last look of contempt at his father, he turned on his heel and left the office, closely followed by Gabriel and the bodyguards. As the doors closed behind them, the CEO knew he had marked a turning point in his life. And this time, he was determined to protect what he loved most, no matter the cost. Chapter 27. Juan arrived at Diana's apartment with a smile on his face, carrying 2 boxes of pizza in one hand and a bag of ice cream in the other. It was a Friday night, and as had become customary, they planned to spend the evening together with the twins, enjoying a relaxed dinner and, perhaps, a movie. However, upon opening the door, instead of finding the peaceful scene she'd expected, she found a completely different sight. Diana was running around the apartment like a madwoman, checking under the sofa cushions, behind the curtains, and in every possible corner, muttering to herself, while Bruce sat in the middle of the living room, calmly playing with a toy truck, completely oblivious to the chaos his sister had unleashed. "Diana," he called, trying to get her attention as he walked in and closed the door with his foot. She, hearing his voice, stopped for a second, raising her head with an expression of relief. "Thank God you came," he exclaimed, his hair a little disheveled and a glimmer of panic in his eyes. Juan, confused, left the pizza boxes and ice cream on the table and approached her. "What's going on? What are you looking for?" he asked, looking around as if he expected the answer to magically appear. "Laura," she replied, almost shouting. "I've lost her, Juan. The girl has hidden somewhere, and I can't find her." Juan felt a knot in his stomach, but he quickly composed himself. Laura had a habit of poking around and getting into the most unusual places, but he knew that if Diana was so upset, it was because the situation had gotten out of control. "Okay, don't worry, we'll find her," he said calmly, trying to reassure her as he began searching himself. Meanwhile, Bruce, completely oblivious to the frantic search, continued pushing his toy truck along the ground, making engine noises with his mouth. Juan couldn't help but smile at the little boy's calmness, who seemed to be in his own world. "Bruce, have you seen your sister?" Juan asked, bending down to be at her eye level, while giving her a kiss on the forehead. The boy looked at him with a serious expression, as if he were really considering the question, then shook his head as if he knew what he was being asked and continued playing with his truck. Diana searched the twins' room, opening every drawer and cupboard, while muttering to herself, "This can't be happening, this can't be happening." "Did you look behind the sofa?" he asked. "Yes, he's not here," she replied anxiously, going into the bathroom. The CEO decided to take another look behind the sofa, just in case. He knelt down and carefully lifted the fabric covering it, revealing a scene that made him grin from ear to ear. There, nestled between the back of the sofa and the wall, was Laura, his little princess, with a pink bow in her hair and a stuffed animal clutched to her chest. Seeing her father, the little girl smiled broadly, unaware of the chaos she had caused. "There you are, you little rascal," he exclaimed, reaching out to pull her out of her hiding place. Laura, enchanted by her own hiding place, let herself be carried away by it, still smiling with that innocent coquetry that only a girl her age could have. Diana, hearing her ex-husband's voice speaking to the little girl, ran into the living room, her heart still pounding. When she saw her in her father's arms, she let out such an exaggerated sigh of relief that she almost lost her balance. "Laura," he exclaimed, leaning forward to kiss his daughter's forehead. "You scared me to death, little one. What were you doing hiding there?" The little blonde, unable to understand the commotion she had caused, only responded with a laugh and reached out to her mother, asking for a hug. Juan, still holding the baby girl, couldn't help but laugh too. The chaos they'd just experienced was, in some ways, a perfect representation of what life with twins was like: adorable, loving chaos. "Looks like we have a little expert at hiding," he commented, handing her over to her. "Definitely," she replied, hugging her daughter tightly. "But no more hiding for today, okay?" The little girl, although she didn't fully understand, tilted her head and smiled, delighted to be in her mother's arms. Meanwhile, Bruce, seeing that all the attention was on his sister, decided it was his turn to shine. He crawled up with his truck in his hand and walked over to Juan, gently tugging at his pants. "What's up, champ?" she asked, looking at him with a smile. Bruce lifted the truck into the air, with a proud expression, as if he were presenting his most prized possession. "Vroom, vroom," he said, imitating the sound of the engine. Juan laughed and bent down to pick up the little boy, holding him in one arm. "Looks like we have a car expert too," he commented, looking at Diana knowingly. Duh, the little girl squeals, now wanting to be in her father's arms. Carefully, the mother placed her on the CEO's free arm. Diana smiled, seeing her two sons in Juan's arms, and felt a warmth in her heart. Despite the initial chaos, the evening ended up being one to remember, filled with laughter, jokes, and the simple joy of being together. "I think we've found a good balance," he said at one point during the evening. "Yes," she agreed. "I never thought we'd be like this, living together like good parents. We're just living the moments my father and my mistrust stole from us," he stated, looking at her intensely. To him, she looked so beautiful every day. The routine they'd created, the nights and weekends together, and the decision to go to therapy as a healing method all seemed to be working. They were healing, and although the road wasn't easy, moments like these reminded them why it was worth it to keep going. "I made my mistakes too. I should never have signed those papers without doing some research first," she confessed. He sighed deeply as he kissed the head of little Bruce, who was sleeping happily in his arms. The child's health was much better, and his condition was no longer a threat, as his immune system had stabilized. "I should have paid more attention to my father," she said. "He was always bringing up our differences and complaining about how he didn't like our marriage, and I foolishly thought he'd change with time, but he didn't. He only hurt us." She felt like telling him that, after much thought, they should start over, that both he and she had made mistakes and that they could try to recover what they had lost, but fear won out and she only managed to nod while giving Laura a bite of pizza. "Diana, he tried to speak, but was interrupted by the apartment doorbell ringing. Juan opened the door, still dazed after being interrupted by the doorbell just as he was about to speak to Diana. He found Paula, who was dressed flashily, clearly ready to hit the club. The young woman, with her ample curves and carefree attitude, raised an eyebrow in surprise at seeing him there. "Wow, look who we have here," Paula said, crossing her arms with a mischievous smile. "What's the great Juan González doing in this apartment at this hour? Do you like being a babysitter?" Juan laughed, taking her answer as a joke. "No, Paula, I'm just doing my part. I'm the children's father, so I'm here for them," he replied with a smile, keeping his tone light. She looked at him with mock disbelief. Of course, now it turns out you live here, glued like gum only because of the children." Where is my friend? Have you kidnapped her or something? The CEO chuckled and shook his head. No, I didn't kidnap her. We're just spending time as a family. It smells like pizza, she said before walking past him, making her way into the apartment without waiting for an invitation. Diana, who was dropping the children off at the playpen, looked up and saw her friend coming in. Paula looked her up and down, noticing how her cheeks reddened slightly. Then she turned her gaze to Juan, who was trying to appear calm. There's sexual tension here. Is something wrong here? She asked, raising an eyebrow suspiciously. They both denied in unison, their faces completely flushed, which only increased the brunette's suspicions. Sure, it's no problem, she said in a mocking tone, clearly amused by the situation. Who wants more pizza? She added, stealing a piece from the box on the table. Diana, trying to regain her composure, offered him a nervous smile. Do you want a Coke? He asked, trying to change the subject. No, just water, thanks, Paula replied casually. But why aren't you dressed to go to the club? They've already hired Juan González, the babysitter, right? The blonde hugged herself, her gaze sliding surreptitiously towards Juan, who at that moment was lifting the little ones to take them to sleep. I'm not going, Paula, she finally said. I'm going to stay with Juan and watch a movie. Paula looked at her with a skeptical expression, almost laughing. A movie? Do you think I'm four? She snapped, visibly enjoying her friend's discomfort. The young mother, feeling increasingly cornered, touched his hand and lowered her voice. I want to be with him, she confessed, her face flushed. Her friend, on the verge of laughter, opened her mouth full of pizza and said loudly. He wants sex. Paula. Lower your voice, she scolded, clearly mortified. She raised her hands in surrender, although with a mocking smile on her lips. Yeah, I understand, she said, playfully hugging her friend. Going so long without sex must be torture. Besides, he's handsome, rich, smells good, and he's good with kids. Yes, I'll accept your sin, friend, she said before letting out a laugh that infected Diana. After that little chat, Paula decided it was time to leave them alone. Well, I'm going to the club. But first, he said, stealing another slice of pizza and leaving the apartment with a wink. Diana stood there nervously as Juan walked back into the living room. The little ones are already in the crib, he said softly. Do you want to start the movie? Or if you're tired, I can go. She stared at him for a moment, her mind swirling with mixed thoughts and emotions. Suddenly, she decided to break the silence. Juan, do you still want to go to Ireland? She asked, remembering a conversation they had had months ago. He was a little surprised by the question, but nodded. I'd like to, as long as you feel comfortable, he replied, watching her closely. She took a breath, feeling her heart pounding. I want to go, he said. He nodded again, and for a moment, the silence between them felt awkward. Believing he might be making her uncomfortable, he decided to leave. I think I should go, he murmured, gesturing toward the door. But before he could take another step, the blonde gathered her courage and turned to him. I want to make love to you, he blurted out, his chest rising and falling with the adrenaline he felt as he said those words. Juan stood still, processing the words that had just left Diana's lips. The way her chest rose and fell, the tremble in her voice, everything told him she was as nervous as he was. But that confession, that direct statement, stirred something in him, something that had been dormant for a long time. Slowly, he took a step toward her, his eyes never leaving hers. The room seemed to have gone silent, as if the entire world had stopped, leaving them alone in that moment. Diana didn't look away, and when he was close enough, she raised a hand, gently brushing Juan's cheek. She'd always liked his bushy beard, his cologne, the sensuality with which he made her see stars. "I've missed your skin," he whispered, his voice barely a murmur. "I've missed your kisses. I've missed you so much." Those words were like a trigger. Juan closed the distance between them, and without a second thought, he leaned toward her, cupping her face in his hands. Their lips met in a kiss that began tenderly, but quickly grew deeper, more urgent. It was as if they were both releasing years of repressed emotions, of pent-up desire, of unspoken love. The kiss intensified, and her hands slid from his face to his neck, clinging to him as if she feared he might disappear at any moment. He responded in kind, wrapping his arms around her, pulling her toward him until there was no space left between their bodies. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, and every caress, every touch, seemed to ignite a spark between them. Without words, without the need for explanations, they both understood that this was more than just a physical reunion. It was a reconciliation in every sense, a way to reconnect with what they had lost. He gently lifted her in his arms, carrying her to the bed. The kisses continued, each one more intense than the last, and when he gently laid her down on the sheets, he leaned over her, his eyes reflecting all the love he had harbored for so long. The blonde looked at him, her lips parted, still feeling the warmth of his kisses. "I've missed you so much," she repeated, her voice full of emotion. He didn't respond with words. Instead, he leaned in once more and kissed her, his passion all-consuming. His hands gently roamed her body, rediscovering every curve, every corner he'd so longed for. The room filled with whispers, soft moans, and the sound of two hearts beating in unison. There was no need for words, because every gesture, every caress, spoke volumes than any words they could have uttered. Desire and love intertwined in an intimate and profound dance that went beyond the physical. When they were finally together, skin to skin, heart to heart, they both knew this moment was a new beginning. A way to heal, to leave behind the wounds of the past and look toward a future where the love they had always shared could be reborn, stronger and deeper than ever. "I could never be with anyone," he said, already inside her, connected not only to her body, but to her soul. "Me neither," she traces her lips with her tongue. "My body didn't want anyone else." Time seemed to stand still, and when they finally collapsed into each other's arms, exhausted but at peace, Juan tenderly kissed Diana's forehead. "I love you," he murmured against her skin. She smiled, her eyes filling with tears of happiness. "I love you too," she replied, before closing her eyes and snuggling into him, feeling like they were finally exactly where they were meant to be. The night enveloped them in its embrace, and in that instant, everything else ceased to matter. There was only the two of them, together, as it should always have been. Chapter 28. Paula moved to the beat of the music on the nightclub floor, with an energy that made everyone's eyes turn toward her. She wore a tight green dress that brought out the color of her eyes and showed off her curves in a way she'd never dared before. Since she'd decided to leave her insecurities about her body behind, she'd allowed herself to experiment with her style, and that night, she felt more confident and attractive than ever. Dua Lipa's "Levitating" blasted from the speakers, and she let herself drift to the beat, her hips swaying sensually as her hands roamed over her body, reveling in the feeling of freedom. The past few months had been a journey of self-discovery for her, and now, for the first time in a long time, she was beginning to accept and love her body just as it was. "If only the 8-year-old girl who was bullied and called a whale by everyone could see me now. Now we are happy in our bodies, little Paula." As she danced, she didn't notice dark blue eyes watching her from the bar. Gabriel González, drink in hand, couldn't take his eyes off her. He'd arrived at the club with some friends, but now, his full attention was focused on the woman who moved as if she were the only person on the dance floor. There was something about the way the demonic witch carried herself, the confidence she exuded, that attracted him in a way he couldn't fully understand. He'd never thought he'd feel so much desire for someone like her. He wasn't attracted to curvy women, but there he was, completely fascinated. Suddenly, she saw a man approach her from the side. The man whispered something in her ear, and although the mogul couldn't hear the exact words, he saw Paula shake her head, smiling pleasantly as she continued dancing. However, the man didn't seem willing to take no for an answer. He leaned closer to her, aggressively pressing himself against her as he tried to grab her by the waist. Paula, who was enjoying her night, tried to break away, but the guy was much stronger than her. The situation went from awkward to worrisome in a matter of seconds, and her smile disappeared as she tried to get away from him. It was at that moment that Gabriel decided he'd seen enough. He placed his drink on the bar and pushed his way through the crowd with a determination that made people move out of his way. By the time he reached the dance floor, rage was boiling in his veins. He couldn't stand to see someone harassing a woman, much less his possessed witch. "Take your filthy hands off her," he roared, his voice booming over the music. The man turned, surprised by the strength and fury in Gabriel's voice. Paula looked up too, her eyes meeting Gabriel's, and although she was scared, she felt a wave of relief at seeing who was there to defend her. "And who the hell are you?" the man snapped, still holding her. He didn't bother to respond. Instead, he stepped forward and yanked the guy's hands off Paula with a sudden movement. The force with which he did so and the murderous glare he gave the guy were enough for him to understand that it wasn't a good idea to continue bothering him. "I won't say it again," he warned, his voice low and dangerous. "Get out, now." The man hesitated for a moment, but seeing the seriousness in Gabriel's eyes and realizing he was overwhelmed, he decided it was best not to go looking for trouble. He dropped Paula with a grunt and walked quickly away, disappearing into the crowd. Paula, still a little dazed by what had just happened, looked at Gabriel with a mixture of gratitude and surprise. She would never have imagined he'd be there to defend her. "Are you okay?" he asked, his tone softer now that the threat was gone. She nodded, still trying to regain her composure. "Yes, thank you. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't shown up," she replied, trying to sound calm, even though her heart was still pounding. Gabriel looked at her, noticing how her breathing was beginning to calm. Without thinking, he reached out and brushed a strand of hair away from her face, an intimate gesture that surprised them both. "I couldn't let anything happen to you," he said, with a sincerity that made her heart skip a beat. The tension between them became palpable, but this time it wasn't just fear or adrenaline. There was something else, something they could both feel but neither dared to name. Paula, feeling her skin prickle at Gabriel's touch, realized that her desire to feel attractive and confident had found an unexpected audience, one who was now looking at her with a desire she couldn't deny. "Thank you, Gabriel," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the music. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leaned a little closer to her, his lips almost touching her ear. "I'll always protect you, Paula," he whispered, his breath warm against her skin. That whisper made her shudder, and when he pulled away slightly, their eyes met again. There was a moment of silence between them, one charged with possibility and an attraction they could no longer ignore. Without thinking, Paula leaned a little closer, her lips just a breath away from Gabriel's. For an instant, the music, the crowd, everything disappeared. It was just the two of them, caught in an electric tension that could explode at any moment. But before anything else could happen, a friend of Gabriel's approached, calling him from the bar. The interruption brought them back to reality, breaking the spell of the moment. "I'd better get back to my friends," Gabriel said, though his gaze remained fixed on her, who was blushing beautifully. She nodded, although a part of her wished he would stay. "Yeah, sure," she replied, trying to sound nonchalant. Gabriel flashed a smile before giving her one last look that spoke volumes. Then he turned and walked back to the bar, leaving her on the dance floor, his heart beating faster than it had all night. Diana woke slowly, feeling the warm morning sun caress her face. Fresh air entered through the half-open window, filling the room with a gentle breeze. When she opened her eyes, it took her a moment to remember where she was. The familiarity of the surroundings, the warmth of the sheets, and the faint aroma of coffee made her smile before reality caught up with her. She turned in bed, and there he was, looking at her with a soft smile, as if he'd been waiting for this moment all morning. The love in his eyes was palpable, and just seeing it made her heart skip a beat. There was nothing but that moment, nothing but the two of them sharing the same space after everything they'd been through. "Good morning, queen of my life," he murmured, his voice full of tenderness as he leaned toward her. Without giving her time to respond, Juan placed a kiss on her lips, a soft one, full of affection. The kiss was brief, but enough for her to feel love coursing through every pore of her skin. His hand, warm and secure, slid gently over her cheek, placing a delicate rose in her hair. The gesture made her smile even wider, with a warmth in her heart she hadn't felt in a long time. "Good morning, my king," she replied, her voice still soft and sleepy, but full of happiness. The sparkle in her blue eyes was so evident that the CEO couldn't help but smile back. Just seeing her happy filled him with immense joy. Every second by her side felt like a blessing, as if everything they'd been through was worth it just to get to this moment. "And the babies?" she asked, gently stroking his arm as he leaned toward the nightstand. "I've already bathed and fed them," he replied with a mischievous smile. "They're happy in their playpen, watching TV in the living room. You don't have to worry about anything this morning." Diana stared at him, incredulous but at the same time feeling completely overwhelmed by the affection he showed her. She still couldn't get used to waking up next to him, knowing that Juan, the man she had loved so much, was by her side again. She felt like the time they had lost was now just a distant memory, something that no longer mattered. "Sorry, I overslept," she apologized, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, gently biting her lip. "You don't have to apologize," he said, handing her a breakfast tray. "I love seeing you rest. Seeing you relax and able to take a breath after everything you've been through." The blonde carefully took the tray, noticing the attention to detail he'd put into everything. There was a cup of coffee, freshly squeezed juice, a slice of toast, and some perfectly cut fruit. But what caught her attention most was a small bouquet of wildflowers adorning the tray. He'd always been thoughtful, but now, that level of detail touched her in a special way. "You did all this?" she murmured, almost more to herself than to him. "Of course," he replied proudly. "I wanted to surprise you. I thought after our night out, you deserved a good breakfast in bed." The mere memory of last night made her cheeks flush slightly. They had shared more than just a night of passion, they had reconnected, found each other in a way only they knew how. That intimacy, that complicity, was something only they shared. "You're amazing," she said, looking him straight in the eyes. Her ex-husband sat on the edge of the bed, leaning in to kiss her again, this time more gently. Every touch, every gesture, was a reaffirmation of how much he loved her, how much he'd missed her. Being by her side, feeling her skin against his, hearing her laugh, all of it had been a dream of his for so long, and now, finally, he was living that dream. You know, he murmurs, playing with a strand of her hair. Every time I watch you sleep, I feel luckier to have you. I've made a lot of mistakes, but I promise I'll never let you down again. She looked at him silently for a moment, feeling that words weren't enough to express what she felt. She simply leaned toward him, kissing him softly, letting him know that she understood, that she shared that feeling. We're here now, that's what matters. And I'm never going to let us drift apart again. I don't want to do anything else today but be here with you, she murmured, letting her head fall onto his chest as she closed her eyes. You have all day for that, he assured her, gently kissing her forehead. I'll take care of everything else. I just want you to relax and enjoy yourself. After breakfast and tender kisses, the reality of their situation began to sink in, and there was one thing they both knew they would eventually have to face: their future together. Juan, what are we going to do now? She asked in a whisper, without looking up. I mean, after everything we've been through, how are we supposed to start over? He could sense the anxiety she was trying to hide. He knew this moment would come, and although he had thought a lot about their future together, he couldn't ignore that for Diana the situation was still uncertain. He gently stroked her arm, trying to reassure her. I know, Dianita, he said softly. It's a lot to process. But I want you to know that, for the first time in a long time, I feel like we can start over, from scratch. No lies, no interference. Just us, together. She remained silent for a few moments, her thoughts swirling in her mind. The idea of living together, of truly giving each other a second chance, was something she dreamed of at one point. However, the scars of the past made her hesitate. She bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the pattern of the sheets. I don't want us to hurt each other again, she finally admitted, her voice soft, almost trembling. Everything that happened with your father, with Chino. I don't know if I can bear to let something like that happen again. He gently squeezed her hand, guiding her to look into his eyes. He knew this was the moment he had to be completely honest, show her that he was willing to do whatever it took to protect them, to protect her and their children. My father no longer has power over us, she said firmly, without looking away. I've taken steps to ensure he can't interfere in our lives again. If he tries to get close or do anything, I'll confront him, and this time I won't back down. I won't let anyone, not even him, hurt you again. Diana looked at him, her eyes filled with uncertainty but also hope. She knew the father of her children had changed, that the experience with their father had hardened him in a different way. However, the idea that this man could still be a threat haunted them. What if he tries again? She asked, her voice barely audible. What if he doesn't let you go? Juan sighed, but showed no hesitation. If he tries again, I'll be ready this time. I'm not going to give in to him, love. You and our children are all that matters. There's nothing he can do that will change that, he stated with conviction. I've already spoken to my lawyers, and I've put everything necessary in place to keep him away. But I want you to know something, he paused, leaning toward her to hold her hands more tightly. It's not just to protect you. It's also because I want us to be a family again. I don't want to live apart from you, I don't want the children to grow up without both parents under the same roof. The blonde felt a lump in her throat upon hearing those words. The idea of starting a family again, of living together again, filled her with excitement, but also fear. She was terrified that the past would repeat itself, that old wounds would resurface. What if we move in together and things get complicated? She asked, expressing her greatest fears. I don't want what we have now to be ruined by expectations or problems we can't handle. He touched her lips tenderly, fully understanding her fear. It's not going to be easy, I know, he admitted. But this time we won't be alone. We don't have to face everything on our own anymore. We're going to take it slow, step by step, just you and me, like we were always meant to. I'm not saying we have to move in together tomorrow. I'm just telling you that I'm willing to give everything for you, for us. Do you really think we can make it work? He asked again, almost as if he needed to hear it again. He said nothing, but leaned in to kiss her again, this time more deeply. The kiss was gentle, full of unspoken promises, of shared hopes. When he pulled away, he looked into her eyes and responded with a sincerity that moved her deeply. I know. We can make it work. Because now we know what's at stake, and I'm not going to let anything or anyone stand in our way. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting herself be carried away by the sense of security his words conveyed. She knew the decision wouldn't be easy, but she also knew that, like him, she didn't want to be apart again. So, what do you think? Juan asked her tenderly, his fingers gently caressing the back of her hand. Are you ready to take that step? To live together again, to give a chance to what we've always wanted. Diana took a deep breath before answering. The fear was still there, but the love she felt for him, the connection they shared, overcame it. She'd learned that sometimes, great risks brought great rewards. I think so, she finally said, her voice shaky but firm. I'm ready to try, to take one more step closer to us. A wide smile lit up his face. Without saying anything, he wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly, as if he never wanted to let her go. We're going to build something beautiful, he whispered in her ear, with a promise they both knew they were willing to keep. Chapter 29. The González Empire's conference room was tensely silent. Carlos and his wife, sitting at the head of the long mahogany table, watched their partners and lawyers. It was an important meeting, but the atmosphere was somber. The Empire's lawyers had been clear in their statement. What was about to happen would mark the end of an era. One of the lawyers spoke in a neutral tone, but each word fell like a hammer on Carlos. Mr. González, we are here today to officially inform you that your sons, Gabriel and Juan, have decided to completely disassociate themselves from the family business. They will retain only the inheritance they are entitled to from their maternal grandfather, Vicente Becker. They have also both requested a legal surname change, changing their names to Gabriel and Juan Becker. Carlos, who had been listening intently, felt anger begin to boil in his blood. He leaned forward, clenching his fists on the table. This is crazy, she shouted, banging the table in fury. You can't do this to me. These are my children, this is all for them. His wife, sitting next to him, put a hand on his arm, trying to calm him. Carlos, please. She whispered, her face pale, clearly affected by the news. But he pushed her away abruptly, rising from his seat. I can't believe my own children would betray me like this, he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the room. After everything I've done for them. At that moment, the courtroom door opened, and the Becker twins, Gabriel and Juan, walked briskly in, each accompanied by their own lawyer. Without saying a word, they both walked to the table and took seats across from their parents. The silence in the courtroom grew even heavier. The first to speak was Gabriel, with a cold and determined tone. I built my own operating systems company, he said, looking directly at his father. I don't need anything you have, Carlos. As of today, I'm no longer a González. And, just to be clear, I don't want anything to do with you two again. The words fell like a bomb in the room. Their mother, who had remained silent until then, burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to speak, her voice shaking with desperation. "Please," she begged between sobs. "Give me a second chance. I didn't know all this was happening. If I had known, I would have done something. I would have helped." Juan, who had remained silent until then, leaned forward, his eyes cold and full of resentment. "Help?" he retorted harshly. "What did you do when you saw me suffering for my wife, mother? What did you do when you saw me miserable because of all the deceit and lies? You did nothing." "I didn't know," he insisted. "I really didn't know." Juan stood up, his eyes burning with suppressed anger. "Maybe you didn't know, but even if you had, you would surely have supported Carlos," she snapped, looking at her father with disdain. "By allowing this selfish man to do everything, you're losing your children today. You've been an accomplice, mother, and that's why I don't want you in my life either." The mother of both twins collapsed in her seat, unable to contain her tears. Carlos, still enraged, rose from his chair with a thud and pointed at his sons. "Ungrateful people," he shouted. "I did all this for you. You are my legacy, and you're throwing it all away." Gabriel looked at his father with a coldness that made the atmosphere in the room drop several degrees. "No, Carlos," she replied calmly. "You did all this for yourself, for your ego. It was never about us. You wanted to control us, manipulate us, and now, finally, we're free of you. We're no longer your children, nor do we want to be." The brothers' lawyers began distributing documents on the table, signaling Gabriel and Juan's legal disassociation from the González empire. The papers were ready to be signed. It was a formality that would formalize their decision, sealing the end of their relationship with the companies and, to a large extent, with their parents. Carlos, still red-faced with anger, looked at his children with a mixture of rage and despair. "This isn't going to end here," he threatened. "I'll do everything I can to get back what's mine. I won't let them destroy my empire." Juan turned to him with an imperturbable expression. "We're not destroying anything, Carlos. We're just moving away from you. You can keep everything you've built, but we don't care anymore. We're Becker, not González. And you're no longer part of our lives." With those words, the twins signed the documents one after the other, without a second's hesitation. It was the end of a relationship that had been marked by control, manipulation, and abuse of power. When they finished, they got up from their seats and, without looking back, left the place. The conference room fell into a deathly silence after Gabriel and Juan left. Carlos, still standing, felt rage and despair swirling inside him, like a storm he couldn't control. His wife, visibly shaken by the situation, watched him with tearful eyes, trying to comprehend what had just happened. She knew something had been irreparably broken between them and their children, and that, in some ways, it was partly her fault. "Carlos," she began, her voice trembling. "What are we going to do now? There are no heirs left. We didn't have any more children." The mention of the lack of heirs seemed to further ignite the spark of despair in the man's eyes. He turned to his wife, his expression hardened, his lips set in a line of determination. "I need an heir urgently," he growled, pacing the room like a caged lion. "I can't let everything I've built go to waste. I can't allow it." His wife looked at him with concern, seeing how despair was consuming him. "But, Carlos, we don't have any more children," she repeated, as if she needed him to understand. Gabriel and Juan were the only ones. Suddenly, the man stopped dead in his tracks, as if he'd made a decision on the spot. His expression changed, and what had once been anger and frustration transformed into cold determination. He turned to his wife, staring into her eyes with an intensity that made her shudder. "You don't have any more children, my dear," he began, his voice almost a whisper, heavy with dark meaning. "But I do." The woman frowned, confusion mixed with fear on her face. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't understand." Carlos clenched his fists, his jaw tensing before he continued. "Many years ago," he began, his voice turning harsh, almost cruel, "I had a child with another woman. A low-class, insignificant woman. Her name is Rosalind. I never wanted anything to do with her or the child. I despised them, ignored them, let them live in their misery." His wife's face paled upon hearing his confession. She felt as if the ground were giving way beneath her. Everything she had thought she knew about her husband was crumbling before her eyes. "Carlos. What are you saying?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Do you have a child out of wedlock?" He nodded, with a coldness that frightened her. "Yes," he admitted, with no trace of regret in his voice. "A bastard I never paid attention to. But now things have changed. Gabriel and Juan have turned their backs on me, and I'm not going to let everything I've built crumble because of them. I need an heir, and I'm going to find him." Carlos's wife looked at him, horrified. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The whole world she had known, the life she had built with her husband, was crumbling before her eyes. "And what are you going to do?" she asked, trying to maintain her composure. "Are you going to bring that bastard here? Are you going to give him our children's place?" "If necessary, yes," he replied firmly. "Rosalind gave me a son, and that son is my only chance to secure the González legacy. I don't care what I have to do. I will go find him and bring him back, and he will take his place as heir to this empire." Mrs. González was speechless, unable to process what she had just heard. Her world had turned upside down, and her husband, the man she had trusted and with whom she had built a life, had become someone she didn't recognize. The man, for his part, had already made his decision. He knew what he had to do, and he wasn't going to let anything or anyone stand in his way. He was willing to do anything to ensure his empire didn't fall into the hands of outsiders. "I'm going to find him," he finally said, his voice brooking no reply. "And when I do, I'll bring him here, and he'll take his rightful place. I won't let my children destroy me, or let everything I've built be lost." She was walking through the hospital corridors with the twins in their stroller, having just left the pediatrician's office. Everything had gone well, as always, and she was relieved that her children were growing up healthy and happy. She was about to reach the exit when, suddenly, she saw him. Chino, her ex, was standing by the entrance, clearly waiting for someone, but when he saw her, his expression changed. For a moment, he seemed hesitant, but he finally made his way toward her. She tried to pretend she hadn't seen him, quickening her pace slightly. She wasn't ready for a conversation with him, not after everything that had happened between them. But Chino didn't give up. "Dianita, please," he called out in a voice that was a mixture of pleading and regret. "I need to talk to you." She stopped, sighing deeply. She knew that, at some point, she would have to face him, and perhaps this was the time to close that chapter of her life. "Okay, Chino," he said without turning around completely. "You have a few minutes." She stepped aside, looking for a quiet corner where they could talk without making the other hospital patients feel uncomfortable. The twins remained calm in their stroller, observing the world with curiosity while Dianita leaned slightly toward them, tenderly stroking their heads. Chino looked at her, and for a moment, his eyes showed something that looked like genuine regret. They hadn't spoken in months, not since the last incident that had ended their relationship so abruptly and painfully. The man took a breath, as if he needed to gather the courage for what he was going to say. "I'm sorry, Dianita," he began, his voice shaking. "What I did, there's no justification. I know I betrayed you, I hurt you in ways no one deserves. And I don't expect you to forgive me, not after everything. But I just want you to know that I regret every single one of my decisions." The blonde listened to him silently, without interrupting, letting him say everything he needed to. Chino's words didn't seem entirely surprising to her, but the wound he had left in her life had taken a long time to heal, not because she had grown to love him, but because at one point she had considered him a great friend. "The only thing I can say," he continued, his gaze lowered, "is that I didn't know you. I didn't know you were an incredible woman, someone I was going to fall in love with. But by the time I did, it was too late. I'd already chosen my path, and it wasn't the right one." Her heart tightened slightly. There was a time when those words would have meant a lot to her. However, things had changed. Chino had made decisions that cut him out of her life forever. She looked at him, feeling a mixture of sadness and understanding. "Chino," she said softly, looking into his eyes. "I've already forgiven you. I did it for me, not for you. I couldn't continue living with resentment. But you have to understand something, even if I wasn't the best person, no one has the right to hurt others the way you did to me. We're not the ones to do that to others. I hope that, in time, you'll be able to reflect on that." The doctor nodded slowly, his shoulders slumped, and the sadness in his eyes became more evident. He knew he had lost something precious, something he would never get back. "Did you get back with Juan?" she asked, although she seemed to already know the answer. Diana nodded calmly, without hesitation. "Yes, I went back to him. Juan was always my destiny, the love of my life." The doctor lowered his head, feeling a pang of regret that cut deep. He'd had a great woman at his side, but his ambition and poor decisions had led him to lose her. "I hope he makes you happy, Diana, and that he never doubts you," she said, her voice breaking with sadness at knowing she had lost someone so special forever. She smiled slightly, gently pushing the baby stroller to start walking. "Thank you," he replied. "I wish you a good life." Without another word, she continued on her way, leaving Chino behind, who watched her silently, reflecting on everything he had lost. As she walked away, he knew that this had been the last goodbye, and that he would never have another chance to mend what he had broken. Months later. In an elegant downtown bar, Gabriel and Juan Becker sat at a secluded table, sharing a bottle of aged whiskey while chatting leisurely. The two brothers had escaped the chaos of their family, and after months of tension, they could finally enjoy a quiet evening, just the two of them. Juan, with a broad, relaxed smile, raised his glass to his brother. "To my happiness, brother," he said proudly. "To having Diana and my children back. I can't believe we're finally together again." Gabriel smiled back, though his expression was somewhat more subdued. Still, he toasted his twin, raising his glass in the air. "I'm so glad you made it, Juan," she replied, gently tapping her glass against her brother's. "I always knew you'd fight for her until the end. Getting away from our parents was the best thing we could have done. Everything's better without that shadow hanging over us." The CEO nodded, taking a sip of his drink and letting the warmth of the liquor run down his throat. It seemed like everything in his life was falling into place perfectly, and that feeling of fulfillment was something he'd longed for a long time. Beside him, his brother was also drinking, but something about his attitude puzzled him. Gabriel wasn't completely happy, and that didn't go unnoticed by him, who knew him all too well. "What's wrong?" she asked frankly, putting her glass down on the table and turning to him. "You're not smiling at all. Something's bothering you." Gabriel let out a heavy sigh, looking into his glass before finally deciding to speak. "I looked for my ex-girlfriend," he confessed in a low voice, something he clearly had trouble admitting. "I wanted to know what had become of her, how she was. I found out she'd gotten married to someone else. They're having a child, and that, throughout our relationship, she'd been unfaithful to me." Juan frowned. He knew his brother had had an important relationship in the past, but he hadn't imagined the wound was still so raw. He placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder, trying to offer some comfort. "And you think our parents had something to do with that?" she suggested, knowing that Carlos González was capable of manipulating his children's relationships if it meant maintaining control over them. But he shook his head, letting out a bitter laugh. "I wish it were that way," he admitted, looking at his brother with a sadness in his eyes he rarely showed. "At least I could have fought for her, knowing that what separated us was something external. But no, brother. She doesn't love me. She never did." The silence that followed his confession was heavy, filled with a profound sadness that resonated in both of them. Juan stared at him for a moment, searching for the right words to comfort him. "It's hard, Gabriel," she finally said, her voice soft and understanding. "I know this hurts more than you can admit, but you mustn't lose hope. Life always surprises us when we least expect it. You've been through a lot, but that doesn't mean love won't come knocking in the future. Maybe it wasn't her, but someone else will come along. Someone who truly loves you and values you for who you are." Gabriel let out a deeper sigh, but shook his head, his expression hardening again. "No, Juan," she said, a grim determination in her voice. "I'm not going to fall in love again. Falling in love is the worst thing that can happen to you. I've already seen what is and isn't for me. From now on, I'll only date women, no strings attached, no strings attached. Love wasn't made for me." Juan, who understood the pain of disappointment in love better than anyone, looked at him with sympathy, although he did not share his pessimistic view. "Don't say that, brother. Love hurts, of course, but it can also heal. Look what happened to Diana and me. We were on the brink of collapse, and yet we still found our way back. Maybe you don't see it yet, but life will give you the chance to fall in love again, to find someone truly worth it." Gabriel pressed his lips together, staring into his glass as if searching for answers at the bottom of the liquor. "Maybe you're right," he replied in a resigned tone, "but I don't know if I want to risk it again. The idea of opening up again, only to end up like this, it's not worth it." Juan looked at him with empathy, but also with the certainty that, eventually, his brother would change his mind. He knew Gabriel had a big heart, even if he often hid it behind a facade of cynicism. "We'll see, brother," he finally said, raising his glass once more. "Here's to whatever comes next, whatever it may be." The tycoon smiled, albeit a small, sad smile, and raised his glass to clink with his brother's. "Whatever comes," he repeated, knowing that, even though he couldn't see it now, fate had something more in store for him, beyond the pain he had experienced. And with that toast, the Becker twins closed another chapter, ready to face whatever the future had in store for them. Chapter 30. Juan and Paula entered the jewelry store with a clear goal, to find the perfect wedding ring for Diana. However, as soon as they took a step inside, Paula was already making one of her classic sarcastic comments. "So, have you finally decided to do something romantic, Mr. Millionaire?" Paula teased, nudging Juan as they browsed the display cases full of sparkling rings. "Or are you just doing it because you know that if you don't, Diana will leave you for someone richer now that she's going to art school. Juan rolled his eyes, but couldn't help but smile. Yeah, sure, Paula. That's exactly what I'm worried about, he replied sarcastically, looking at one of the rings. Why don't you get yourself a boyfriend and leave me alone? Paula burst out laughing, not in the least offended. Oh, believe me, Juan, if I wanted a boyfriend, I'd already have one. But I have way more fun bothering you. Besides, it's funny seeing you all flustered over something as simple as choosing a ring. Shouldn't you be used to spending fortunes on shiny things? The CEO ignored the comment and continued examining the rings. He knew Diana deserved something unique, something that reflected his love for her. After everything they'd been through, this ring was more than just a piece of jewelry, it was a symbol of everything they'd rebuilt together. Look at this one, he said, pointing to a white gold ring with a diamond that was elegant but not too ostentatious. What do you think? His wife's friend leaned over to look at the ring, then shook her head in dramatic disapproval. Oh, please, Juan. Seriously. Is this the best you can do? Diana isn't a 90s granny. You need something that screams, I'm sophisticated, but not a diva. Something that's elegant, but not pretentious. Don't let me down. The businessman sighed, but deep down he knew the crazy woman, as his brother said, was right. The mother of his children had a delicate style, but also a modern and sophisticated touch. It wouldn't be easy to find the right ring. So, Paula, any brilliant suggestions? He asked, crossing his arms. The brunette smiled widely, enjoying the opportunity to add her personal touch. Let me work my magic, he said, winking at her, and headed to the counter. The young woman began carefully examining each display case, asking the jeweler about specific details, sizes, and styles, while one watched her with a mixture of exasperation and appreciation. Although she constantly annoyed him, he knew Paula understood Diana in a unique way. So, when's the wedding? Paula asked, examining a sapphire ring. Or are you taking so long that the twins will be the best men? Juan laughed. Soon. I just want everything to be perfect. After everything we've been through, I want it to be unforgettable. Does that bother you? Paula raised an eyebrow, amused. No, of course not. I find it charming to see the great CEO trembling with nerves over a second wedding. It's refreshing. Finally, after trying on several rings, she spotted one that caught her eye. It was a platinum ring with a teardrop-shaped center diamond, surrounded by smaller diamonds in a simple yet elegant design. There was something about it that seemed to scream her friend's name. This one, she exclaimed, pointing at the ring excitedly. John, if you don't choose this one, honestly, I don't understand you. It's perfect for her. It's classy, but not over the top. Elegant and modern, like our beloved blonde mother of disaster babies. The businessman approached, looked at the ring, and, for the first time all afternoon, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Paula was right. That was the ring. It was simple, but beautiful, and it represented exactly what he wanted for his wife. You definitely know Diana, he said, taking the ring in his hands and examining it closely. This one is perfect. Of course I know him, she replied, feigning arrogance. Who do you think gives him the best advice? Now, don't tell me I'm not the best ally you could ask for. Yes, thanks for your help. Although you still need a boyfriend. Paula laughed out loud and slapped him on the back. Darling, when I decide I want one, I'll let you know. In the meantime, stop worrying about my love life and worry about not ruining your proposal. Juan laughed, relieved to have found the perfect ring with his friend's help, although he was still exasperated by her dry sense of humor. "Let's wrap it," the CEO said with a smile, as the jeweler took the ring. "And, Paula, don't worry, I'll make the best proposal ever." "I hope so," she replied with a mischievous smile. "Because if not, I'm afraid you'll have to return the ring. And you don't want to see me angry." Juan laughed as they both left the store, knowing that the ring represented the beginning of a new chapter in his life with Diana. Diana sat in the kitchen, diligently feeding the twins. Laura and Bruce babbled as she, with infinite patience, fed them small pieces of food. The afternoon light softly streamed through the windows, illuminating the scene with a familiar warmth. Even though she was tired, she couldn't help but smile every time one of the babies got into trouble with their food. Just then, the front door softly opened, and her handsome, millionaire CEO walked in with a smile from ear to ear. He was wearing a casual shirt, yet he radiated the elegance and presence of a businessman. Seeing the scene before him, his heart filled with tenderness. He quietly approached from behind her and, before she could react, placed a soft kiss on her cheek. "I have a surprise for you," he murmured near her ear, his voice low and seductive, as his gaze fell on the twins who laughed at the sight. The blonde looked up at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "A surprise?" she repeated with a playful, if slightly tired, smile. "I don't know if I'm ready for surprises today. I haven't even had time to shower." The loving father bent down, kissing Laura and Bruce on the cheeks, who greeted him with giggles and joyful movements. Then he looked back at her, his expression tender and full of understanding. "Don't worry about anything. Go take a shower. I'll take care of everything here," he said, gently stroking her arm. "The children are in good hands." "Are you sure?" she asked, biting her lips slightly as she looked at the little ones, who were still babbling and playing with their food. "Absolutely," he replied, winking at her with that natural confidence that always disarmed her. Before standing up, she leaned over to give him a soft kiss on the lips. The gesture was brief but full of affection, and they both felt that spark that always connected them. Then, without wasting any more time, she headed to the bathroom, knowing she could leave everything in his hands. Half an hour later, she emerged from the bathroom, feeling completely refreshed. She was wearing a tight red dress, which flattered her figure in a way that made her feel confident and feminine. Her hair, still slightly damp, fell in soft waves over her shoulders, and she had applied a touch of makeup that enhanced her eyes. Upon reaching the living room, the first thing she noticed was the silence. The twins, who minutes before had been full of energy, were now fast asleep in the playpen, cuddled with their stuffed animals. The scene seemed like a dream. They were now a family, one that enjoyed disastrous afternoons and quiet nights while the adults took time for themselves. Then, her gaze shifted toward the kitchen, where she saw him standing, concentrating while stirring something in a pan. "I made you something to eat, babe," he said, not turning around, but knowing full well she was there. His tone was playful, and he threw her a flirtatious glance over his shoulder. "I hope you're hungry." "It smells delicious, love," she replied, approaching him as her eyes shone with excitement. One smiled broadly, stopping what he was doing for a moment to admire her. Her red dress captured his attention, making her look incredibly sensual. "You're the one who looks delicious in that tempting dress," he said, his eyes scanning her figure appreciatively. She couldn't help but blush as she watched him, in his apron, preparing her dinner. The combination of his natural elegance and his domesticity completely disarmed her. "And you look very handsome in that apron, Mr. Businessman," she said, in a seductive tone as she approached him, wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him softly on the lips. The kiss was long and slow, full of suppressed desire. When they finally broke apart, they were both breathing slightly faster. "Are you real, my man?" she asked, gently caressing his face, enjoying the feel of his light stubble beneath her fingers. "Very real," she replied in a low, seductive voice. "Do you want me to demonstrate it to you here, on the counter?" Diana burst out laughing, playfully pushing him away. "No, silly," she said, her eyes full of mischief. "First we have dinner, then we watch a movie, and then dessert." Juan raised an eyebrow, amused. "Is that you, perhaps?" he asked playfully, moving a little closer to her. "Maybe so," she replied with a mischievous smile, playing with the fabric of her apron as she looked at him with desire. The tension between them was palpable, but there was also something comfortable and familiar about their dynamic. They knew each other so well, they knew exactly how to provoke each other without words. He finished preparing dinner, a delicious pasta with a creamy sauce that filled the kitchen with an irresistible aroma. She helped him set the table, the two of them moving fluidly together, as if they'd been doing this all their lives. Dinner was quiet, but filled with knowing glances and small touches that said more than words could express. After lunch, they sat on the couch, turning on a movie they'd both been wanting to watch. The twins were still sleeping peacefully in their playpen, and the atmosphere in the house was peaceful like nothing they'd experienced in a long time. She snuggled into Juan's chest, and he wrapped his arms around her, holding her close as the movie progressed. "I have a surprise for you." Diana looked at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Juan's surprises were usually big, and that always made her nervous. "Oh God, I completely forgot," he said, putting a hand to his chest and joking with a nervous laugh. "What did you do this time?" The CEO stood up from the couch with an amused smile, walked over to his jacket hanging on a nearby chair, and pulled out a white envelope. He held it in his hands for a moment before turning back to her. He handed it to her with a look that conveyed more than he said. She took it, feeling a small knot form in her stomach. The envelope was thin, but her heart was pounding as she slowly opened it, nervous about what it might contain. "What's this?" she asked with a shaky smile, her eyes never leaving his. As she opened the envelope, her eyes began to scan the words printed on the paper inside. Suddenly, they stopped, her mouth slightly open in surprise and disbelief. She stared at it, unable to contain her excitement. "Is this a college acceptance letter?" she questioned, almost unable to believe what she was reading. Juan nodded, approaching her as he looked at her with love in his eyes. "Yes, baby. You've been accepted into one of the best MFA programs in the city," she told him, pride in her voice. She was silent for a moment, looking at the paper, then at him, back at the paper, then back at him again. "But I didn't apply," he said, still trying to process what was happening. "Well, Paula and I did it for you," he confessed, taking her hands. "I don't want you to misunderstand, we did it because we knew you'd be afraid to do it. I know how worried you are about being away from the babies, but, love, the kids will be fine. Your classes will be in the morning, and you'll be back with them in the afternoon." Thoughts swirled in her head. While the excitement of being accepted into college was overwhelming her, she was also worried about how she was going to handle it all. "What about my job?" Her voice revealed the anxiety she felt. "I can't just quit." He looked at her with a gentleness that made her feel safe, as if his words were a balm for her soul. "My love, I know how much you love your job," he said affectionately, "but your true dream has always been to be an artist. That's who you are, who you've always been. I don't want the years to go by and you to regret not having pursued the career you've always loved." Diana listened to him attentively, while he caressed her cheek with a tenderness that moved her. "I want to provide for everything you need," he continued, looking directly into her eyes. "I'm not doing this because I think you can't support yourself or the little ones, because I know full well what an incredible woman you are. I know you can accomplish anything you set your mind to. I'm doing this because I want to ease your burdens. I want you to be calm, comfortable, and free from worry as you follow your dream. That's all I wish for you." She felt tears begin to well up in her eyes. The way he spoke, with such sincerity and love, made her feel more understood and supported than ever. She knew he not only wanted the best for her, but was also willing to do anything so she could pursue her dreams without feeling the weight of daily responsibilities on her shoulders. "Juan," she whispered, her voice cracking slightly with emotion. "I don't know what to say. It's all so unexpected." He looked at her, leaning down to kiss her softly on the lips. "You don't have to say anything, just promise me you'll think about it," he whispered against her lips. "I know how amazing you are, and I want to see you shine in what you love." She snuggled into his chest, feeling that, for the first time in a long time, she had the opportunity to pursue her true passion without having to sacrifice anything. He was there. It wasn't a dream. He was by her side, not just as her support, but as her companion, willing to walk beside her every step of the way. "Thank you," she said softly, feeling the warmth of his body against hers. "Not just for this, but for believing in me when I don't even believe in myself." "I'll always believe in you," he replied, wrapping his arms around her, a promise in his voice that she knew he'd never break. As they hugged, the world around them faded away. There was only that moment, that unbreakable connection that united them, not only as parents of the twins, but as two people who loved each other deeply and were willing to support each other through anything. But as the minutes passed, their attention shifted. The closeness, the warmth of their bodies, the soft scent of their hair. Everything contributed to an atmosphere of intimacy that was impossible to ignore. Diana raised her head, looking at him with desire in her eyes. "I think it's time for dessert," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper against her neck. Juan smiled, leaning in to kiss her deeply, their lips meeting with an intensity he'd been waiting for all day. "Definitely the best dessert," he whispered, kissing her once more. And so, between laughter and caresses, the night continued, filled with romance, passion, and a silent promise that, together, they could enjoy every moment as if it were the first. End. Sicilian Shire, Ireland. 1 year later. The sun gently caressed the Irish coast, illuminating the imposing cliffs of Moher with a golden glow. The salty Atlantic wind blew gently, stirring the wildflowers that decorated the outdoor altar. Everything was ready for the most special day of Dianita and Juan's lives. The setting was dreamy, with the endless ocean in the background and a sky so clear it almost seemed a reflection of the love they shared. The guests sat in elegant white chairs arranged in a row, all with smiles on their faces, eager to witness the union of two souls who had endured so much to reach this moment. Dianita, in her room, was finishing getting ready. She was wearing a dreamy white dress with a lace-embroidered corset and a skirt that fell delicately, moving in the breeze. Her blonde hair fell like a golden waterfall down her back, adorned with small flowers that matched the bouquet she held in her trembling hands. Her cheeks were slightly pink, not only from the makeup, but from the excitement that filled her on such an important day. Her blue eyes, bright and full of happiness, seemed deeper than ever, reflecting the sea that stretched out before them. Paula, her best friend, entered the room just as she was looking at her reflection in the mirror. "My God, Dianita, you look..." Paula placed a hand on her chest, visibly moved. "You look stunning, my friend." Juan won't be able to hold back his tears when he sees you walking toward him. The blonde smiled nervously, her eyes full of emotion. I'm so nervous, Pao. I don't know if I'll be able to walk without falling, she joked, although part of her was serious. You're going to be perfect. This is your day, the day everything finally falls into place. And you and Juan, you're living proof that love always finds a way. She took his hands and looked at her with a smile filled with affection. I'm so happy for you, my dearest friend. Thank you, Paula, he whispered, feeling his emotions overflow. I wouldn't have gotten here without you. However, she noticed a small shadow in her friend's eyes, something she hadn't seen before. Are you okay? He asked gently, knowing something wasn't quite right. The black-haired girl shrugged, smiling a little forcefully. Yeah, it's just. She looked away, as if debating whether to say what she really felt. Gabriel brought a woman to the wedding. I shouldn't care, but, you know. Dianita squeezed her hands, understanding the pain her friend was trying to hide. I'm sorry, babe. I know it hurts, but I'm sure he'll realize what's right in front of him someday. You can't give up, she said, wanting to encourage her friend without downplaying what she felt. Maybe you're right, Paula replied with a sad smile. But today isn't about me, it's about you. And that's what really matters. Come on, it's your time. I'm marrying the love of my life again, Pow, she said excitedly. This time, forever. That's right, her friend took her hand. This time it's for good. Outside, Juan waited patiently by the altar. His dark suit contrasted with the surroundings, and although he was a man accustomed to maintaining his composure, at that moment he couldn't help but feel the nerves running through his body. His dark hair, perfectly combed, stirred lightly in the breeze. His eyes, mysterious and deep, were fixed on the path where the woman of his life would appear at any moment. The guests had gathered on white chairs decorated with wildflowers. The sound of the ocean, the soft murmur of conversation, and the wind caressing the landscape made everything seem like something out of a dream. Suddenly, a soft melody began to play, announcing that the ceremony was about to begin. Laura and Bruce, the bride and groom's twins, were the first to appear. 2 years old, they walked hand in hand, tenderly holding the pillows where the rings rested. The guests smiled tenderly as they watched the little ones, who, with bright eyes and nervous giggles, made their way down the aisle. Little Laura rushed to the altar and opened her arms to her father, who picked her up and kissed her tenderly, taking the rings she was wearing. Then it was Bruce's turn, who, helped by his uncle Gabriel, managed to finish the small staircase. The little boy also threw himself into his father's arms to give him a kiss. My heart is full of love, thought Juan. The little ones climbed off his lap and went to sit with their grandparents, Dianita's parents. The bride appeared at the end of the aisle, and a collective sigh was heard among the guests. As she walked down the aisle, all eyes were on her, but none more so than those of her future husband. Upon seeing her, he felt his heart race and time seemed to stand still. It was as if the entire world vanished, and only the two of them existed, floating in a space created solely for their love. Seeing him, she couldn't help but smile. When she reached the altar, the CEO took her hand, and in that instant, all her nervousness vanished. They were home. They were where they had always belonged, together. The officiant began to speak, but to them, the words were a distant echo. All that mattered in that moment was the love that flowed between them. When the time came for the vows, she took a deep breath and looked into his eyes. Juan, she began, her voice shaky but full of emotion. I don't know how to express what I feel for you, but I'm going to try. You are my rock, my comfort, my home. From day one, I knew there was something special about you. It hasn't been easy, we've been through many trials, but that has only strengthened what I feel for you. I promise to love you every day, with every part of me, and to walk by your side every step we take together. She felt tears begin to fill her eyes. You are the love of my life, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. He, visibly moved, took her hands and, with a smile, said his vows. Dianita, from the moment I met you, I knew my life had changed forever. By your side, I have found true happiness. You are my partner, the mother of my children, the woman who makes me want to be better every day. Today, I promise you that I will be by your side, through every step, through every challenge, through every joy. I promise to always love you, respect you, and care for you as the most precious thing I have in my life. You are my everything, and I can't imagine a future without you by my side. With this ring, I seal my love for you, Juan said, slipping the ring onto her finger. With this ring, I seal my promise to always be by your side, Dianita replied, doing the same. Without a doubt, everything they had been through had been worth it. I pronounce you husband and wife, the officiant said with a smile. You may kiss the bride. Juan didn't wait any longer. He leaned toward her and kissed her softly, sealing their love in front of all their loved ones. The guests erupted in applause and cheers while the twins clapped excitedly. The ceremony in front of the cliffs of Maher had been perfect, a dream come true, but as the day slipped into night, the glow of the celebration still illuminated everyone. Soft golden lights decorated the venue, while the fresh Irish coastal air gently caressed the guests. The newlyweds, holding hands, welcomed family and friends who came to congratulate them. While they were taking a break from the reception, Paula approached Dianita, who still couldn't take her eyes off her children, Laura and Bruce, running between the tables in their little outfits. The brunette gave her a gentle push in the arm, smiling. I can't believe you finally did it, he said with an amused smile. Miss O, I don't know if this is going to work. Look, you're a married woman. The blonde laughed, lovingly touching the ring on her finger, feeling the symbolic weight of her new life. I don't even know how all this happened, she confessed, her eyes shining with happiness. I just know this is exactly what I always wanted. Paula looked at her fondly, but a shadow of sadness briefly crossed her face when her gaze shifted to Gabriel, Juan's brother, who was talking animatedly with a woman he'd brought as a companion. She sighed, trying to hide the pang of jealousy she felt. Her friend, always attentive to details, noticed her discomfort. She placed a gentle hand on her arm. Are you okay? He asked sweetly, his eyes reflecting genuine concern. Paula faked a smile, but the sadness in her eyes was evident. It's just. She glanced briefly at Gabriel and his companion. I never thought it would affect me, but I guess. I still have feelings for him. Dianita knew how difficult it could be to see someone you loved with someone else. Paula had been a rock for her during her darkest moments, and now it was her turn to return the favor. Things always have a strange way of working out, she said, trying to be optimistic. Sometimes, when we least expect it, something changes. And Gabriel? Well, maybe he doesn't know it yet, but I think you're a lot more to him than he realizes. Paula let out a small laugh, grateful for her friend's words. Always so positive, huh? She murmured, but her eyes showed a faint glimmer of hope. If it's not him, love will come to you, Lau, I trust in that, she said, and they both hugged. The young woman hoped that her friend's words were true, because she had always dreamed of finding her Prince Charming. Juan felt like there was something he still needed to resolve. He looked at his twin brother, Gabriel, who was sitting alone at a table, staring into space, a glass of whiskey in his hand. He knew something wasn't right. Although Gabriel had always been the more reserved of the two, his behavior that night gave him away. His brother had been acting strange for weeks, and the look he'd given Paula during the ceremony hadn't gone unnoticed. Determined to find out what was going on, he walked over and sat next to him. "Everything okay, brother?" she asked, gently punching him on the shoulder. Gabriel looked up, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, sure. It's your wedding, how could it not be nice?" he replied, trying to sound nonchalant. But the CEO wasn't fooled. Knowing him so well, he knew when his twin was lying. "Come on, Gabriel. We've been through too much together for you to try to hide anything from me." She gave him a knowing look. "What's going on?" Gabriel sighed, lowering his head for a moment before finally answering. "I have a girlfriend now, you know that. But..." He broke off, turning his head slightly toward where Paula was, talking animatedly with some guests. "I can't stop thinking about someone else." Juan followed his brother's gaze and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Paula?" he asked, although he already knew the answer. Gabriel nodded slowly, a look of frustration on his face. "I don't know what's wrong with me. Ever since I started dating my girlfriend, everything was going well. But as soon as I saw Paula again, everything changed. It's like I can't get her out of my head. And it's absurd, because Paula has never seen me that way. I don't even think she knows how I feel about her." It was more than obvious that his wife's best friend was in love with his brother. "Have you told her?" he asked gently. "Have you told Paula how you feel?" Juan let out a bitter laugh. "And what am I going to say? Hey, I just realized I can't stop thinking about you, even when I'm with someone else." How do you think he'd react? Jose sighed, knowing his brother was in a dilemma. "Look, Juan, you can't go on like this. It's not fair to you or your girlfriend. If you really have feelings for Paula, you need to be honest with yourself. You can't hide your feelings forever." Juan looked at him, frowning, clearly struggling with his emotions. "I don't want to ruin what I have with my girlfriend. But I also don't want to be in this situation. I feel like I'm trapped." "Tell him and stop being so stubborn." "No, that woman must hate me, don't you see she criticizes me for everything?" Before Jose could answer, Paula reached them. "What are you two doing here, hiding from the rest of the party?" he joked, stopping in front of them. "The music's already started, or are the Becker twins too shy to dance?" Jose smiled, standing up and gently punching his brother on the shoulder. "I think you should go out on the dance floor, Juan. It wouldn't hurt to get away from it all." Paula raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the comment, but before she could say anything, Jose leaned in and whispered something in her ear. "Take care of him a little, okay?" She nodded as Jose walked away to join Diana, who was waiting for him near the dance floor. When Paula looked back at Juan, he had looked away, clearly uncomfortable. "What's wrong with you tonight?" she asked, sitting next to him. "You're not yourself. Is something bothering you?" He hesitated for a moment, knowing this was the perfect time to tell her how he felt. But instead, he simply sighed and shook his head. "I'm just thinking. Nothing important." "Are you ready to launch the lanterns?" her husband asked, his eyes meeting hers. Diana nodded, but before moving, she decided to pause for a moment, her hand caressing her husband's cheek. "Love, I want you to know something," she said softly, her gaze fixed on his. "What you said today in our vows, everything you've done for me, for us, I never thought I'd feel so whole again. I was scared at first, to try again, but today, here, I know I made the right choice. I love you so much." The CEO looked at her tenderly, taking her hands in his. "Diana, you gave me a second chance when I didn't even think I deserved it. You've made it all worth it. You're the reason I want to be a better man every day. And I promise I'll never, ever let you go again." Little Laura and Bruce ran between the adults' legs, each holding a small lantern with Paula's help. The children were bursting with excitement, ready to participate in the magical moment. He took a lantern in his hands and handed it to his wife. Together, they lit the light that would illuminate the sky above the Mutter cliffs. The lanterns began to rise, one by one, filling the dark sky with tiny flickers of light. Holding hands, they watched as the lanterns floated, rising higher, until they mingled with the stars. "It's like all our love is flying up into the sky," she murmured, her gaze still lost in the lights. "And no matter how far they go," he added, leaning in to kiss her lips, "we'll always be together, under the same stars." Diana turned to him, resting her head on his chest, as lantern lights floated above them. The cool ocean breeze caressed their faces, and in that moment, there was nothing but their love, as strong as the cliffs they stood on. "I love you," she whispered, closing her eyes, enjoying the feeling of security he always gave her. "And I love you," Joseph replied, putting his arms around her, protecting her from the outside world. As the lanterns continued to rise, reflecting in the ocean beneath the towering cliffs of Maher, they knew they had found their place. Life had given them a second chance, and they weren't going to waste it. The guests continued to release lanterns, laughing and enjoying the evening. Juan watched from a distance, a slight smile on his lips, while Paula looked at him out of the corner of her eye, with a mixture of hope and sadness. She knew the love story between Jose and Diana was special, unique. And even though she wasn't there, one day, perhaps, she would find him. The little ones arrived with their parents. Jose lifted Laura and Diana lifted Bruce, all four smiling. The young mother, looking at her family and friends, felt at peace. With the love of her life by her side, the twins in her arms, and the sky lit with lights of hope, she knew she was finally where she was always meant to be. Under the stars, between laughter and love, they began their future together. End. Epilogue. Years later. The sun shone brightly that morning, illuminating the clear sky and the path leading to the charming little school. Dianita and Juan walked hand in hand, while little 5-year-olds Laura and Bruce jumped excitedly in front of them, wearing their immaculate little uniforms and backpacks almost as big as them. It was their first day of school, and the excitement in the air was palpable. The children laughed, pointing out everything they found interesting, while their parents looked on with proud smiles. Lara's hair was tied back in 2 ponytails that bounced as she ran. Her dark blue uniform highlighted her big blue eyes, and her melodious laugh filled the air. Bruce, always protective of his sister, walked beside her, his smile just as wide, but a little more controlled, as if he'd been trying to demonstrate his maturity since childhood. The two were inseparable and eager to explore the new world before them, school. "Ready for the first day of school?" the proud father asked, leaning toward them with a knowing smile. "Yes," they both shouted in unison, their voices full of enthusiasm. Dianita couldn't help but laugh with excitement. It was hard to believe time had passed so quickly. Just a few years ago, she had been feeding them in their playpen while trying to juggle work and being a mother. And now, here they were, her little ones so grown up and ready to begin a new life. He wrapped his arm around his wife's waist as they walked, pulling her closer. He knew what this moment meant to her. After all, he felt it too. It was a new chapter in their lives as a family, one filled with excitement, but also nostalgia. "I can't believe school's already starting," she whispered, a sweet smile on her lips as she looked at the children. "I know," Juan replied, kissing her temple tenderly. "They grow so fast that sometimes I wonder where all the time went." The children ran toward the school entrance, pausing only a moment to wait for their parents. They both stared at the large door in awe and excitement, as if they were about to enter a whole new and exciting world. "Are you ready for this?" he asked his wife. She looked at him and bit her lip, feeling annoyed and nostalgic. Although she knew this was an important step, she couldn't help but feel like she was letting go of her babies a little more. It was the beginning of an independence that would grow over the years. "You're never quite ready, are you?" she replied with a soft laugh. "But I'm excited for them. They're going to learn so much, and I'm sure they're going to enjoy it." "They definitely will," the CEO agreed. "They've inherited the best of you. They're smart, creative, and have that spark that makes them unique." The blonde smiled at his words. There was something about the way he always made her feel special, as if she were the center of his universe, even amid the hustle and bustle of daily life. And somehow, she knew that for him, she was. They both bent down to be at the children's height. "Now listen, little ones," Juan said, in that soft but firm voice that always captured Lara and Bruss's attention. "Today is a very important day. You're going to learn new things, you're going to make friends, and most importantly, you're going to have a lot of fun. Okay?" "Yes, Daddy," they both replied again. Diana gently stroked Lara's hair, her fingers running through her daughter's pigtails with a maternal touch, then she caressed her little Bruss's cheek. "And if you ever feel a little scared or miss being home, remember you can always count on each other," she said with a warm smile. "You're a team, right?" Bruss nodded seriously, as if he understood the weight of those words, and took his sister's hand firmly. "Always together," he said, looking at Lara, who smiled back. The couple looked at each other, moved by the strong bond their children had. Watching them walk together toward the entrance, hand in hand, was a moment they would both treasure forever. And although it was only the first day of many, they knew they were raising two little ones full of love, intelligence, and kindness. As the children disappeared behind the door, Diana sighed, resting her head on Juan's shoulder. "And here they go," he said softly. "Our little school adventure begins." The businessman gently touched his wife's 7-month-old belly. Two more little ones would arrive in the fall to expand the family, Ellie and Urza, a boy and a girl again. "I can't wait to meet them," he said, his voice filled with suppressed emotion. "And I also can't wait to see what a wonderful mother you're going to be to them." She let out a soft laugh, remembering all the little one's antics, but knowing that despite the chaos, there was nothing she loved more than being a mother. "And you're the best father they could have," she replied, looking at him with all the love she felt. "I know we'll be a great team this time, too." Her husband cupped her cheeks and kissed her sweetly. Life had given them another chance, not only as a couple, but also as parents, and they were ready to face everything together, confident that the love they shared was stronger than any challenge. "We're ready for this new adventure," he murmured, kissing her lips again. "I can't imagine life any other way than by your side, raising our family." "I love you, Juan Becker," she whispered, wrapping herself in his arms and enjoying that moment when everything seemed perfect. "Sure, here's the snippet with the requested changes." "And I love you, Diana. Forever."